In a certain world, the sky was overcast, crows filled the air. And the heartfelt thoughts of a young man echoed, it had been 40 years since I got lost in this world. A handsome young man wielded his sword, slashing at a monster, level 1, at the start of the journey. I had absolutely nothing. The young man thought as he fought, continuously swinging his sword at the monster. He leapt into the air, delivering a powerful strike toward the monster below. A surge of immense energy erupted, causing a massive shockwave. A deep trench formed in front of the young man. He sheathed his sword, exhaled in relief, and muttered, "Today, it ends." The young man's stat screen appeared, level 225. Yoo Seungwoo, accompanied by 3 others. A striking red notification flashed. The Supreme Demon King has been defeated. Yoo Seungwoo and his party, a human priest, an elf archer, and an ogre warrior, rested after the battle. A radiant, divine golden light drew everyone's attention. A golden-haired goddess slowly emerged. "My heroes, I trust you all," she said. The goddess smiled proudly. "I knew you would defeat the Supreme Demon King." The one who appeared was the goddess Gaia. Yoo Seungwoo's face darkened as he glared at her angrily. "You're smiling?" Gaia, seeing his reaction, felt a bit uneasy. "What?" he continued, his voice low and menacing. "Are you really smiling right now?" The goddess flinched at his response. His voice carried the weight of resentment. "You granted others extraordinary abilities, powerful weapons, and the strongest teams," he said. At this moment, the goddess's face scrunched up like a monkey's bottom, while channeling aura into his sword. He continued. "But you gave me nothing at all." Gaia, feeling guilty, avoided his gaze. "Well, I didn't have enough divine power because I summoned too many people from other worlds." Yoo Seungwoo roared in anger. "Do you want me to cut you down?" The ogre warrior quickly restrained him, and the priest urgently tried to calm him down. "Relax, Seungwoo." Everyone around was terrified by his outburst. Gaia was secretly alarmed. He's definitely become far too powerful. How could a human even achieve this? She cleared her throat to break the awkward tension. "Anyway, I want to reward all of you." "What do you want?" The towering ogre spoke first. "I wish to move to the next battlefield. But I hope the reason for going there is both noble and grand." The priest's eyes shone with pride. "I don't really want anything because I've had the privilege of joining an incredible adventure with amazing teammates." Yoo Seungwoo pinched his cheek. "Aren't you embarrassed saying that?" The priest grinned innocently. "Why would I be embarrassed? You're the greatest teammates in the world." The elf archer then stepped forward. "The power to travel to any dimension grant me the ability to continue using weapons." Gaia hesitated. "I can help with dimensional travel, but as for the weapons, why do you need them?" The elf pointed to the sky. "Isn't it obvious? For the revolution." Behind him, a fiery effect of hope burst forth. With confidence, he declared, "A revolution for the oppressed and the excluded races. Let the light of revolution spread across dimensions. And let us aim our weapons at the ruling tyrants." Yoo Seungwoo, standing behind him with arms crossed, nodded in approval. "Yep, that's just like you, Crimson Elf." The golden-haired archer smiled brightly. "Thanks for understanding me so well." Gaia looked at the two and sighed internally. "Stop encouraging each other already." She massaged her temples in frustration. "And you, Seungwoo? What about you?" Yoo Seungwoo placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. He pondered over what he truly desired. Money and items? I already have more than I can count. Power and fame? Those are things I can achieve anytime. So I don't even care about them anymore. At level 255, capable of traveling through time and conquering worlds, he thought about the past. His eyes grew melancholic. What I need most now is, he remembered the first time he stepped into town as a novice adventurer. Yoo Seungwoo. Level 1, filthy and dressed in ragged clothes. His stomach growled loudly, demanding food. Yoo Seungwoo clutched his rumbling belly and muttered to himself. "I need to eat something first." Looking around, his gaze was suddenly caught by something unexpected. A restaurant sign. Entering the restaurant, he took a seat and timidly called out, Hey." A man at the next table shouted. "The usual, boss." Taking a cue, Yoo Seungwoo raised his hand. "I'll have the same, boss." A moment later, a plate of enoki mushroom stuffed meat rolls appeared before him, emanating an irresistible aroma. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared at the glowing plate of food. Finally, "I can eat something decent." Tears of joy welled up as he picked up a fork. "Thank you for the meal," he said, stabbing the fork into a piece of meat. Suddenly, Gaia's voice echoed. "Hero," she continued, her voice escalating from whispers to loud calls. "Seungwoo, are you daydreaming about the past?" Seungwoo clenched the hand poking his shoulder. Yes, I was reminiscing about the good old days, he said, his tone cold, his face darkened as his gaze turned sharp, emitting an aura of hostility. About the days when I was first summoned to another world, without so much as a single healing potion to my name. Gia fidgeted awkwardly. As I explained before, but Seungwoo cut her off. I made up my mind. I want to return to my homeland and open a restaurant. Everyone, including Gia, froze at his declaration. A restaurant? Gia finally stammered. Seungwoo replied nonchalantly, I've been thinking about introducing the food from this world to the people of my homeland. The elf archer scratched his ear, as though mishearing. You want to sell the food from this world? Did I hear that wrong? Seungwoo gestured dismissively. It's not a big deal. Earth's food is so common. But selling the fancy dishes from this world? Now that has meaning. Everyone around him stared with exasperation. Are you serious, you lunatic? One muttered. May the people of Earth be blessed by the gods. Gia looked at him in disbelief. Do you realize what you're saying? Out of all dimensions, this world's food is the worst. At her words, Seungwoo gripped his sword tightly and slammed it into the ground before her, making her flinch in fear. He glared at her, his voice low and menacing. That's exactly why. The group stared at him curiously. Seungwoo's lips curled into a dangerous smirk. If only I had to endure this terrible food, wouldn't that be unfair? Seoul, a prosperous and peaceful city where the lights remain on even through the night. Somewhere in the city, a giant foot crushed a street lamp under its weight. However, with the sudden appearance of dimensional gates and monsters, the name, Seoul, vanished without a trace. The sky turned crimson as an enormous spatial gate opened, unleashing hordes of monsters that ravaged the city. Atop a skyscraper in disaster zone, a young man stood on the railing, surveying the chaos below. He fumed, his voice laced with anger. Damn it, a woman approached him, a top 100 ranked hunter. She glanced down at the swarm of monsters and calmly remarked, please maintain the dignity of a frontline member. Sir Baek Hyuk, the young man, revealed to be the superstar operative Baek Hyuk, pulled out a cigarette to steady his nerves. He took a long drag and gazed down at the destruction engulfing the city. I can't help but curse, he muttered, and now I have to close that damn thing too? The purple-haired woman replied, no, you don't need to close that low-tier gate. It'll seal itself soon enough. Baek Hyuk's face twisted with annoyance. I'm so sick of working overtime. Do you even know what's going on here? The woman responded. This is an S-rank danger zone. Nothing unusual. She sighed. At least, it wasn't until 4 days ago when too many monsters started pouring out. Baek Hyuk pointed at a monster below. That's true, but look at that one. It's running as if it's being chased by some deranged beast. The direction he indicated revealed a three-headed monster running frantically, its head's turning back repeatedly to check behind it. The woman followed his gaze and replied, the second line thinks the same. Min suspects the boss will show up soon. She then reached out and snatched the cigarette from Baek Hyuk's hand. And please, stop smoking already. But Baek Hyuk deftly dodged her attempt, keeping the cigarette firmly in his grasp. A sudden downpour extinguished Baek Hyuk's cigarette. He looked up at the sky, annoyed. Damn it, so irritating. He flicked the cigarette away and turned to leave. If Min said so, then the boss raid will start soon enough. Tell them I'm taking 2 days off. The purple-haired woman stared at him. Taking time off, just like that, at this hour? Where are you even going? Without looking back, Baek Hyuk replied, I'm not in the mood today. A sly grin crept onto his face. So, I'm going to fill my stomach to save myself from the misery of overtime. The woman gave him a judgmental look. Here we go again, elsewhere in the city. Baek Hyuk stood in front of a restaurant, clearly intrigued. Alright, he pointed ahead. I've made my choice, that place. The place he indicated was a restaurant with its lights still on. Holding his stomach, he grumbled. Overtime exhaustion, battle stress, and now an empty stomach. His eyes grew resolute. I've hit my stress limit, cracking his knuckles. He smirked arrogantly. What if the food is awful? Then they'd better be ready to take that signboard down. He licked his lips mischievously. But if the food is good? A devilish grin spread across his face. I'll berate them for making me eat day and night. As he reached out to open the door, he froze at the sight of a sign. Closed. Sign hung on the door. Baek Hyuk frowned. It's closed? Feigning disappointment, he sighed. Ha, how unlucky. Grabbing the sign, he muttered. I can't believe this flimsy board is stopping to visit from. He crushed the sign with his hand. The frontline superstar, Baek Hyuk. With an arrogant kick, he slammed the door open. What a joke. Inside the restaurant, Yoo Seungwoo was deep in thought about running his business. I still haven't signed a contract with a supplier, and I need to buy the remaining equipment. Taking a sip of his coffee, he mused, it's been about 4 days since I arrived on Earth. Smiling to himself, he thought, no rush, I can take it easy for now. He picked up a movie disc and spun around cheerfully, humming. This is the life, movies and coffee. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted the piece as Baek Hang-hyuk kicked the door open and barged in. Baek Hang-hyuk adjusted his clothes arrogantly and glanced around. So empty, seems like there are no customers today. Yoo Seungwoo remained silent for a moment. Turning around, his face darkened as he glared at Baek Hang-hyuk. That's because we haven't officially opened yet. Unbothered, Baek Hang-hyuk sat at a table and scoffed. I don't care. He casually added, just serve me something tasty. Yoo Seungwoo's eyes twitched in irritation. This guy barged in, ruined my movie time, and now he's being rude on top of it? Does this brat have a death wish? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Yoo Seungwoo observed him closely. Wait, this customer. He glanced at Baek Hang-hyuk, who was tapping the table impatiently. Noticing the stare, Baek Hang-hyuk slammed the table. Huh? What are you looking at? Yoo Seungwoo shook his head dismissively. Nothing, but internally, he was assessing him. Such frail arms, a kick could snap those legs in two. And those eyes, didn't even notice the closed sign. Poor kid, probably malnourished for years. Lacking both manners and common sense. His brain must have shriveled up too. Moved by pity, Yoo Seungwoo wiped away a fake tear. What a sad little creature. Baek Hang-hyuk noticed the odd expression on his face and exploded with anger. Why are you looking at me with those pitying eyes? Can't you see my cloak? I'm a frontline superstar. Ignoring the outburst, Yoo Seungwoo opened the refrigerator. Let's see, what's on the menu today? Baek Hang-hyuk banged the table, shouting. Hey, are you mocking me or something? Slumping back into his chair, he grumbled. Whatever, just give me something edible already. Yoo Seungwoo scanned the fridge. Mumbling, these ingredients might be a bit too intense. His eyes landed on a glowing, fresh piece of meat. Picking it up, he smiled knowingly. Alright, kid, I'll help you out. I'll serve you something truly special. Placing the meat on the cutting board, he explained. This is shoulder meat from a crimson dragon found between its long neck and wings. If we compare it to pork, it's like premium pork. With precise, practiced movements, he sliced a perfect cut of the meat. Crimson dragon meat contains fire essence, so its flavor is naturally bold. To enhance it, we'll drizzle fruit juice over it for an elegant twist. Today's choice, grape juice. The meat's flavor is already excellent. But this will make it truly unforgettable for my first customer. Smiling as he worked, Yoo Seungwoo thought, as expected, cooking is really fun. Meanwhile, Baek Hang-hyuk, watching him cook, jolted in shock as he heard a faint scream from the meat. Startled, he asked, did I just imagine that? He stared at Yoo Seungwoo's serene smile and asked nervously, I swear I just heard the meat scream. Baek Hang-hyuk stared nervously at Yoo Seungwoo, who was smiling warmly. Did I really hear the meat scream? Yoo Seungwoo, still focused on cooking, casually replied, scream? Nah, probably not. Baek Hang-hyuk wasn't convinced, are you sure? With a final touch, Yoo Seungwoo sprinkled seasoning onto the steak, placed a stalk of celery beside it, and set the plate in front of Baek Hang-hyuk. All done, a beautifully aromatic steak sat on the table. Baek Hang-hyuk furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the dish. He glanced up at Yoo Seungwoo, silently sizing him up. I have to admit, this guy is impressive. Yoo Seungwoo smiled at him cheerfully, breaking the silence. Baek Hang-hyuk smirked arrogantly, your flambe technique wasn't bad. Your flame skills are decent too. Surprised, Yoo Seungwoo asked, are you complimenting me? Without answering, Baek Hang-hyuk eagerly picked up a knife and fork. Pressing into the steak, he noticed the faint fruity aroma and perfectly seared crust. Grinning, he muttered, this must be amazing. Pausing, he looked up at Yoo Seungwoo. Wait, what's this dish called? Yoo Seungwoo replied with a calm smile, Roy's steak. Baek Hang-hyuk, intrigued, started cutting, never heard of it before. But let's find out how it tastes. However, as much as he tried, the steak wouldn't yield to his knife. Shocked, he put more strength into it, gritting his teeth and yelling as he struggled. The meat didn't budge, panting and sweating. He stared at Yoo Seungwoo, hey, why is this so hard to cut? Yoo Seungwoo raised an eyebrow. Oh, standing up, Yoo Seungwoo took the plate, let me cut it for you, he thought smugly to himself. This weakling doesn't stand a chance against this steak. As he sliced effortlessly through the meat, His mind wandered. Kyle Royce, he recalled his time in another world, standing in a cave. Facing a formidable opponent, a massive Crimson Dragon, the elder of the Crimson Dragon clan and the Demon King's right-hand guardian for 800 years, Kyle Royce had been a grueling adversary. It took everything I had to defeat it. Meanwhile, Baek Hang-hyuk sat slumped, muttering in despair, guess knives can't cut through this thing, huh? But when he looked back, the steak was already perfectly sliced. His eyes narrowed. You cut it already? Yoo Seungwoo smiled. You must be tired, embarrassed. Baek Hang-hyuk picked up a piece of steak. Yeah, maybe, anyway. Let me give it a try. He popped the meat into his mouth and bit down. The moment it hit his taste buds, an explosion of flavor lit up his eyes. Suddenly, Baek Hang-hyuk collapsed onto the table, his body trembling. Oh. Yoo Seungwoo watched with a raised brow. Oh. Baek Hang-hyuk abruptly let out a fiery breath. Wah, clutching his mouth, he mumbled incoherently, MMMPH, am I breathing fire? He flailed, his muffled words barely discernible. MMMPH, this doesn't taste good at all. Yoo Seungwoo smirked proudly, of course. I intentionally made it bad. Baek Hang-hyuk's eyes blazed with fury. MMMPH, what did you just say? Slamming his hand on the table, Yoo Seungwoo declared dramatically. A truly exceptional dish must be eaten for survival and to gain strength. Baek Hang-hyuk, clutching his flaming mouth, panicked, why can't I spit this out? His mind raced, do I just keep chewing? But it's so spicy, my only option is to swallow it? Resolving himself, he gulped down the entire piece of meat. As the piece of meat slid into Baek Hang-hyuk's stomach, his body felt like it was about to explode, his eyes grew heavy, and with a thud, he collapsed flat onto the floor. Yoo Seungwoo glanced down at him, smiling calmly, even as he teetered on the edge of unconsciousness. Baek Hang-hyuk muttered weakly, it tasted so bad. An hour later, Baek Hang-hyuk jolted upright, clutching his throat and coughing violently. He looked over to see Yoo Seungwoo lounging on the sofa, yawning lazily, clearly uninterested, in rage. Baek Hang-hyuk leapt to his feet, shouting, you almost killed me. As he yelled, he kicked at Yoo Seungwoo. And you're just sitting there yawning? Yoo Seungwoo caught his foot effortlessly, surprising Baek Hang-hyuk. With a sigh, he said, that's all you got after eating? Pathetic. He thought back to the steak. That was a 3-star meal. Kyle Roy's steak, plus 2 horsepower, plus 3 fire resistance, plus 3 strength, dragon's power unlocked, and this guy can't even handle it. Baek Hang-hyuk pointed at himself in disbelief. You're calling me weak? Yoo Seungwoo casually flicked his foot away. Yeah, you. The statement left Baek Hang-hyuk reeling. He stumbled back in shock. Me? Regaining his composure, he dashed toward Yoo Seungwoo, shouting, weak? I'm Baek Hang-hyuk, a frontline hunter. But before he could make contact, Yoo Seungwoo extended a finger and flicked his forehead. The force sent Baek Hang-hyuk flying backward, crashing to the floor once again. Yoo Seungwoo frowned slightly. If you're mad, keep it under control. He reached into his pocket, pulling out his phone. I'm going back to sleep. As he glanced at his phone, Baek Hang-hyuk's earlier words lingered in his mind. Frontline? What's with the big talk? Curious, he searched the web and stumbled upon information that made him freeze. The top 100 hunters in the world. The page read, looking down at the groaning Baek Hang-hyuk sprawled on the floor. Yoo Seungwoo's eyes widened in disbelief. This weakling is one of the world's top 100 hunters? He sat back, deep in thought. The Earth's doomed. But honestly, I don't feel like getting involved. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Aha, he muttered, his lips curling into a mischievous grin as he eyed Baek Hang-hyuk writhing on the floor. The sky was pitch black, shrouded in darkness, with the sudden appearance of spatial gates. A new profession emerged to combat the ever-increasing number of monsters. Hunters. And among them, the top 100 hunters in the world banded together under the name First Order. Amidst the rain, in a modest house, Baek Hang-hyuk was on his knees, bowing deeply. His voice sincere and loud. I truly apologize. Yoo Seungwoo, sitting casually in a chair, showed no sympathy, taking a sip of water. He said calmly. You're kneeling just because I'm stronger than you? He leaned forward, peering at Baek Hang-hyuk. Do you pull this stunt at other restaurants too? Kneeling below, Baek Hang-hyuk rubbed his hands together nervously, forcing an awkward laugh in response. Seeing this, Yoo Seungwoo nodded knowingly, taking another sip of water. I figured as much, I can see right through you. Pausing, he seemed to remember something, then mused aloud, speaking of which, do people wear shoes more often nowadays? Baek Hang-hyuk's face grew serious. In his mind, he confirmed, there's no doubt. This guy is a foreigner. If I mess up, he might kill me on the spot. Breaking the tension, Yoo Seungwoo set the glass down with a firm clink and said, "Good." Crossing his arms with an air of authority, he continued, "I'm going to turn you into someone completely different from who you are now." Confused, Baek Hang-hyuk blinked, Okay?" Yoo Seung-woo's face darkened in displeasure. He explained sternly, "You're part of First Order. You need to become stronger to protect this planet, right?" Baek Hang-hyuk hesitated, his expression uncertain, but before he could finish, Yoo Seung-woo interrupted energetically. "Education is about surpassing limits in both skill and knowledge. It's about guiding someone back to the right path and teaching them to become truly exceptional. Therefore, I'll educate you." Still on his knees, Baek Hang-hyuk stared up with wide eyes. Speechless, after a moment, he slumped slightly and muttered, "What if I refuse?" Yoo Seung-woo immediately adopted a fearsome demeanor, sending chills down Baek Hang-hyuk's spine. Realizing he couldn't back out, Baek Hang-hyuk quickly raised one hand high and declared, "Please teach me, sir." Pleased with the response, Yoo Seung-woo nodded in approval. Good boy. He then energetically launched into his lesson. "First, I'll give you some basic knowledge about humans. Humans are loving creatures, yet also pitiable. For example, when you see someone pitiful, you begin to feel pity for them." As Yoo Seung-woo went on, Baek Hang-hyuk sat there, helpless, enduring the endless lecture that seemed to pierce his ears like daggers. His internal torment only grew as Yoo Seung-woo's words continued to flow relentlessly. At this point, Baek Hang-hyuk, with ears practically bleeding from the endless lecture, rubbed his head in frustration. Bitterly, he thought, "This fossil. This really has no end. By the time he's done, I could probably build a 14-story building with the number of words he's thrown at me." Unable to take it any longer, he blurted out, "Wait. Sir, what was your previous job?" Yoo Seung-woo replied calmly, "I used to be a high school teacher." Baek Hang-hyuk's eyes lit up with realization. "Philosophy teacher?" Seeing the guess, Yoo Seung-woo nodded in approval. "Sharp. Your intuition isn't bad." He clapped his hands, resetting the atmosphere. "Now," he said brightly, "you must learn the values and importance of food." Hearing this, Baek Hang-hyuk became agitated and pointed to the dish from earlier. "You're calling that food? Anyone can see it's a chemical weapon." Yoo Seung-woo frowned, looking displeased. "Do you think that's something you should say to someone who spent so much time cooking it?" "You're acting like..." Before he could continue, Baek Hang-hyuk flailed his arms in panic. I get it, please stop," Yoo Seung-woo concluded matter-of-factly. "Koreans don't waste food." Reluctantly, Baek Hang-hyuk picked up the plate, his expression resigned. "So, you're saying I have to finish this dish?" Yoo Seung-woo nodded serenely. "Exactly." Hearing the confirmation, Baek Hang-hyuk was so shocked he felt his soul leave his body. Grudgingly, he picked up the plate and muttered, "I don't want to eat this. I can't eat this." Standing beside him, Yoo Seung-woo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, smirking. "Don't worry, you'll get used to it." Unable to change his mind, Baek Hang-hyuk, in an outburst of defiance, tried to throw the plate away. "I said no, this isn't even food." But Yoo Seung-woo swiftly stopped him and replied calmly, "Isn't there something you shouldn't say in front of the person who cooked it?" Hearing that, Baek Hang-hyuk's tears streamed down his face as he trembled. "I can't." Yoo Seung-woo's expression darkened. "You can." What followed was a merciless scene. Yoo Seung-woo force-fed the entire plate of food into Baek Hang-hyuk's mouth before he could resist. As the taste hit his palate, Baek Hang-hyuk's eyes widened in despair. And he internally screamed, "Mom!" Shortly after, he collapsed to the floor, defeated. Meanwhile, Yoo Seung-woo picked up the empty plate, showing no sympathy as he stared down at him. To avoid any complications, he crouched down, grabbed Baek Hang-hyuk by the ankles, and began dragging him away, muttering to himself, "If this guy wakes up, he's definitely going to call HYU and make a scene." As he dragged the unconscious Baek Hang-hyuk, he continued thinking, "I can't let that happen. I'll make sure he digests all of it. I truly don't want this planet to be destroyed." Yoo Seung-woo said, a sinister expression spreading across his face. "That's why all of you need to get much stronger." At night, inside Isaac's headquarters, a hand holding a pen tapped lightly on a desk. It belonged to Wang Ji-yun, who sat with a worried expression. "We've lost contact with him for 2 days now," she said, her voice tense. Nearby, Min Ok-hee stood silently, holding a black dagger. He responded calmly, "Is that why you called me?" She sighed in resignation. "It's because it's Baek Hang-hyuk. He wouldn't be kidnapped, detained for interrogation, or taken as a hostage." Min quickly replied, "Of course not. The head of First Order couldn't possibly be weak enough to get kidnapped or defeated." He let out a sigh and added, "Maybe he's hiding somewhere after causing some kind of trouble. Or it could be because of a woman." Wang Ji-yun, clearly worried, countered, I'm concerned. We only have 1 day to prepare for combat. And this is a very critical time. Frustrated, Min rubbed his temples. Then, with determination, he sheathed his dagger behind his back. That troublesome fool, I'll go find him. In the meantime, you get everything ready. She sat silently, watching him with a hopeful gaze as he strode out into the rainy night. He hurried through the darkness, stopping at a particular spot. Clutching his stomach in frustration, he muttered, I really don't want to use this guilt to track down someone as annoying as him. Ah, seriously, he knelt on the ground. Scanning his surroundings, closing his eyes. He concentrated, a familiar energy signature emerged. And his eyes snapped open. Standing up, he turned toward the direction of the signal. Found him, at Yoo Seungwoo's place. Min arrived, noticing the closed sign hanging on the door. He muttered to himself, what on earth is he doing here? He grabbed the door handle but found it locked. With no other choice, he pulled out his lock-picking tools. Thinking, this lock is no match for me. The sound of clicks echoed as he effortlessly opened the door and slipped inside. Carefully, he surveyed his surroundings. He's definitely in the basement. He whispered. As he moved further in, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind him. Sensing the presence, Min turned sharply. It was Yoo Seungwoo, his expression unwelcoming. Do you know what trespassing means? Caught off guard, Min stammered. What? Yoo Seungwoo's lips curled into a deadly smile. This is just self-defense. In the basement. Baek Hyuk was diligently digging. Exhausted, he set his tools down and panted. I might actually die down here. Suddenly, he heard noises coming from the staircase. His eyes widened as he realized. Could it be? Sure enough, he called out excitedly. Min, I knew you'd come. I knew you'd save me. But when he saw Min's expressionless face, his enthusiasm wavered. Rushing forward, he asked eagerly, where's the way out? Min, however, ignored him completely. Confused, Baek Hyuk called out again. Min? Min picked up the digging tool. His voice flat, I got caught too. Hearing those words, Baek Hyuk's spirit crumbled instantly. In the basement, Hyuk and Min were frantically digging a tunnel. After a while, they set their tools down and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Min, clearly frustrated, muttered, what the hell am I even doing right now? Hyuk, resigned to his fate, replied calmly, isn't it obvious? We're digging a tunnel. Hearing that, Min clenched his fists in anger and shouted. Do you think I don't know that? Why did you have to provoke that monster in the first place? Slumping to his knees, Min clutched his aching back. Unbothered, Hyuk added, I didn't know it was that strong. It's practically a monster, wiping the sweat from his brow. He sat down next to Min and continued seriously. Compared to your abilities, how strong would you say that thing is? You've met Haken before, right? Still grimacing in pain. Min replied, yeah, I've met him, Haken, the 6th rank in first order. The returning hero, struggling to his feet while nursing his back. Min added, but this is on a whole other level. Compared to that level 85 guy, Ha-sun's strength is just unfathomable. Hyuk nodded thoughtfully, yeah, you're right, there's no comparison. But seriously, are you going to keep working? Aren't you going to take a break? Min, clearly annoyed, snapped back, take a break? What break? Becoming visibly agitated, he grabbed the digging tool and pointed it at Hyuk. Yelling, I have to pay back the idiot who pissed off that monster first. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to act on his frustration. Moments later, Hyuk calmly took the tool back, saying, which is why I'm already helping with your share of the work. Still trembling from overexertion, Min struggled to retort, shut up. This is all your fault. Hyuk sighed deeply and said, there's a bigger problem ahead. The boss monster will likely show up soon. And if we're stuck here when it does, understanding the gravity of the situation, Min reluctantly admitted, of course it's a problem. After all, we're the highest ranked hunters in Zone A. Suddenly, Hyuk's stomach growled loudly, breaking the tension. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and stammered, don't look at me like that. I mean, come on, working this much? Of course I'm hungry. Min sighed in exasperation, you're so carefree. Anyway, let's just apologize to him and ask him to let us out. Startled, Hyuk widened his eyes, do you really think he'll just let us go if we apologize? Min brushed the dust off his sleeves and replied coldly. Explain the situation to him. He'll understand. Besides, Min's tone softened slightly. That guy's magical energy. It's strangely pure. Scene change. Yoo Seungwoo's perspective, standing with his arms crossed. Yoo Seungwoo said seriously, fine, I'll let you out. Hang Hyuk, stunned, exclaimed, really? In contrast, Min quickly bowed his head and said sincerely, thank you. Seeing Min's sincerity, Seungwoo turned his gaze toward him and replied calmly. You're Min O'Keefe, right? I won't bother with honorifics. They're a hassle. Unbothered, Min responded, that's fine. How do you know my name? Seungwoo casually pulled out his phone. I looked it up online. He said, much to the astonishment of the two hunters. After that, Seungwoo tied on an apron and said, wait here for a moment. Even though the restaurant hasn't officially opened, it wouldn't be right to let my guests leave with an empty stomach. So, I'll prepare a meal, Yoo Seungwoo said calmly. Hearing this, Hang Hyuk slammed the table and yelled, no thanks. It'll taste bad. Unbothered by his reaction, Seungwoo replied indifferently. I figured you'd say that, so, let me ask. Between a delicious dish and a bad one, which would you choose? The odd question left Hang Hyuk momentarily confused. What kind of question is that? Who would ever choose something bad? Obviously, the delicious one. Nodding, Seungwoo turned to the kitchen. After glancing over the ingredients, he said, alright, I'll make foil-baked salmon. I have some leftover salmon fillets for this. Hearing this, Hang Hyuk cheered, raising both hands enthusiastically. While Min seemed a bit skeptical, you decided just like that? Min, appearing thoughtful, continued, in that case, I'll also. Before he could finish his sentence, a realization struck him. Wait a second, why is he making us choose in the first place? This is strange, I need to think about this. After pondering for a while, Min spoke seriously. I'll take the bad dish, please. This left Hang Hyuk speechless and confused, while Seungwoo's eyes lit up with delight. Oh, someone with a spirit of challenge, excellent. With that, Seungwoo immediately went to the fridge, retrieved ingredients, and set them on the cutting board. He expertly handled the knife, preparing the ingredients with practiced ease, selecting a bottle of cooking wine. He poured just the right amount over the prepared salmon fillets. As the fish absorbed the seasonings, he moved on to prepping other ingredients. From a distance, Min observed Seungwoo's professional cooking skills and remarked with admiration, impressive. Meanwhile, Hang Hyuk, sitting nearby, couldn't hold back his curiosity. What were you thinking? Why did you pick the bad dish? Are you an idiot? Resting his chin on his hand, Min sighed, I'm starting to regret it too. Your dish looks great. Hang Hyuk, glancing at Seungwoo, added. Also, isn't it strange? Normally, you leave salmon for 5 to 10 minutes to get rid of the fishy smell. Min explained. Didn't you notice? He's seasoning the fish and pouring wine and salt over it longer than usual. It's a unique way to neutralize the smell, by now. Seungwoo had wrapped the salmon neatly in foil and placed it on a pan. Covering it tightly with a lid, he turned on the heat to start cooking. Looking at the dish in front of him, Yoo Seungwoo said calmly. This is almost done, the rest will be ready after a little cooking. Turning to Min, he asked, by the way, do you like kidney or liver? Min quickly replied, yes, a little. Then, rubbing his stomach, he added, but I have a bit of gastritis. Hearing this, Yoo Seungwoo looked mildly concerned. That's not a condition that lets you maintain combat readiness for long periods. Meanwhile, Hang Hyuk couldn't hold back his amusement and smugly teased Min. Exactly, this guy can't last 5 minutes in a fight without huffing and puffing. Lagging behind, Min, clearly annoyed, clenched his fists in anger. Sensing the tension, Yoo Seungwoo placed a thoughtful hand on his chin and said, in that case, you'll need something suitable for a patient. With that, he headed into the kitchen and began selecting the necessary ingredients for a new dish. Before long, he was fully engrossed in preparing a meal for Min. On the other side, Hang Hyuk, with a disappointed sigh, muttered, I thought he was going to make something fancy. But it turns out it's just porridge, patting Min on the shoulder. He added playfully, lucky you, Min, it's hard to mess up porridge. After all, Min, still sulking, replied, true. Meanwhile, Yoo Seungwoo continued cooking enthusiastically. Humming to himself, soon enough, the dishes were ready. Beautifully plated, and presented to Hang Hyuk. Seeing the meal, Hang Hyuk's face lit up with joy. Finally, this is what I call food. Excitedly, he picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of the dish. Quickly popping it into his mouth, the moment he tasted it, his eyes widened in amazement before transitioning to sheer delight. Overwhelmed, he slammed his hand on the table while the other eagerly grabbed more food. Damn it, this is so good, how could someone who cooks this well ever do anything evil? Min, watching his antics, sighed and said, you're spouting nonsense again. Yoo Seungwoo, satisfied with the reaction, set a dipping sauce on the table. Alright, enjoy your meal, here's some sauce. Hang Hyuk gave him a big thumbs up and replied cheerfully. With the sauce, it's even better. Min, sitting next to him, could only shake his head in exasperation, while Yoo Seungwoo, half smiling, said, got it, just don't spill it everywhere. With that, he returned to the kitchen, adding, now then, next. Min tensed up, muttering under his breath, it's my turn. Meanwhile, Yoo Seungwoo poured Min's meal into a large bowl. Back at the table, Min grew increasingly nervous, thinking, a bad dish? Why did I even ask for this? In baseball, this is what they'd call a sacrifice play. Resolving himself, Min thought, I'll eat this bad dish and uncover the meaning behind his strange question. Soon, Yoo Seungwoo placed the dish in front of Min with a polite smile. It might not look very appetizing, he said, but please enjoy. Min stared at the grotesque dish before him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Regret started creeping into his mind. Curious, Hang Hyuk, still chewing his food, leaned over to glance at Min's dish. Is that porridge? He asked. The bowl of porridge, with its peculiar and unsettling color, remained untouched by Min, suspicious. Hang Hyuk added, did you put uranium in it or something? Annoyed, Seungwoo retorted, no sorry, no uranium. Refusing to drop the joke, Hang Hyuk continued. What about energy drinks? Why does it look so weird? He waved his hand dismissively and remarked. This doesn't look edible at all. Min, however, didn't respond. He simply stared intently at the bowl, deep in thought. Seeing no reply, Hang Hyuk leaned closer and nudged him. Hey, what's wrong? At this point, Min had noticed something unusual about the dish. Internally, he assessed the color and the way the magical energy ripples. It's unmistakable. This is a dish with the properties of a healing elixir. To create something like this on the spot? Even specialists can't preserve pure magical energy this well. Looking back at Seungwoo, who was smiling warmly, Min began to suspect even more. To confirm his theory, Min hesitantly asked. Is this what I think it is? Realizing that Min had caught on, Seungwoo placed a finger to his lips, signaling for secrecy. Min understood the gesture and thought to himself. So I'm not allowed to talk about it. Well, whatever, if I eat this, I'll regain my strength. Let's give it a try, resolving to taste it. Min took a small bite of the porridge. Instantly, he felt his energy returning, his fatigue melting away. However, along with the revitalization came another realization. Grimacing slightly, he muttered under his breath. Why does it taste like iron and lead? Still hesitating, Min stared at the dish before him. If I want to fully recover, I have to eat it all. He thought. Resolving himself, he decided to power through and finish the food in front of him. Meanwhile, across from him, Hang Hyuk was enjoying his meal with gusto, savoring every bite. 30 minutes later, Min finally finished his portion. He sat back quietly in his chair, looking as if he had just narrowly escaped death. On the other hand, Hang Hyuk, feeling rejuvenated from the delicious food, exclaimed energetically, that was amazing. Huh? What's wrong? Noticing Min's disheartened demeanor, he leaned forward, concerned. You okay? At that moment, Min began to feel the effects of the meal. His body was recovering rapidly, his injured stomach had healed, his energy levels were replenished, and an unfamiliar sense of comfort and vitality spread through him. Min's eyes brightened with newfound life. It's been such a long time since I felt this good. Seeing Min's sudden transformation, Hang Hyuk couldn't help but ask. What just happened? Without responding, Min suddenly bowed deeply toward Seungwoo. Thank you, I'll never forget this kindness. This left Hang Hyuk utterly baffled. Huh? What's going on? Seungwoo, pleased with the gratitude, crossed his arms and replied, it's nothing. Hang Hyuk, still confused by the heartfelt exchange, interrupted, waving his hand, hey, wait, what's with this atmosphere? Someone explain what's happening, frustrated by the lack of answers. Hang Hyuk pointed aggressively with his finger and declared, another serving, please. Moments later, a mountain of food disappeared into Hang Hyuk's stomach. Leaning back in his chair, now sporting a large belly, he sighed contentedly. Ah, I'm alive again. Meanwhile, Min turned serious, fixing his gaze on Seungwoo. So, if the boss monster shows up at the gate tomorrow, will you help us? Balancing a stack of plates in one hand, Seungwoo placed the other hand on his chin, appearing deep in thought. About that. Before he could finish, Hang Hyuk draped an arm over Min's shoulder and waved a finger dismissively. No way. Confused, Min frowned. What do you mean? Hang Hyuk pointed towards Seungwoo and explained. The owner is a regressor. Ridiculously strong. Someone that powerful won't step in to help us fight. The owner has his own reasons, Hang Hyuk continued confidently. If he wanted to help us fight, he would have just said so. With a smug expression. He winked and added, he probably doesn't want to get involved because of us. On the side, Seungwoo crossed his arms, listening intently. He seemed surprised that Hang Hyuk had correctly understood his perspective. Meanwhile, Hang Hyuk kept rambling, if the owner stepped in, the fight would be too easy. But then what? We'd lose the chance to train and become stronger ourselves. Hearing the logic in his argument, Min nodded slowly. That's true, seeing that he was gradually convincing Min. Hang Hyuk raised one hand excitedly and declared, so, what I'm saying is this. We must overcome our difficulties and grow stronger on our own. That's what really matters. Seungwoo, standing nearby, clapped his hands lightly in acknowledgement. Oh, it seemed like Min was persuaded, until he suddenly turned back with a displeased look. That's ridiculous, Hang Hyuk froze, his enthusiasm deflating instantly. What? Min seized the opportunity and stepped closer. Jabbing a finger at Hang Hyuk, cut the nonsense. Baek Hang Hyuk, caught off guard, Hang Hyuk laughed nervously. Feigning ignorance, what do you mean? Min, growing even more irritated, pointed a finger to his forehead. If he's as active on the battlefield as you're claiming, the Hunter Association would definitely know about him. He'd have a ranking in first order. The pointed statement left Hang Hyuk momentarily speechless. He averted his eyes, trying to avoid further confrontation. Noticing this, Min pressed on, jabbing his finger harder. Getting knocked from rank 100 to 101 and losing your spot, aren't you worried about that? At this point, Seungwoo finally grasped the situation and sighed. Ah, so that's how it is. Realizing that Min had hit the nail on the head, Hang Hyuk scratched his head sheepishly. You got me. Min immediately turned to Seungwoo, pointing accusingly at Hang Hyuk. See, that's the kind of person he is. Seungwoo could only sigh in exasperation. I won't bother trying to turn him into a respectable person anymore. Leaning on his hand, he continued casually, but you're not entirely wrong. I've seen many kingdoms that relied too heavily on a single hero. Once that hero fell, he paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The entire kingdom was doomed. Hearing Seungwoo's warning, Min dropped his argument, standing up resolutely. If that's the case, we won't trouble you further. Let's go. Baek Hang Hyuk. Hearing this, Seungwoo's expression softened, and he leaned casually against the counter. Arms crossed, with a hint of concern, he asked. Would you like to stop by here more often? I won't charge you. Pointing toward Hang Hyuk, he added with a smirk. Oh, and Baek, make sure you visit me regularly. All right? Caught off guard as he was about to leave, Hang Hyuk waved his hands in panic. No way. Moments later, the two left the restaurant. Outside, under the night sky, the pair walked along the street. Hugging himself, Hang Hyuk slouched and complained. Even 10 servings is too much for me. Hearing this, Min glared at him and scolded. 10 servings of free food? What are you, a pig? Unable to take Min's nagging anymore, Hang Hyuk clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Shut up, that porridge with that smell, it was disgusting. Min sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. The porridge smelled? He'll understand one day, Min thought to himself. Today's opportunity was a stroke of luck for me. The next day, on the battlefield, a towering, six-eyed monster roared ferociously, its massive form dominating the landscape. In the distance, Hang Hyuk and Min stood observing the beast. From above, helicopters began appearing in the sky. Seeing this, Min looked up and said, They're here, Hang Hyuk, at the ready. Hang Hyuk began loading his weapon, glancing at Min. You're in good shape, right? Min, pulling out his dagger and preparing for combat, replied. Yeah, more or less. Feeling energized, Hang Hyuk grinned and said, all right then. He loosened the top button of his shirt, rolling his shoulders. The two charged forward together, excitement in their eyes. Let's do this. Elsewhere, on a news broadcast, a female reporter spoke with urgency. This morning, a dangerous new species of monster has been spotted in Zone A. Shortly after, the screen showed footage of the monster lying defeated. The news continued, thanks to the superstar team of Baek Hang Hyuk and Orders No. 2. Min O'Keefe, the monster has been eliminated. The broadcast went on. The Korean government has awarded medals to the entire hunting team. However, Hunter Baek Hang Hyuk declined an interview, citing digestive issues from overeating. Meanwhile, Yoo Seungwoo calmly ate breakfast while watching the news, unfazed by the mention of Hang Hyuk's digestion troubles. He casually praised, impressive, good job, reflecting to himself. He thought, honestly, when I head to the gate and the dimensional rift starts fluctuating, the monsters can sense the danger. That's when they migrate to areas without proper barricades, putting civilians at risk. He took a sip of water and continued mentally. So, hunters like them are essential to protecting this world. Finishing his thoughts, Seungwoo stood up and stretched leisurely. 1 week left until the grand opening, he said enthusiastically. Walking toward a nearby window, he gazed at the scenery outside. Leaning comfortably on the windowsill. Let's get ready for today too, he said with a smile. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Huh? A pair of animal legs walked past, on 2 feet. Curious, he looked closer as the creature approached his door. When it arrived, the animal stood politely and greeted him. Hello. Startled but maintaining his composure, Seungwoo quickly went to open the door and replied warmly. Oh, hi there. The creature, carrying a large box, held it up enthusiastically. Your delivery has arrived, it airfully. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, it was a beautiful day. Inside the house, an adorable cat paw waved in the air. Arapaws, with a cheerful expression, said excitedly. So, can I sit now? Seungwoo nodded. Go ahead. With a soft plop, Arapaws leapt onto the chair. Though it had the appearance and habits of a cat, Arapaws was incredibly intelligent. Happily licking its paw, it showcased its natural talents. As a creature with more taste buds than humans, Arapaws was an excellent cook. Its other senses, like smell and hearing, were also far superior to those of humans. Seungwoo rested his chin in his hand, tilting his head as he watched. And they're always eager to take care of others, he mused. In his mind, he silently listed Arapaz's capabilities, everything from housekeeping to field medic. It was almost endless. And their versatility made them an invaluable support to warriors. He paused, recalling some past memories. Then, he chuckled softly. But, because Arapaz was so attentive, it often turned warriors into literal gluttons. Seungwoo vividly remembered someone once telling their Arapaz. It's fine, I'll just stop being a warrior. Shaking his head, he muttered. That's why it earned the nickname, the Glutton Maker. There was even a time when 2 warriors had an endless argument about their Arapazes. Ours is cuter, isn't it? Don't be ridiculous. Ours is way cuter. Seungwoo sighed wistfully. Back then, I was so envious. I really wanted an Arapaz while I was in the army, but... He suddenly yelled into the sky. Goddess, can't you send me just one Arapaz? I'm the only one without a cat. Above, the goddess Gaia snapped irritably. I'm swamped. If you want one, go find it yourself. The veins on Seungwoo's forehead throbbed as he remembered the moment. Even now, it still irritates me. With hands on his hips, he glanced down at Arapaz. Anyway. Renato asked for slime pudding. And you were sent here along with it? Arapaz stared at him with big, round eyes and let out a soft meow. Waving his hand in a calming motion, Seungwoo said, Listen. I'm not a warrior anymore. I'm a restaurant owner. If your fur ends up everywhere, I won't be able to run this business. Suddenly, Arapaz leaned forward confidently. My fur doesn't shed. Go ahead, pull it and see. Surprise. Seungwoo blinked. What? Following its suggestion, he reached out and gave a small tug. To his amazement, no fur came loose. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. Truly versatile. Gently stroking Arapaz, he asked, So, how did you get all the way here? Arapaz puffed up with pride and stood tall. I defeated a god to get here. Seungwoo stared at it, incredulous. What? With an exaggerated smugness. Arapaz rubbed its chin and said, Nah, just kidding. At that moment, Arapaz recalled meeting the cat god seated on a grand throne. Trembling, it dared not utter a single word. The cat god, with a cold demeanor, simply said, No. But Arapaz, with sparkling eyes, gazed pleadingly at the cat god, silently begging, Please, oh great cat god. The cat god, however, turned away indifferently, leaving Arapaz utterly shocked. Stop trying to look cute. You're a dangerous creature. Tears streamed down Arapaz's face like rain. But The cat god sighed heavily. It's not that I don't care. But I have no idea just how dangerous you might be. Hearing this, Arapaz quickly stopped crying and struck a self-absorbed pose. Well, it's because I'm super cool. Way cooler than other species. The cat god was left speechless, choking on its words. With furrowed brows, the cat god finally thought, I have to let it go. If I don't, it'll just run off to find another warrior anyway. Under the shade of a lush green tree, Arapaw sat dejectedly at the base of the trunk. Why haven't I met any warriors yet? This is so unfair. Suddenly, a blue butterfly fluttered by. Catching its attention, is it, me? The butterfly gently landed on a flower but quickly flew away again. Arapaw's gaze remained fixed on the butterfly as it disappeared into the distance. It suddenly had an epiphany. I see now. I'm not compatible with warriors. Its eyes lit up with determination. No. It's because I'm not skilled enough yet. From that day forward, Arapaw began training relentlessly. Punch after punch landed on a scarecrow as it shouted with vigor. Cat punch. In addition to physical training, it diligently studied all kinds of books, determined to master both martial and academic arts. I'll become stronger and smarter. I'll become a super cat, it vowed. After hearing the story, Seungwoo could only manage a strained smile. So, because of all that training. He paused, choosing his words carefully. You defeated the cat god? Is that what you're saying? Arapaw stood proudly. Hands on its hips. Exactly. Seungwoo felt a sudden headache forming. Why on earth did Renato send this thing here? His face darkened slightly as he muttered to himself. Only Gree and Theo could possibly understand this level of suffering. Glancing at Arapaw, Seungwoo sighed. This cat is something else. Out loud. He said with a weary voice. But I've already retired. Arapaw stared at him with sparkling eyes. And beads of cold sweat began to form on Seungwoo's forehead. Seungwoo turned his head and cleared his throat softly. If you want to work here, I'll hire you. Arapaw leapt into the air with excitement. Thank you. Jumping down from the chair, it walked up to Seungwoo, bowed respectfully, and said, I'll be in your care from now on. Seungwoo, smiling brightly, gestured toward a spot nearby. Over there, please. As Arapaw moved, Seungwoo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Since your name is Niobe, your nickname should be. He smiled and patted its head gently. Nabi, let's work hard together from now on. Nabi. And with that, the Warriors' Diner officially gained a new employee. From afar, two shadowy figures lurked behind a large wall. Spying on the diner, the tall, slender man was Vane Otashik, the owner of a nearby cafe. The other, shorter figure was Park Dalsu, the proprietor of Lijiang. Both were using binoculars to closely observe the diner. Park Dalsu muttered under his breath. That shop, it appeared out of nowhere. Lowering his binoculars, he added grimly, business is war. Otashik immediately replied. Like a game of capture the flag. So. Dalsu continued. This new restaurant is the enemy, resolute. The two men strode purposefully toward the diner. In that case, Dalsu said, glancing at Otashik. Let's defeat this enemy together. The two men stared intently at Seungwoo's restaurant, determination gleaming in their eyes. Let's destroy the enemy, said Dalsu, furiously rolling up his sleeves. Do you see that? He growled, pointing at the coffee machine visible through the window. Taesik's expression turned sly. It looks like a very expensive coffee machine. From the outside, both glared at the restaurant in displeasure. A diner serving coffee? How pretentious. Taesik snapped. Is he trying to one-up the great cafeo? Without needing further discussion, both came to the same conclusion. Should we use the same tactic as before and hit them with a first strike attack? Like with that other cafe? Good idea. But just then, they noticed a bouquet of flowers outside the restaurant. Huh? Two congratulatory cards adorned the bouquet. One read, please serve only delicious food. Baek Hanghyuk. The other, congratulations on the opening, Min Okif. Both men froze as they read the names. Trembling, number 1 on the order. Baek Hanghyuk. Number 2, Min Okif. Dalsu stammered. They've already established relationships with those big names? Taesik muttered, his voice shaking. Dalsu, frustrated, yanked at his scarf. Looks like someone's been playing dirty. Courting customers at the gate behind our backs. The two exchanged worried glances. Their faces reflected a mix of dread and resolve. This isn't good, Dalsu said, clenching his fists. That restaurant. It's too much of an eyesore. Let's regroup and prepare properly before coming back. In a flash, the two shadows darted away. Just as they were retreating, two small fingers tapped lightly on the window. Startled, they turned to see Nabi standing there, waving cheerfully. Are you two customers? Nabi asked, its eyes sparkling with friendliness. Taesik leapt back in surprise. Ah, arrow pose. Dalsu's jaw dropped. An arrow pose that can talk? Nabi's eyes brightened. Oh, you're customers, please, come in. Before they could protest, The nimble aeropos had already ushered them inside with quick, fluid movements. Seated in the restaurant, the two men sat in stunned silence, observing Nabi as it bustled around, preparing the table. Leaning over, Dal Su whispered, "Mr. Park, that aeropos, it's definitely a monster, right?" Taesik, watching nervously, muttered, "Not a monster, no. It looks like a trained beast person." Dal Su smirked and waved dismissively. "Well, that's fine, I'll show it what real class looks like." Reaching out, he swiped a finger across the table. He inspected it and froze. "Impossible, what? Did you find fur?" Taesik asked. Dal Su stared at his spotless finger in disbelief. "Not a speck of dust." Both men glanced around the restaurant, their heads swiveling as they took in the gleaming cleanliness. "This place, it's too clean," Dal Su muttered, his voice cracking. Taesik clutched his head in despair. "I've run places that violated health codes 3 times, and even I can't find anything to criticize here. How is there not a single hair anywhere?" Just then, Nabi placed 2 glasses of water on the table with meticulous care. "I don't shed fur," it said brightly, adjusting its apron. Both men, drawn in by curiosity, reached out to touch Nabi's fur. "You really don't shed? But it's so soft." Taesik looked around, still baffled. "Even if that's true, this place is too clean. Maybe they hire a cleaning company?" Nabi, without missing a beat, replied. "Cleaning is my job." Taesik stared at it for a long moment, his expression one of utter defeat. Finally, he muttered, "I'm so jealous. I need an aeropos like this." Breaking the silence, Nabi cheerfully held up a menu. "Please, place your orders." Dal Su gestured subtly with his hand, signaling. First attempt to find faults failed. "Let's move on to the second plan." Taesik, sharing the sentiment, gave a nod of agreement. Dal Su cheerfully placed his hand on the menu. "We'll have the special of the day. 2 plates, please." Nabi, brimming with enthusiasm, quickly noted down the order and ran off. "Got it. I'll let the chef know." Seungwoo emerged from the kitchen, looking curious. "They ordered the special? I see." The 2 men watched him intently, whispering among themselves. "The owner's an ex-hunter? He's so good-looking." Taesik turned sharply, startled. "What did you just say?" Before Dal Su could reply, their attention was drawn to Seungwoo lifting a heavy wok high into the air, his sleeves carefully rolled up. Dal Su's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Look at those arms." He stared at Seungwoo's biceps, astonished. "That's a traditional Chinese wok. It's super heavy. How can he lift it so effortlessly? Like a painting come to life." Taesik, exasperated, slammed the table. "Mr. Park, I respect your aesthetic tastes, but have you forgotten why we're here? Focus." Feigning a cough to regain his composure, Dal Su muttered, "I'm just impressed by his skill. That's all." But his gaze betrayed him as he continued sneaking glances at Seungwoo, captivated by his precise movements. Seungwoo, meanwhile, concentrated on stir-frying the squid rice dish. Under Dal Su's intense observation, every action seemed deliberate and graceful. Dal Su murmured, "This is the first time I've seen someone put so much focus and care into cooking, with such gentle precision." From the corner of his eye, he noticed the effortless way Seungwoo handled the wok. The combination of skill, effort, and enjoyment radiated through his every gesture. Nabi soon returned with 2 plates. Carefully balancing them, with a cheerful tone, it announced, "Today's special is stir-fried squid rice." The large plates featured a blend of bright red and white colors, with an aroma that hinted at a mild spiciness. The 2 men examined the dishes closely. "I didn't expect it to be stir-fried squid rice," said Taesik. "Right," Dal Su added. "The menu did say it would be based on the ingredients available that day." Lifting one plate to inspect it closely, Dal Su noted, "The ingredients are so clear and fresh. It'd be hard to claim any allergy complaints against this." Their unspoken agreement was clear. Next up was the taste test. Both men scooped up a spoonful of the dish, tasting it in silence, breaking the quiet. Taesik asked, "Well, what do you think?" Dal Su's expression softened as he admitted, "It's good, really good," encouraged. Taesik took another bite. "Let me try." Without another word, the 2 men focused solely on finishing their meals. As the last spoonful disappeared, they set their spoons down on now empty plates. Leaning back in their chairs, they clutched their satisfied bellies. "It's truly delicious," Dal Su said with a contented sigh. "Absolutely," Taesik agreed. Equally full and impressed, Dal Su wiped his mouth with a napkin. smiling as he said, that guy is sincere about the basics. If you're Korean, you can't deny the taste of this dish. Tae-sik, equally cheerful, chimed in, he's running a business with coffee and light meals, which is quite different from how we operate. Dal-soo nodded in agreement. It's also different from my Western-style restaurant. Feeling lighter after their meal, the two handed their payment to Nabi. This place isn't bad at all, Dal-soo admitted, I think so too. Tae-sik replied with a grin. Standing by the door, Nabi waved at them, please come again. The two men waved back comfortably as they departed. Even as they walked away, their conversation lingered in the air. Maybe we should come here more often. One suggested, shouldn't we bring him something next time to build goodwill? The other replied, inside the restaurant, Seungwoo glanced at a piece of paper in his hand. Smiling faintly, Nabi, curious, leapt up beside him, what's that? He handed the paper to Nabi and explained, it's a blacklist from Kanghyuk. Their names are on it, with a proud look. Seungwoo added, I won them over with just stir-fried squid rice. Isn't that impressive? Warriors truly are the best. Chuckling softly, he lifted his cup, you got to value your neighbors. Through the window, the silhouettes of Dal-soo and Tae-sik could be seen. Strolling away with cheerful expressions, Seungwoo muttered to himself, from the start. I planned my operation so I wouldn't step on anyone else's toes. The sky outside remained a brilliant blue, almost as if in agreement with the harmony he sought. Coexistence is important. He mused, even if I've retired, I can't entirely abandon the habits of a warrior. The massive outdoor arena was packed with a roaring crowd. The cheers echoed endlessly. Drawing in waves of people, Seungwoo stood in the center of the arena, his face weary and his body covered in wounds. Panting heavily, he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. It's so heavy. The deafening cheers from the stands continued unabated, urging him on, kill him. The audience, brimming with excitement, chanted in unison, kill him, kill him. He turned his gaze upward to the wild crowd. Their fervor showed no care for his struggle, they only wanted blood. Looking back at his opponent, he saw the man clutching a wound on his abdomen. Visibly weakened, the man panted heavily, grimacing as he spoke weakly. Just do it. Yoo Seungwoo wiped the dirt off his face and lowered his head briefly. A second later, he raised his sword high. His face filled with a sudden surge of killing intent. The crowd held their breath as he swung the blade with immense force. A single, decisive strike cutting through the air. The blade, however, landed not on his opponent but embedded itself into the ground beside him. His opponent, who had shut his eyes tightly in resignation, slowly opened them, realizing the blade had missed him. Looking up, he saw Yoo Seungwoo standing over him, shielding him. Seungwoo glanced down and smiled faintly. I'm not doing it, I'm done with this, we're nothing more than slaves to war. The crowd, dissatisfied with his refusal, erupted into boos and hurled scraps of paper into the arena. Jeering loudly, Seungwoo didn't react to their scorn. Instead, clutching his rumbling stomach, he quietly knelt and collapsed onto the ground. He tilted his head back, gazing wearily at the sky as paper littered the battlefield. I really want some kimchi soup right now. He muttered, present time. A bowl of kimchi soup, now empty, was carefully set down on the table. Min O'Keefe, cheerful and content, wiped his mouth. That was fantastic as always. Teacher, Seungwoo, sitting silently across from him, stared into the distance with a blank expression, seemingly lost in thought. Min waved his hand in front of Seungwoo's face to snap him out of it. Teacher? Seungwoo flinched slightly and replied awkwardly. Oh, it's nothing. I was just remembering something from the past. At that moment, Nabi appeared and picked up the empty bowl. The kimchi soup was delicious. Seungwoo chuckled warmly. Is this your first time trying it? Min, sipping the coffee Seungwoo handed him, grinned. I'm American, remember? I'm still not fully used to kimchi. Outside, the rain poured down in a steady, melancholic rhythm, yet inside the atmosphere was cozy and warm as the three of them enjoyed their time together. Min glanced around the restaurant, taking in the peaceful ambience. It's really nice and tranquil here. Finishing his drink, he stood up, ready to leave. That was great, teacher. Thank you. As he reached the door, Min suddenly remembered something. Oh, there's one thing I should mention. Turning back, he added, every weekend, officials from the city hall conduct inspections. Hearing this, Seungwoo's expression shifted into one of mild surprise. Inspections? For what? Min walked over to Nabi, smiling as he explained, they'll be checking to make sure there aren't any risks or dangers to the citizens. That's the reason for their visits. Seungwoo furrowed his brows, trying to recall something. Last time, they mentioned something about supporting regressors. But I didn't catch much else. Min laughed, patting Nabi affectionately on the head. That's because Nabi here is technically a worker now. Nabi purred happily, wagging its tail in response. As the three shared a lighthearted moment amidst the rainy evening, Yoo Seungwoo stood up, ruffling Nabi's fur playfully. Regressors are victims of gate accidents. They're treated kindly for a reason. Many of them were sent to this world under strange circumstances. So it's only right to be considerate. You're doing great, Min. Okay, he glanced at him, a bit uneasy. While Seungwoo tidied up the dishes, the inspectors today, are they also regressors? Seungwoo asked, let's hope there won't be any incidents. As the afternoon sunlight cast a warm glow over the restaurant, Nabi's tail swayed cheerfully as it swept the area outside the entrance. Suddenly, a man's voice called out from behind, hey there. Startled, Nabi leapt into the air with a yelp. Oh my gosh, why are you sneaking up on me like that? The man scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, my job's a bit unusual. Did I scare you that much? Terribly, Nabi huffed, swatting him lightly with the broom. I'm Park Sung-yeon, he said, looking a little awkward. I'm really glad to meet an aeropose, but I'm sorry for startling you. Nabi blinked in surprise. You know about us? Of course, I always wanted to be a warrior. Sung-yeon admitted, smiling. Nabi's ears perked up, and it jumped excitedly. Really? A warrior? Nice to meet you. So, are you working now? Nabi's enthusiasm quickly faded as it glanced back at the restaurant. Its expression grew serious. When he's in his movie-watching mode, it's absolutely forbidden to disturb him. Sung-yeon, noticing the closed sign on the door, looked disappointed. Nabi, moved by his downcast expression, felt a pang of sympathy. Suddenly, an idea lit up in its mind. But if you're hungry... Nabi began, wagging its tail. I can cook for you personally, just not as part of the restaurant. Sung-yeon's face lit up as he clenched his fists in excitement. An aeropose cooking for me? What an honor. Nabi, brimming with confidence moments earlier, began to tremble at his request. Kimchi soup, you said? Yes, Sung-yeon repeated cheerfully. Kimchi soup, please. Nabi scrambled nervously, darting around. Kimchi soup, oh boy. This is a bit much for an aeropose. I can cook, but kimchi is still pretty foreign to me. Let me try. Dragging a chair to the counter, Nabi climbed onto it to work at eye level. With careful movements, it began slicing pork. The few other basics were soon prepared and placed into a large pot. Nabi meticulously added the pork pieces and started the broth. This part's easy, Nabi muttered to itself, staring at the bubbling pot. Its confidence wavered as it glanced nervously at the array of spices nearby. But I don't know how to season this. Panicking, Nabi dumped every spice into the pot at once. Wiping the sweat from its brow, it sighed in relief. There, that should do it, just need to add some vegetables. Suddenly, it froze. Oh no, onions. Scrambling frantically, Nabi grabbed an onion and triumphantly exclaimed, onions are the key. Yes, this has to be right. Or maybe green onions. After throwing the onion into the pot, Nabi slumped onto the floor, utterly exhausted. Park Sung-hyun crouched nearby, glancing at Nabi with a mix of pity and concern. Something feels off, he said hesitantly, peering into the pot. I think so too. Nabi mumbled from the floor. Defeated, Park Sung-hyun stared at the concoction. It's basically kimchi porridge at this point. Still, he looked at Nabi with a gentle smile. But it's the thought that counts. Thank you for your effort. The door creaked open. Yoo Seungwoo stepped out, puzzled by the scene before him. Huh? He observed the situation with a frown. Doesn't look like a regular customer. A friend? Nabi quickly responded. He's a guest visiting from TERRA. Park Sung-hyun stood up hastily, bowing slightly. I'm sorry for the intrusion. I'm Park Sung-hyun, a regressor. Seungwoo looked at him closely, noting his haggard appearance. He looks just as worn out as Min did. Must have had a rough time in TERRA. With a soft smile, Seungwoo stepped forward, slipping on his jacket. I get it now. You're here for kimchi soup, right? Sung-hyun began to rise, shaking his head. The restaurant's closed, so I wasn't planning to bother you. This place, it feels like something you've opened just for yourself. Like a kite drifting freely in the wind, Seungwoo reached out, taking the bowl Nabi had prepared. In that case, let me make you a proper dish. You'll eat what I cook instead of Nabi's version. Alright? Sung-hyun blinked in surprise but nodded. Yes, of course. Seungwoo walked toward the kitchen with calm determination, rolling up his sleeves as he went. This is the first meal for a regressor in my restaurant. His steps were deliberate, his focus unwavering. I have to make sure it's done properly. Nothing but the best hospitality will do. Yoo Woo stepped into the kitchen and lit the gas stove. He then carefully took out a piece of pork and began slicing it. It was front leg meat, also known as shoulder meat. He swiftly and precisely sliced the meat. Carefully, he placed the meat into a hot pan of oil. Although inexpensive, this cut was not to be underestimated. The meat was carefully placed into the hot oil, despite being slightly chewy. It had an incredibly rich flavor. After adding the meat, Yoo Woo quickly turned up the flame. As the aroma of the sizzling meat began to fill the room, it made him smile. Stir-frying would certainly enhance the dish further. At that moment, Nabi peeked through the doorway, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she watched him. Yoo Woo chuckled and called out, "Don't just hide there, come in. I'll teach you." As the meat started to brown, he quickly added kimchi to the pan, followed by the shoulder meat, mixing it all together. He then grabbed a spoonful of bean paste and added it to the pan, patiently explaining to the wide-eyed Nabi beside him. Adding soybean paste helps reduce the strong pork smell, he said. Yoo Woo carefully explained the. You can also use cooking wine, but some people skip this step. Moreover, kimchi already contains a lot of garlic, so it can serve as a substitute. Nabi nodded in understanding, her hands clasped in approval. She looked up and asked, "So adding soybean paste makes it edible for people sensitive to alcohol? Like in some religions where wine isn't allowed?" Garlic in kimchi is often the go-to substitute. Yoo Woo smiled and added some pre-chopped seasoning and other flavor enhancers into the mix. Once everything was ready, he glanced at the now diligent Nabi. "That's it, it's done." Her eyes lit up as she jotted down notes, underlining and marking key steps. Excitedly, she jumped up with the recipe in her notebook. "I can make kimchi stew now. I'll try it next time." The dish was quickly brought out and placed before Park Sung-hyun, who looked at the meal in bewilderment. After a moment, he shyly glanced up and asked, "It seems like I'm not the only one craving this dish. You're too, aren't you?" Yoo Woo wiped his hands and smiled. "Strange, isn't it? Back on Earth, I didn't think much about it. But since coming to this world, I've craved it constantly." "I understand." The metal spoon dipped into the glistening stew, and Park Sung-hyun took a full spoonful into his mouth. His eyes welled up with tears. Yes, this is it. From deep within his subconscious, a memory surfaced. A simple yet aromatic family meal. As he chewed, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, his shoulders trembling. "This taste, it's home," he choked out. Tears flowed freely as he whispered, "I'm back." After finishing the meal, Park Sung-hyun quietly recounted, "I've been on TERRA for 13 years. Nabi tidied the dishes nearby. 13 years, she murmured. Park Sung-hyun lowered his head in exhaustion. 6 years have passed here. Yoo Woo reflected on his own experience and sighed. I spent 40 years there, but only 9 years have passed here. There really are no rules to this. After calming himself, Park Sung-hyun raised his head and said, I'm a level 5 hunter. Yoo Woo looked at him and quickly recognized. A veteran, huh? Are you a silver-ranked adventurer? Exactly. Park Sung-hyun replied, standing up from his seat. He walked to the window and said, This place is different from TERRA. The system here for handling monster gates is flawless. As he spoke, his voice grew quieter, and his expression more solemn. It makes me miss TERRA even more. Yoo Woo looked at him in surprise. Wait, you mean, you didn't come back because you wanted to? Park Sung-hyun turned and smiled bitterly, while exploring an underground dungeon. I was struck by a banishment spell. Yoo Woo's eyes widened. So you didn't return voluntarily? You were expelled by a spell? He thought back to the banishment magic he'd heard of before. Spatial banishment magic forcibly ejects its target from a space. After a moment of contemplation, he said, in terms of spatial dimensions, Earthlings are likely expelled back to Earth. Yoo Woo placed his hands on his hips and smiled. Well, that's incredibly lucky. But it wasn't like that for me. Park Sung-hyun lowered his head in silence. Lost in thought, Yoo Woo observed his expression and quickly understood. So that's it, that's where your home is. Sung-hyun. Park Sung-hyun stared at the door and sighed. I have a wife and even Irapo's waiting for me there. Closing his eyes, he reminisced. 13 years, it's a number long enough to change a homeland. In his fragmented memories, he saw a woman, Baek hang hyuk, and a white Irapo's waving goodbye. Suddenly overcome with emotion, he slumped to the ground, sobbing. Hyuk. Nabi approached and tried to console him with a cloth, though her panic was evident. Yoo Woo, watching the scene, turned his head in slight disdain. Then, extending his hand, he asked, Do you want me to send you back? Park Sung-hyun raised his head, startled. Yoo Woo patiently repeated, I'm asking, do you want me to send you back to TERRA? Is that possible? I'd want nothing more than to return. Park Sung-hyun stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. Yoo Woo smiled and snapped his fingers. All right. Then, a large, glowing vortex instantly appeared at Park Sung-hyun's feet. Park Sung-hyun stared at it in shock, utterly bewildered. What's happening? On the other side. Yoo Woo remained calm and offered a simple farewell. It was nice meeting you. As soon as the sentence ended, the glowing vortex pulled Park Sung-hyun through. And his screams echoed as he fell from a great height. The portal closed, but his cries still lingered faintly. Yoo Woo glanced at the now quiet portal and brushed off his hands. I really hate seeing people cry. He muttered, but hey, it worked out. If someone shifts between dimensions automatically, then the goddess. He turned away mid-thought. He wanted to go back. So I sent him. If the goddess shows up, I'll deal with her. Their problems aren't my concern. He walked off but paused to call back. Anyway, good work, Nabi. Now shut the door. Alright, got it, Nabi replied, closing the door. She brought over a pot of kimchi porridge and suggested. This failure of mine, I'll give it to the slime pudding in the basement. Yoo Woo stepped forward, took the pot, and smiled. No way, I'll eat this, master. No, don't, Nabi protested, horrified. Yoo Woo chuckled. It's fine, deep in his memories. He recalled the days he spent imprisoned. He saw himself slumped in exhaustion in the depths of a prison cell. A pair of dark hands lightly tapped on the bars. And a voice called out. A man smiled at him. Did you know today marks your 200th day in the arena? Yoo Woo scowled and raised his head. John, why would I care about that? John smiled helplessly and said nothing, instead pushing a pot and spoon through the bars. A gift. Kimchi stew, right? Yoo Woo smiled faintly. Where did you get this? John rested his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. In this world, people treat kimchi as a necessity. I bought it with a coin. When I told them I wanted to make stew with it. This is what they gave me. Yoo Woo burst out laughing in response. Kimchi, a necessity? No way, it's a masterpiece. He eagerly opened the pot in front of him, his anticipation high. But his smile faltered as he stared inside. John, this isn't kimchi stew. What is it, then? Looking at the contents of the pot, Yoo Woo realized. This is kimchi porridge. John's face twisted in dismay. I was tricked? Still, Yoo Woo smiled up at him. Thanks anyway, I wanted to try this. 2. John laughed heartily, extending a hand. Then it's your lucky day. Eat plenty and make sure you survive for the next round. As John walked away, Yoo Woo devoured the porridge in a rush. Back in the present, faced with Nabi's dish, Yoo Woo sighed. I thought you'd added green onions. But it was onions all along. Now I know. He ate quietly, savoring the porridge in the stillness of the room. Glancing toward the nearby door, Yoo Woo thought, I'm pretty lucky, aren't I? He recalled his past, mercilessly slaughtering in the arena. Throwing people from this world into the pit for sport, and the screams of enraged nobles battling for their lives. But then, John's smiling face appeared in his mind. A stark contrast, a symbol of the gentleness of kind-hearted people like him. The bowl of kimchi porridge was soon emptied. Yoo Woo sat quietly, staring at the empty bowl. If John hadn't appeared back then, a thought struck him. I would have become a monster who only knew how to kill. Not a warrior. Shrugging off the heavy reflection, he looked at the now empty bowl and muttered. Delicious, even if it'll give me a stomachache. In the bustling wholesale market, crowds of people bustled about, and laughter and chatter filled the air. The market offered everything imaginable, attracting visitors of all ages who eagerly browsed and picked through the goods. Yoo Seungwoo walked leisurely, eating while Arupo's Nabi trotted alongside him, looking around. He commented, this place hasn't changed much, though a few spots look like they've been rebuilt. He turned to Nabi with a smile. Do you want to eat anything else? With excitement, Nabi replied. Let's finish this hot dog first. Then we can think about it. Suddenly, something caught Yoo Seungwoo's eye. A neatly arranged display of spice boxes on a shelf, an essential feature of traditional markets. Nearby, stacks of food containers were piled in a cozy corner, evoking the charm of being surrounded by so many foods for sale. He remarked, shopping at markets is much more fun than supermarkets. So, what do you want to buy? Nabi darted ahead enthusiastically. Let's go treasure hunting, at a vendor's stall. Both of them stood with their hands on their chins, looking thoughtful as if pondering what to pick. After a while, Yoo Seungwoo turned away, shrugging, nothing here really catches my eye. But Nabi suddenly froze, sensing something, and turned to look. Without a word, she darted off, leaving Yoo Seungwoo standing there, bewildered. Nabi pointed to a massive object in front of her. What about this? Yoo Seungwoo ran over, touching the enormous item. A clam? This is the biggest one I've ever seen. But then he hesitated. Realization dawning. Wait a second. It looks familiar. His eyes widened as he shouted, "No way! Is this a Harajigas?" Harajigas clams were known to be used by the Giantes people for entertainment. Curious, Yoo Seungwoo turned to the shopkeeper. "Excuse me, can you tell me about this clam?" The shopkeeper waved her hand dismissively. "I'm not sure, my husband picked it up somewhere and brought it home." Shocked, Yoo Seungwoo asked. "Picked it up? This thing must weigh over 200 kilograms. The shopkeeper burst into laughter. "My husband's considered a strongman among hunters. You know," running his hand over the clam's shell. Yoo Seungwoo felt its timeless majesty. "It's definitely a Harajigas," he murmured, smiling. He made his decision. "I'll buy this clam." The shopkeeper placed her hand on the clam and said seriously, "Young man, no matter what you do, you won't be able to open this. It's purely for decoration." Unfazed, Yoo Seungwoo gestured toward a pile of mackerel beside the clam. "No problem. I'll take 10 mackerel and this clam." Surprised, the shopkeeper asked, 10? That's quite a lot." Scratching his head awkwardly, he replied, "I run a small restaurant, so I'll need them." The shopkeeper's expression turned incredulous as she pointed a finger at him. "Are you crazy? Only 10? That's not nearly enough for a restaurant." She enthusiastically started selecting more fish for him. "Take these as well, and these." Nabi clapped in delight as the shopkeeper piled up their haul. Finally, with the massive Harajigas clams slung over his shoulder, Yoo Seungwoo said his goodbyes. "Thanks, I'll come again next time." The shopkeeper laughed. "You look even stronger than my husband." Back home, the two stood frozen, staring at the enormous clam, unsure of what to do. Yoo Seungwoo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "It's definitely an impressive ingredient. But how should we handle it?" He slapped the clam's shell and suggested. "First, let's try opening it, shall we?" Nabi nodded enthusiastically. "Great idea," grabbing the clam with both hands. Yoo Seungwoo tried to pry it open. The residue from the sea made it difficult to budge, but still. He pressed on, furrowing his brows and using all his strength. Suddenly, the clam's mouth sprang open wide. Both of them stood there. Jaws dropped and eyes wide in astonishment. "Oh my gosh!" they exclaimed in unison. The shimmering, glowing pearl inside the clam's shell caught his attention. The scallop was even larger than Nabi, who nodded in agreement. He grabbed a prepared knife from the side. "If it's a scallop, we had to make sashimi." He carefully sliced a thin piece and dipped it into a small ceramic bowl filled with soy sauce. He smiled in satisfaction, feeling a sudden craving for soju. With all this meat and these organs, let's try making clam chowder, he mused. Clam chowder is a North American-style clam soup, delicate and smooth, a masterpiece. He nodded approvingly. "For dinner, we'll have scallop sashimi with wine, and tomorrow morning, we'll cure the hangover with clam chowder." "Perfect." His eyes darkened with a mischievous gleam as he emphasized the last 8 words. "A nutritious meal for hunters." He pointed to a dark, brownish mass with his knife. "This is the poison sac." The poison sac contained an extremely dangerous toxin. Eating it would result in death. But if one survived, they would gain resistance to poison. Just looking at it, the effectiveness was evident. Watching him speak and laugh to himself, Nabi helplessly thought, "Master really is terrifying." He chuckled wickedly. "So those pathetic guys can eat it every day. I'll prepare it in a way that it can be preserved." Superstar Hanghyuk shivered involuntarily. The killing intent was palpable. He readied his elbow, a determined glint in his eye. "Let's get started. Shall we?" Suddenly, the door creaked open. Min entered from outside. "Good morning, master." The two greeted him with a smile. "Good morning." As Yoo Seungwoo pulled up a chair, he remarked, "It's early, and you're already working." "Seems interesting," Min happily replied, "just preparing this clam." Min then asked, "Is this the clam that was found in the river? Is it edible?" Yoo Seungwoo paused, turning to look at Min. He stood up quickly and asked, "A river? Harajigas can be found in a river?" Min casually answered, "Of course." Yoo Seungwoo set the knife down. His interest piqued. "That's interesting, tell me more." Min began to explain. "About 2 days ago, we received a report from the locals about a loud noise coming from the drainage pipes. The hunters were called to the site. They discovered a very small tear in the fabric of space." Yoo Seungwoo began to sense the gravity of the situation. If that's the case, he fell silent, deep in thought. If this continued, there was a possibility that a portal could open in that area soon. His face grew serious as he pondered the implications of this discovery. Nabi carefully carried the plate out at this moment. She cheerfully placed it on the table and reminded everyone, "Here's the scallop salad." Yoo Woo glanced at Min O'Keefe, who was holding her chopsticks, and asked, Before the gate opened, there was another crack, like an ominous sign. Near the drainage pipe, wasn't there? That's right, she replied, tapping her chopsticks on the table and looking up. Because the situation might change at any moment, a special response team has already been dispatched there. He let out a relieved sigh. No wonder I haven't seen Baek Hang-hyuk around lately. Min O'Keefe picked up some salad with her chopsticks and looked surprised. Wow, the teacher's skills are amazing. He sliced it so thinly you can practically see through it. He turned around with a cheerful grin. That's how it gets that perfect texture. Do you want vinegar or soy sauce with wasabi? I'll have soy sauce without wasabi, she replied. He quickly grabbed the bottle of soy sauce. Yoo Woo's expression grew darker as he looked at the cracks. He recalled how Park Sun-yeon had mentioned before that some people had defied the principles of time and space and returned to Earth in inexplicable ways. And then there was Nabi's discovery of scallops and the harajigas found in the river. Deep in Yoo Woo's memory was the image of a large figure. The race that typically consumed these scallops was the Galantes. A proud and extremely violent species with strength surpassing level 90. The cracks were certainly related to them. His hands froze while holding the bottle of soy sauce. This was too strange to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Suspicious thoughts clouded his mind. What if this isn't just a coincidence? His entire body froze with unease, a sense of guilt creeping over him. In an underground sewer pipe, Baek Hang-hyuk frowned in annoyance. This is unbearable. The manager beside him, also looking displeased, snapped, then just quit already. Is it really impossible to change this situation? The manager glared at him and added. If you can't even write your resignation letter because you're lying in a sleeping bag whining like a bug, I can write it for you anytime. Got it? She turned to him with a harsh look. I've tried for a whole month to respect you. But this is just too much. Baek Hang-hyuk choked up, crying in frustration. This is too much. Why did I give up my day off to sit in a sewer like this? This doesn't feel like first order at all. The manager sighed in exasperation. Then what do you think first order should be doing? He perked up immediately at her words, his eyes lighting up, with a cheerful snap of his fingers. Baek Hang-hyuk declared. Something grand, of course. Fighting monsters while live streaming. She turned away, distancing herself. You might as well quit this job and join a game show instead. His enthusiasm instantly deflated, and he stood there awkwardly. Defeated, he muttered, fine. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. Like a sulking child, he trudged away, mumbling, whatever, I'm done. The manager turned back, her expression serious. In front of her was a gate with a blue crack running through it. Her eyes reflected her weariness. Baek Hang-hyuk wasn't entirely wrong. How much longer do we have to stay here waiting? She glanced at him as he pouted. Still, as members of the military, this is part of the job, guard duty. Even here, leaning down, she reminded him, hey, go upstairs and call the next team down for their shift. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, startling her. The manager spun around, alarmed. The crack behind them had widened significantly. Critical situation was unfolding. Armed military forces quickly arrived on the scene. Baek Hang-hyuk crawled out of his sleeping bag, scowling as he grabbed his weapon. Damn it, she turned to assess the situation, focusing on the gate's level. The monitor flashed red, then shattered amid the continuous vibrations. She froze, momentarily stunned, the monitor's broken. The manager collapsed to her knees, overwhelmed, S-rank. Or worse, clutching her face. She trembled uncontrollably, stammering, I can't determine anything. As the gate expanded wider and wider before them, a sense of helplessness loomed. Are we, this city, just going to disappear without a trace? The soldiers stared anxiously at the growing threat. A gloved hand gently rested on her knee, offering reassurance. Baek Hang-hyuk strode forward confidently, exuding a commanding aura, before it grows any larger. Someone has to go inside, he repeated cheerfully. Emergency guidelines for crack incidents, G3 protocol. Both of their eyes lit up as they shouted in unison. Deploy the rift stabilizer to stop its expansion and hold on until reinforcements arrive. Baek Hang-hyuk's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Now we need to temporarily stop it. The manager stood up, blocking him and reminding him. The entire attack squad would be more effective. He waved her off dismissively. Min isn't here. Without Min, everyone would just get in my way. Placing both hands firmly on her shoulders, he looked at her, leaving her bewildered. His tone was firm. I'll take the stabilizer and go in to adjust the rift. But his serious face was reflected in her wide, confused eyes. Listen carefully, Baek Hang-hyuk impatiently continued. At the outskirts near Changyongging Road, there's a hunter's diner. Go there. Explain the situation to the owner, and bring that person here as fast as you can. Though puzzled, she nodded, understood. He patted her on the shoulder. considering his next words carefully. Mention my name and beg them to come help. If you want to survive, that's the only way. Seeing her hesitation, he shouted. Hurry up, that's an order. The manager immediately stood at attention. Got it. As soon as she left, Baek Hang-hyuk rummaged through his bag. His trembling hands reached for a cigarette in his pocket. Just as he brought it near his lips, it fell to the ground. Damn it, a soldier approached him, looking impressed. Baek Hang-hyuk, you're pretty cool today. He grinned playfully. Are you guys recording this? The group hesitated awkwardly but didn't deny it. Well, yeah? Unamused, he leaned to light the cigarette and said. Just focus on catching anything that comes out of there. I'm heading in. With that, he grabbed the stabilizer and plunged into the rift. I'm going. His small figure disappeared into the other side. The soldiers outside fired continuously, loading golden rounds into their weapons. Fire. Reinforce the nets. If we get pushed back, it's over. A red monster with ferocious eyes and its underlings surged out of the rift. Charging forward, the military fell into chaos. It won't stop. Reload, reload. Suddenly, everything grew quiet. Baek Hang-hyuk looked up, seeing a massive black figure rushing toward him. The crimson beast towering over 10 meters locked its gaze on him. Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air at incredible speed. Terrified, he shut his eyes, bracing himself. Mom, at that moment, a sword-wielding figure charged in from behind. It was Yoo Woo, radiating fury, cutting down the beast in one clean stroke. As his booted foot touched the ground with a thud, he stood silently, facing the hovering bats above. Yoo Woo calmly sheathed his sword. Unfazed, behind him, blood splattered violently, painting the walls. The soldiers stood in stunned silence, lowering their weapons in disbelief. Without a word, Yoo Woo picked up his sword again, shielding himself from the blood splatter with an air of quiet composure. The corpses of the monsters lay scattered across the ground, completely defeated. The soldiers were baffled. What's happening here? Yoo Woo stood before the faintly glowing gate. Then, with a swift gust of wind, he disappeared into it. The soldiers quickly shielded themselves from the powerful winds. Looking around at the silence, the group began to chatter. Was there someone here a moment ago? Confirm that the monsters have been eliminated. Check the recordings to ensure none escaped. Call the military medic. Meanwhile, Baek Hang-hyuk crouched, trembling in terror as he peeked out from his hiding spot. Terrified, he clutched his head. The energy barrier's been completely activated. He felt like a grain of sand amidst towering pillars, wailing internally. Am I going to die here? The Giantes glared at the barrier in front of them with rage. They exchanged frustrated glances. Why can't we go any further? No idea, just hit it harder. One of them raised its fist in fury, striking the barrier with immense force. The shield shattered, sending fragments flying everywhere. Baek Hang-hyuk, hiding behind a pillar, peeped out in shock. They're breaking the energy barrier with their bare hands? The other Giantes followed suit, pounding relentlessly on the barrier in front of them. He crouched down, trembling and terrified. Hurry up, you damn regressor, get here already. One of the Giantes slammed its fist into the barrier, sending a massive fragment hurtling toward Baek Hang-hyuk's hiding spot. He looked up in panic, eyes wide with fear. What? Quickly. His small body dodged, narrowly avoiding the projectile. He screamed loudly in fright. The Giantes stopped and turned their heads, drawn to the noise. What was that sound? Horrified, Baek Hang-hyuk curled up tightly, covering his mouth to stifle his breathing, trying desperately not to make a sound. Baek Hang-hyuk carefully lifted his gaze to observe. A Giantes had spotted him, its glowing red eyes locked onto him. Sweat poured down his face as he gave a terrified, forced smile. The Giantes muttered among themselves while staring at him. Looks like this one set up the barrier. Crush him, that'll be more satisfying. Immediately, Baek Hang-hyuk regained his composure and burst out angrily. Damn it, he pulled out his gun and quickly fired. You think he'll die that easily? The bullets flew like grains of sand, but they were effortlessly deflected. The Giantes didn't even flinch, raising a massive leg to finish him off. Realizing his bullets had no effect and were even ricocheting back, Baek Hang-hyuk froze in despair, bracing for the worst. Just then, Yoo Woo appeared on the other side of the barrier, watching the scene unfold. Seeing him, Baek Hang-hyuk exhaled deeply and slumped back. He's here. Yoo Woo jumped down gracefully. Sword in hand, his other hand gripped the hilt. Ready, drawing the blade with a calm, satisfied expression, he strode forward. Behind him, a blinding light cast his figure into a hazy silhouette. The Giantes shouted in shock. What is that? Move away. Yoo Woo walked past them with ease, delivering casual but precise strikes. A faint whirlwind surrounded him as he moved. One by one, the giantes collapsed to the ground. Baek Hang-hyuk watched the scene unfold. His small eyes wide with awe. He's not even a monster. Recalling the time he had foolishly punched Yoo Woo, he shuddered. I actually hit that guy? Yoo Woo glanced back at him with a neutral expression. Suddenly, a stone flew out of nowhere, hurtling toward Baek Hang-hyuk. Completely caught off guard, he took the hit head-on. A large lump forming on his head as he crumpled to the ground. Yoo Woo approached him, crouching beside his dazed form. This guy was hiding the whole time. What was he even looking around for? Yoo Woo sighed as he surveyed the scene. I wasn't even planning to kill the giantes. Before him lay the bodies of the fallen giantes scattered across the ground. Were they really planning to conquer the entire planet? He grabbed a bag and calmly started collecting resources and artifacts. Muttering to himself, let's store these in the warehouse first. With a slight smirk, he hoisted Baek Hang-hyuk over his shoulder. And this kid too. Approaching the barrier, Yoo Woo unceremoniously tossed Baek Hang-hyuk through it. If I threw him gently, the hunters would notice and just take him back anyway. His expression finally softened, and he puffed out his chest with relief. That's done and dusted. Meanwhile, at his diner, the air was pierced by a loud, pained cry from Nabi. Master, help me. The customers looked on cheerfully. Amused by the scene, your arrow pose is so adorable. Look this way, can I touch its front paw? Yoo Woo entered the diner, surprised and confused by the commotion. Nabi reached out toward him, crying pitifully. Didn't I tell you? Can't you hear me? This is what happens when you leave me alone. Yoo Woo stepped forward apologetically. Sorry, dear customers, this arrow pose is actually one of our staff members. At that moment, a woman approached in a flurry of concern. You're the owner of this diner, correct? Yes, that's me, he replied. She introduced herself politely. I'm Wang Ji-yun, an assistant with First Order. Don't worry, I'm just here to ask for urgent help. Yoo Woo hesitated for a moment, his thoughts uneasy. I just got back from the sewer. Though, it turned out that Baek Hang-hyuk, through Wang Ji-yun, was requesting Yoo Woo's assistance. But Yoo Woo, sensing something strange, suddenly bolted out of the diner without warning. He backed away, pushing a chair aside. Well then, looking at Wang Ji-yun, who stood before him. Teary-eyed and dejected, he sighed. Alright, let's talk. 2 steaming cups of coffee were placed on the table. Yoo Seungwoo sat down next to Wang Ji-yun and asked. So, to sum it up, he gestured to the side. Baek Hang-hyuk charged into the space rift and is now asking for my help. Huh? Wang Ji-yun looked at him anxiously. Pleading, this is an emergency, only someone of S rank can go through the gate. Seeing her worried expression, Yoo Seungwoo covered his mouth and chuckled softly. That's true. Wang Ji-yun, confused by his reaction, stared at him with suspicion. He took a sip of his coffee and mused. Not bad, Baek Hang-hyuk, I've got to say, I admire him. Still puzzled, Wang Ji-yun tilted her head. Huh? Yoo Seungwoo laughed out loud. It's nothing. Don't worry, there'll be good news soon. Just relax and breathe, he thought to himself. It seems like the branch office hasn't contacted her yet. He glanced toward the other side of the diner, where Nabi was surrounded by a group of customers poking and prodding the helpless cat. Mumbling to himself, he said, if we're talking about emergencies, that over there looks more urgent. A man with a stern face was stroking Nabi's tail. Laughing gleefully, so cute, the tail is so round and soft. Nabi flailed its paws at him in frustration. Hissing, meow, I said, don't touch my tail. Irritated by the scene, Yoo Seungwoo frowned. Do they think this is a cat cafe? They're not even ordering food. What kind of customers are these? He walked over and pushed the group out of the diner. Get out. The group protested, annoyed. What's with this guy? How rude. Ignoring their complaints, he slammed the door shut and sighed deeply. Turning back to Wang Ji-yun, he asked, so, you're a hunter? She nodded seriously. Yes, although I work in an office, I'm an awakened individual. He smirked mischievously. A hunter, huh? That's great. Noticing his expression, Wang Ji-yun felt a bit uneasy. What do you mean by that? She glanced at him as he petted Nabi gently. Take a rest, he said to the cat, then addressed her curiosity. At a diner, you should eat something, right? She waved her hand, declining. No, I can't sit down to eat given the current situation. He tied on an apron with a chuckle. But I've already said everything I needed to, haven't I? Placing a hand on his chest. Yoo Seungwoo felt a pang of frustration. Why haven't we had more hunters as customers lately? Despite offering meals with energy-boosting effects, it didn't seem to draw much interest. Looking at a delicious plate of steak, he muttered, the problem must be the flavor. It's not good enough to make a noticeable impact. Pondering, he thought, still, the recovery dishes we serve have some potential. They're perfect for attracting modern hunters. Exhausted and overworked, his face lit up with determination. First, we need a bait product. He slammed the table, startling Wang Jihun. She flinched as he turned to her with a smile. You've been feeling cold symptoms lately, haven't you? Sometimes a chill runs down your spine, right? Surprised, Wang Jihun stammered, how did you know? I've been pulling all-nighters and sleeping in sewers recently. So, Yoo Seungwoo examined her like a curious animal in a zoo. It seems like you've caught a chill. Overthinking and overworking have made your neck and shoulders cold as well. Suspicion filled Wang Jihun's mind. Can I ask, is this a diner? Or is it a pharmacy? Heading into the kitchen, Yoo Seungwoo didn't forget to call back to her. I have a menu item for treating chills. Just wait a moment, watching him with skepticism. She mumbled, selling medicine now, huh? In the kitchen, he tapped on the shell of a giant clam. These are the ingredients I harvested earlier from those giant monsters. Outside the kitchen, Wang Jihun nervously bit her nails. Why does he seem so unbothered after listening to me? If Baek Hyuk asked for his help, he must be incredibly strong. She glanced at her phone. Still no contact from the branch office, which likely meant the spatial gate had already been handled by someone. Her gaze turned serious as she looked toward the kitchen. Seeing Yoo Seungwoo busying himself with the giant clam, she thought, it must be him. Scratching her head nervously, she recalled the guidelines she had been given. Basic rules for dealing with regressors. Rule 1. Be as cautious as if you were handling a bomb. Treat them with the respect you'd show another human being. Yoo Seungwoo turned toward her with a cheerful smile. So, have you made up your mind now? She nodded awkwardly, forcing a smile, but internally she was screaming. Eating and drinking must be part of the guidelines too, right? Yoo Seungwoo began his cooking. He poured garlic into a pan. Next, he added olive oil. Stirring it thoroughly, he then picked up a bowl of clam meat. It smells amazing. Wang Jihun murmured, are you cooking clam meat? He smiled and explained, yes. This is clam meat soup, Harajuku's meat soup. She tilted her head, curious. But why is the clam meat so big? He chuckled, it's called Harajuku's, have you seen one before? She blinked in surprise, I'm a city girl, I don't know much about seafood. Her eyes drifted toward the massive clam shell in the kitchen. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Wait, isn't that a clam monster? Slamming the table, she panicked, this crazy guy is feeding me monster meat? Noticing her reaction, he frowned in confusion, is something wrong? Terrified, she quickly replied, no, nothing, I'm just not hungry anymore. Holding her head in despair, she thought, dealing with a regressor is like handling a bomb. If I refuse, her mind conjured a catastrophic image. The city exploding into ruins. Shaking her head, she waved her hands frantically. No, no, it's fine. Cooking clam soup. Step 1. Sauté garlic, potatoes, and bacon. Step 2. Add flour, then stir in potatoes and clam meat. Pour in milk and broth. The milk, harvested from minotaurs, is lower in sugar but richer in vitamins and fats than ordinary milk. Step 3. After adding the milk, mix in a layer of magical essence. Followed by various magical enhancements. Stir continuously to prevent burning. After finishing the cooking, Yoo Seungwoo tasted his creation. He smiled, all right. A steaming bowl of soup was brought out, filled with clam meat, warm broth, and restorative energy. He smiled at Wang Jihun. Take your time and enjoy. Still overwhelmed, she muttered, you finished so quickly. He crossed his arms and smiled. It only seems like that because it's made from a giant clam. It's actually just clam meat and milk porridge. Yoo Seungwoo offered, should I sprinkle some cilantro on top? Wang Jihun immediately shook her head. No, thanks, who knows if that's some kind of monster skin or something. She stared at the steaming bowl of porridge. Deep in thought, resolving herself, she closed her eyes and took a spoonful. Her cautious reaction made Yoo Seungwoo raise an eyebrow in curiosity. As she swallowed the first spoonful, she marveled, so warm. She imagined herself stranded in an icy desert, freezing in the middle of a winter night. Then, out of nowhere, a house appeared, and she felt the warmth of a fireplace inside. She kept eating eagerly, sweat pouring down her face, peeling off her jacket. She continued to eat, despite the heat making her wave her hands to cool herself. Watching her, Yoo Seungwoo chuckled, feeling hot, fanning herself. She replied, yeah, really hot, smiling at him. Wang Ji-yun admitted, this is my first time trying monster meat, but it's actually pretty good. At the Korean branch of the Hunter Association, in a meeting room, a hearing regarding an S-rank establishment was underway. A middle-aged man sat with his fingers interlocked, surrounded by walls adorned with photos of past generations. A secretary took notes on the proceedings while a young man stood upright. Looking directly at the middle-aged man, Baek Hang-hyuk spoke up with a displeased expression. I understand what you're trying to say, and I was about to say the same thing. The middle-aged man, Lee Young-hun, the branch chief of the Korean Hunter Association, looked at him, then, about this mysterious individual with an unclear background. Baek Hang-hyuk interrupted, Branch chief. It's not a mysterious individual with an unclear background. He's the owner of a hunter restaurant. Lee Young-hun pressed on, and this restaurant owner, within just 5 minutes, managed to eliminate dozens of monsters presumed to be S-rank? Baek Hang-hyuk cut him off again. Branch chief. Allow me to clarify, it's not just presumed to be S-rank but confirmed as S-rank or higher. Internally, he screamed, that detector exploded, didn't it? How many times do I have to explain this? Lee Young-hun, his shiny bald head gleaming with irritation, scowled. This kid, are you mocking me? Adjusting his tie and sighing deeply, he continued, let me ask again. Regressor number 21, the owner of the Hero's Diner, eliminated dozens of S-rank monsters. Is that true? Baek Hang-hyuk casually covered his mouth as he let out a long yawn. I already said I saw it with my own eyes, but if you're still doubtful, you can just credit me with capturing them instead. Lee Young-hun rubbed his temples in frustration. Do you realize this isn't normal? Baek Hang-hyuk shrugged. No, I don't. The branch chief slammed the table in anger. All individuals with immeasurable power are supposed to be in the city center. Yet this happens here. Does that sound normal to you? Turning his face away, Baek Hang-hyuk feigned ignorance. Then, facing Lee Young-hun with a sly grin, he said, but, branch chief, think about it. Isn't it possible there are still people with immeasurable power who haven't been discovered yet? He continued, when they first arrived on Earth, didn't they register as regressors? The branch chief hesitated. Yes, that's right, and if some people don't want to register with the association as regressors, isn't it normal that we wouldn't encounter them? Lee Young-hun nodded, his suspicion growing. That does make sense. Baek Hang-hyuk smirked smugly. Exactly, so what's the problem if someone with that kind of power runs a restaurant? As long as they don't do anything wrong, it's fine, right? He slammed the table and flashed a cunning smile. So this regressor is just that kind of person, end of story. Lee Young-hun raised an eyebrow. End of story? Rubbing his chin, Baek Hang-hyuk replied, no one needs to feel awkward about this. A decent person would never even consider hiding anything. Leaning on the table, Baek Hang-hyuk swayed back and forth casually. People like that aren't enemies of the country. Don't overthink it. Lee Young-hun frowned in frustration. Not everything in this world can be divided into enemies and allies. He continued, let's assume we encounter a problem. I can't fully trust people like that just because they appear kind-hearted. This concerns the safety and lives of our citizens. Baek Hang-hyuk smirked, who's saying otherwise? Anyway, those who are of higher rank than you, or at least on the same level, will make their own judgments. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to the secretary. Either way, this is a conclusion reached by the current key personnel. Since it's an important matter, underline it, please. Ms. Secretary, Lee Young-hun wiped the sweat from his forehead, his frustration mounting. This damn brat. Don't think they'll let this go just because of your smooth talk. He grew more anxious, imagining the nation's destruction. Like those other countries, they got involved with the wrong regressor. We shouldn't provoke him, but if we don't handle this carefully, I can't let him blow this country to bits. Time passed before Lee Young-hun finally spoke. There's no other choice. I'll report this matter to the higher-ups. Baek Hang-hyuk lazily picked at his ear. Sure, go ahead and report it. Can I leave now? I've got something urgent to take care of. Lee Young-hun nodded. Something urgent? Go on. Then, you should be investigating, patrolling, and looking out for the citizens. Baek Hang-hyuk blew on his finger after cleaning his ear and glanced at him as if he were an idiot. Branch chief, you're not very sharp, are you? I need to go buy land. What? Lee Young-hun asked, confused. Baek Hang-hyuk leaned in and whispered in his ear. The strongest regressor in history is running that restaurant, right? If we live near him, even if Earth is destroyed, we'd still survive. Don't you think the land prices around there are going to skyrocket soon? Lee Young-hun's face went blank as he forced a smile and began gathering his documents. Right, why didn't I think of that? Then, smacking Baek Hang-hyuk on the head with the stack of papers. He snapped, you really think I'd say that? The citizens are in danger. And you're talking about land? Clutching the lump on his head. Baek Hang-hyuk grumbled, we need to keep the citizens safe. But I have to secure my wallet first. Lee Young-hun roared in exasperation. Shut your mouth, you're driving me insane. Outside the restaurant, a group of soldiers was chatting. He saved Hunter Baek Hang-hyuk. Doesn't that sound a bit odd? One of them turned to Min Ok-heef and asked, Captain, is this really a restaurant run by a regressor? It looks so ordinary. Min Ok-heef replied seriously, I've warned you several times already. Don't do anything disrespectful here. The soldier who asked seemed annoyed. Hey, we're just regular folks, why would we ever do something rude? The others quickly chimed in, that's right, of course. Min Ok-heef opened the door and invited everyone inside. Yoo Seungwoo stood behind the counter, smiling warmly at them. Welcome, please come in. Two of them exchanged glances. I brought them here, sir. One said, well done. Yoo Seungwoo replied. Min Ok-heef cleared his throat awkwardly. Thanks to you, I feel much better, thank you. Yoo Seungwoo laughed heartily. Oh, thank you, no need to be so formal. Everyone seated themselves at the tables, and Min Ok-heef spoke up again. We can't do much to help you, sir. So at the very least, we thought we'd help boost your restaurant's sales. The others exchanged skeptical looks, whispering among themselves. I thought he'd look really unusual, why does he seem so warm and approachable? Yeah, I thought he'd be cold and intimidating. Like an assassin or something. But looking closer, he's just a regular restaurant owner. Well, maybe not just a regular owner. He's kind of handsome. Kind of, no, he's definitely handsome. All eyes turned toward Yoo Seungwoo, who was fully focused on cooking. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. Wait, is that an air pose over there? Excitement lit up the room as they spotted Nabi, by then. Yoo Seungwoo had finished cooking and was drying his freshly washed hands. Nabi was busily serving dishes to the tables. The steaming dishes were set down. And everyone eagerly dug in, smiling. They said, thank you, we'll enjoy the meal. The moment they took their first bite, everyone froze in shock. One soldier's eyes lit up. Delicious, it's so good. Another was moved to tears, shoveling spoonful after spoonful into his mouth. Someone turned to Min Ok-heef, his voice trembling. Captain, if we eat food this good every day, we could wipe out all the monsters out there. Seeing their exaggerated enthusiasm, Min Ok-heef looked skeptical. Really? The soldier wiped his tears, overwhelmed. This isn't just food, it's a masterpiece, there's no other word for it. Min Ok-heef sighed, his expression unreadable as he observed the others' reactions. After some time, everyone had finished their meals. Watching them, Yoo Seungwoo smiled to himself. Thinking, great, 5 new advertising agents acquired. He imagined the soldiers returning to their base and spreading the word about his restaurant. Soon, droves of people would come flocking in. Drawn by the buzz, a mischievous grin spread across his face. But first, I need to slowly get rid of their hesitation about eating monster ingredients. He smirked darkly to himself. If they ever realize what they're eating, I'll just make sure their bodies can't resist craving food like this. Suddenly, a loud scream erupted from outside the restaurant. In the heart of the city, under the blazing sun, Yoo Seungwoo strolled through the bustling streets. He tilted his head back to look at the sky. It was cold just a while ago. Why is it so hot now? He noticed the curious stares from passers-by. I know, I'm feeling hot too. Glancing at his phone, he muttered. So this is why people check the weather forecast. He turned toward a nearby shop. An old-fashioned ice cream parlor, peering into the display case. He picked out an ice cream bar and unwrapped it. Taking a bite, he mused. 40 years ago, no, wait. 9 years ago, the seasons were still so distinct. Now the weather changes drastically in less than a month. Looking at the ice cream in his hand, he noted. Pretty solid, scanning his surroundings. He thought, the shop's closed, what should I do today? In front of a movie theater, he stroked his chin in excitement. Let's watch a movie. He looked at the ticket in his hand. Grinning, lucky, it starts in 10 minutes. His attention was drawn to a noisy commotion nearby. Curious, he turned to see what was going on. Across the street, a flea market was in full swing, with vendors loudly hawking their wares. Discounts here, get your bargains, trade your weapons here. Feeling intrigued, Yoo Seungwoo wandered toward the flea market. A flea market, huh? Suddenly, he spotted something surprising. Nabi, there was the cat. Sitting beside a little girl with green hair, he smiled. Already making friends, huh? Looks like a young girl. Glancing at his phone, he muttered. Oh no, it's time, I'll have to ask about it after the movie. Whistling cheerfully, he walked into the theater. Meanwhile, in the flea market, a cute little girl was happily wandering around. Her eyes sparkled as she looked around, captivated by the bustling stalls. Then, her gaze landed on something that made her eyes light up even more. Nabi, the cat, was staring curiously at a grilled meat stall. Meowing, what's this? Nabi wondered aloud. The green-haired girl exclaimed with delight, a chubby cat. She watched Nabi sitting there, utterly smitten. So cute, I really want to be friends with this kitty. Putting her hand to her head, she pondered deeply. What should I do? If it were Mom, she remembered her mother's advice. Unya, making friends isn't scary, just do something nice for them. And you'll be friends in no time. Her hair swayed as she perked up with determination. Exactly, excited, she skipped over to the grilled meat stall. Pointing to a skewer, she said, one chicken skewer, please. With the skewer in hand, she approached Nabi. Kitty, do you want to eat this? Nabi looked at her suspiciously. I don't take food from strangers. Unya gazed at the cat with childlike innocence. Then let's be friends, kitty, be friends? Nabi asked, tilting its head, don't you want to? She asked back. Nabi hopped up and down with joy. I have an earth friend now. Yay, meow. Unya smiled brightly, handing over the chicken skewer. Unya has a kitty friend. Unya is happy too. Taking the skewer, Nabi tasted it cautiously. The moment it bit into the chicken, it leapt into the air with excitement. So delicious, meow. Seeing Nabi's reaction, Unya giggled happily. Nabi's eyes sparkled as it examined the skewer. I wonder what kind of support effect this chicken skewer has. Support effect? Unya asked curiously. Nabi froze in shock. It doesn't have any effects? Unya scratched her cheek awkwardly. Does tasting delicious count as an effect? Nabi sighed in disappointment. How can this even be called cooking? If I eat this? It imagined itself turning into a plump, round cat. I'll become a fat cat. Unya tilted her head. But if you eat a little, you won't get fat, right? Pushing the skewer away dramatically, Nabi declared. No, I can't. Unya was surprised by the cat's strong reaction. All right, then, she gently shook Nabi. Mom always says that self-control and focus are the most important things. Nabi looked at her in confusion. Meow? Unya held Nabi's paw. If you eat too much of anything, it's bad for your body. But if you eat moderately, it's fine. Besides, people say experience is important. And you have to eat lots of delicious food to do well in school. The little girl spoke earnestly. You'll grow taller. And your physical abilities will improve too. Nabi listened seriously, startled. Delicious food can have such effects? Unya continued, swaying happily. Also, being a picky eater is really bad for you. Nabi was utterly shocked. Picky eater? The cat stared tensely at the skewer in its paw. Its body trembling slightly, then, resolving itself. It continued eating. It's so delicious. Unya cheerfully grabbed Nabi's paw. Kitty, let's go to the next food stall. Nabi smiled. Eyes narrowing with excitement, let's go right now. Seungwoo, meanwhile, concentrated on stir-frying the squid rice dish. Under Dal-su's intense observation, every action seemed deliberate and graceful. Dal-su murmured, this is the first time I've seen someone put so much focus and care into cooking, with such gentle precision. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the effortless way Seungwoo handled the wok, the combination of skill, effort, and enjoyment radiated through his every gesture. Nabi soon returned with 2 plates. Carefully balancing them, with a cheerful tone, it announced, today's special is stir-fried squid rice. The large plates featured a blend of bright red and white colors, with an aroma that hinted at a mild spiciness. The 2 men examined the dishes closely. I didn't expect it to be stir-fried squid rice, said Tae-sik. Right, Dal-su added. The menu did say it would be based on the ingredients available that day. Lifting one plate to inspect it closely, Dal-su noted, the ingredients are so clear and fresh. It'd be hard to claim any allergy complaints against this. Their unspoken agreement was clear. Next up was the taste test. Both men scooped up a spoonful of the dish, tasting it in silence, breaking the quiet. Tae-sik asked, well, what do you think? Dal-su's expression softened as he admitted, it's good, really good, encouraged. Tae-sik took another bite. Let me try. Without another word, the 2 men focused solely on finishing their meals. As the last spoonful disappeared, they set their spoons down on now empty plates. Leaning back in their chairs, they clutched their satisfied bellies. "It's truly delicious," Dal-soo said with a contented sigh. "Absolutely," Tae-sik agreed. Equally full and impressed, Dal-soo wiped his mouth with a napkin. Smiling as he said, "That guy is sincere about the basics. If you're Korean, you can't deny the taste of this dish." Tae-sik, equally cheerful, chimed in, "He's running a business with coffee and light meals, which is quite different from how we operate." Dal-soo nodded in agreement. "It's also different from my Western-style restaurant." Feeling lighter after their meal, the two handed their payment to Nabi. "This place isn't bad at all," Dal-soo admitted. "I think so too." Tae-sik replied with a grin. Standing by the door, Nabi waved at them, "Please come again." The two men waved back comfortably as they departed. Even as they walked away, their conversation lingered in the air. "Maybe we should come here more often." One suggested, "Shouldn't we bring him something next time to build goodwill?" The other replied. Inside the restaurant, Seungwoo glanced at a piece of paper in his hand. Smiling faintly, Nabi, curious, leapt up beside him. "What's that?" He handed the paper to Nabi and explained, "It's a blacklist from Kanghyuk. Their names are on it." With a proud look, Seungwoo added, "I won them over with just stir-fried squid rice. Isn't that impressive? Warriors truly are the best." Chuckling softly, he lifted his cup. "You got to value your neighbors." Through the window, the silhouettes of Dal-soo and Tae-sik could be seen. Strolling away with cheerful expressions, Seungwoo muttered to himself, "From the start, I planned my operation so I wouldn't step on anyone else's toes." The sky outside remained a brilliant blue, almost as if in agreement with the harmony he sought. Coexistence is important. He mused, even if I've retired, I can't entirely abandon the habits of a warrior. The massive outdoor arena was packed with a roaring crowd. The cheers echoed endlessly. Drawing in waves of people, Seungwoo stood in the center of the arena, his face weary and his body covered in wounds. Panting heavily, he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. "It's so heavy." The deafening cheers from the stands continued unabated, urging him on, "Kill him." The audience, brimming with excitement, chanted in unison, "Kill him, kill him." He turned his gaze upward to the wild crowd. Their fervor showed no care for his struggle, they only wanted blood. Looking back at his opponent, he saw the man clutching a wound on his abdomen. Visibly weakened, the man panted heavily, grimacing as he spoke weakly. "Just do it." Yoo Seungwoo wiped the dirt off his face and lowered his head briefly. A second later, he raised his sword high. His face filled with a sudden surge of killing intent. The crowd held their breath as he swung the blade with immense force. A single, decisive strike cutting through the air. The blade, however, landed not on his opponent but embedded itself into the ground beside him. His opponent, who had shut his eyes tightly in resignation, slowly opened them, realizing the blade had missed him. Looking up, he saw Yoo Seungwoo standing over him, shielding him. Seungwoo glanced down and smiled faintly. "I'm not doing it, I'm done with this, we're nothing more than slaves to war." The crowd, dissatisfied with his refusal, erupted into boos and hurled scraps of paper into the arena. Jeering loudly, Seungwoo didn't react to their scorn. Instead, clutching his rumbling stomach, he quietly knelt and collapsed onto the ground. He tilted his head back, gazing wearily at the sky as paper littered the battlefield. "I really want some kimchi soup right now," he muttered. Present time. A bowl of kimchi soup, now empty, was carefully set down on the table. Min O'Keefe, cheerful and content, wiped his mouth. "That was fantastic as always." Teacher, Seungwoo, sitting silently across from him, stared into the distance with a blank expression, seemingly lost in thought. Min waved his hand in front of Seungwoo's face to snap him out of it. "Teacher?" Seungwoo flinched slightly and replied awkwardly. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just remembering something from the past." At that moment, Nabi appeared and picked up the empty bowl. The kimchi soup was delicious. Seungwoo chuckled warmly. "Is this your first time trying it?" Min, sipping the coffee Seungwoo handed him, grinned. "I'm American, remember? I'm still not fully used to kimchi." Outside, the rain poured down in a steady, melancholic rhythm, yet inside the atmosphere was cozy and warm as the three of them enjoyed their time together. Min glanced around the restaurant, taking in the peaceful ambience. "It's really nice and tranquil here." Finishing his drink, he stood up, ready to leave. "That was great, teacher. Thank you." As he reached the door, Min suddenly remembered something. "Oh, there's one thing I should mention." Turning back, he added, "Every weekend, officials from the city hall conduct inspections." Hearing this, Seungwoo's expression shifted into one of mild surprise. "Inspections? For what?" Min walked over to Nabi, smiling as he explained, "They'll be checking to make sure there aren't any risks or dangers to the citizens." That's the reason for their visits. Seungwoo furrowed his brows, trying to recall something. Last time, they mentioned something about supporting regressors. But I didn't catch much else. Min laughed, patting Nabi affectionately on the head. That's because Nabi here is technically a worker now. Nabi purred happily, wagging its tail in response. As the three shared a lighthearted moment amidst the rainy evening, Yoo Seungwoo stood up, ruffling Nabi's fur playfully. Regressors are victims of gate accidents. They're treated kindly for a reason. Many of them were sent to this world under strange circumstances. So it's only right to be considerate. You're doing great, Min. Okay, he glanced at him, a bit uneasy. While Seungwoo tidied up the dishes. The inspectors today, are they also regressors? Seungwoo asked. Let's hope there won't be any incidents. As the afternoon sunlight cast a warm glow over the restaurant, Nabi's tail swayed cheerfully as it swept the area outside the entrance. Suddenly, a man's voice called out from behind. Hey there. Startled, Nabi leapt into the air with a yelp. Oh my gosh, why are you sneaking up on me like that? The man scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, my job's a bit unusual. Did I scare you that much? Terribly, Nabi huffed, swatting him lightly with the broom. I'm Park Sung-yeon, he said, looking a little awkward. I'm really glad to meet an aeropose, but I'm sorry for startling you. Nabi blinked in surprise. You know about us? Of course, I always wanted to be a warrior. Sung-yeon admitted, smiling. Nabi's ears perked up, and it jumped excitedly. Really? A warrior? Nice to meet you. So, are you working now? Nabi's enthusiasm quickly faded as it glanced back at the restaurant. Its expression grew serious. When he's in his movie-watching mode, it's absolutely forbidden to disturb him. Sung-yeon, noticing the closed sign on the door, looked disappointed. Nabi, moved by his downcast expression, felt a pang of sympathy. Suddenly, an idea lit up in its mind. But if you're hungry... Nabi began, wagging its tail. I can cook for you personally, just not as part of the restaurant. Sung-yeon's face lit up as he clenched his fists in excitement. An aeropose cooking for me? What an honor. Nabi, brimming with confidence moments earlier, began to tremble at his request. Kimchi soup, you said? Yes, Sung-yeon repeated cheerfully. Kimchi soup, please. Nabi scrambled nervously, darting around. Kimchi soup, oh boy. This is a bit much for an aeropose. I can cook, but kimchi is still pretty foreign to me. Let me try. Dragging a chair to the counter, Nabi climbed onto it to work at eye level. With careful movements, it began slicing pork. The few other basics were soon prepared and placed into a large pot. Nabi meticulously added the pork pieces and started the broth. This part's easy, Nabi muttered to itself, staring at the bubbling pot. Its confidence wavered as it glanced nervously at the array of spices nearby. But I don't know how to season this. Panicking, Nabi dumped every spice into the pot at once. Wiping the sweat from its brow, it sighed in relief. There, that should do it, just need to add some vegetables. Suddenly, it froze. Oh no, onions. Scrambling frantically, Nabi grabbed an onion and triumphantly exclaimed, onions are the key. Yes, this has to be right. Or maybe green onions. After throwing the onion into the pot, Nabi slumped onto the floor, utterly exhausted. Park Sung-yeon crouched nearby, glancing at Nabi with a mix of pity and concern. Something feels off, he said hesitantly, peering into the pot. I think so too. Nabi mumbled from the floor. Defeated, Park Sung-yeon stared at the concoction. It's basically kimchi porridge at this point. Still, he looked at Nabi with a gentle smile. But it's the thought that counts. Thank you for your effort. The door creaked open. Yoo Seungwoo stepped out, puzzled by the scene before him. Huh? He observed the situation with a frown. Doesn't look like a regular customer. A friend? Nabi quickly responded. He's a guest visiting from TERRA. Park Sung-yeon stood up hastily, bowing slightly. I'm sorry for the intrusion. I'm Park Sung-yeon, a regressor. Seungwoo looked at him closely, noting his haggard appearance. He looks just as worn out as Min did. Must have had a rough time in TERRA. With a soft smile, Seungwoo stepped forward, slipping on his jacket. I get it now. You're here for kimchi soup, right? Sung-yeon began to rise, shaking his head. The restaurant's closed, so I wasn't planning to bother you. This place, it feels like something you've opened just for yourself. Like a kite drifting freely in the wind, Seungwoo reached out, taking the bowl Nabi had prepared. In that case, let me make you a proper dish. You'll eat what I cook instead of Nabi's version. Alright? Sung-yeon blinked in surprise but nodded. Yes, of course. Seungwoo walked toward the kitchen with calm determination, rolling up his sleeves as he went. This is the first meal for a regressor in my restaurant. His steps were deliberate, his focus unwavering. I have to make sure it's done properly, nothing but the best hospitality will do. Yoo Woo stepped into the kitchen and lit the gas stove. He then carefully took out a piece of pork and began slicing it. It was front leg meat, also known as shoulder meat. He swiftly and precisely sliced the meat. Carefully, he placed the meat into a hot pan of oil. Although inexpensive, this cut was not to be underestimated. The meat was carefully placed into the hot oil, despite being slightly chewy. It had an incredibly rich flavor. After adding the meat, Yoo Woo quickly turned up the flame. As the aroma of the sizzling meat began to fill the room, it made him smile. Stir-frying would certainly enhance the dish further. At that moment, Nabi peeked through the doorway, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she watched him. Yoo Woo chuckled and called out, "Don't just hide there, come in. I'll teach you." As the meat started to brown, he quickly added kimchi to the pan, followed by the shoulder meat, mixing it all together. He then grabbed a spoonful of bean paste and added it to the pan, patiently explaining to the wide-eyed Nabi beside him. Adding soybean paste helps reduce the strong pork smell, he said. Yoo Woo carefully explained the You can also use cooking wine, but some people skip this step. Moreover, kimchi already contains a lot of garlic, so it can serve as a substitute. Nabi nodded in understanding, her hands clasped in approval. She looked up and asked, "So adding soybean paste makes it edible for people sensitive to alcohol? Like in some religions where wine isn't allowed?" Garlic in kimchi is often the go-to substitute. Yoo Woo smiled and added some pre-chopped seasoning and other flavor enhancers into the mix. Once everything was ready, he glanced at the now diligent Nabi. "That's it, it's done." Her eyes lit up as she jotted down notes, underlining and marking key steps. Excitedly, she jumped up with the recipe in her notebook. "I can make kimchi stew now. I'll try it next time." The dish was quickly brought out and placed before Park Sung-hyun, who looked at the meal in bewilderment. After a moment, he shyly glanced up and asked, "It seems like I'm not the only one craving this dish. You're too, aren't you?" Yoo Woo wiped his hands and smiled. "Strange, isn't it? Back on Earth, I didn't think much about it. But since coming to this world, I've craved it constantly." "I understand." The metal spoon dipped into the glistening stew, and Park Sung-hyun took a full spoonful into his mouth. His eyes welled up with tears. Yes, this is it. From deep within his subconscious, a memory surfaced. A simple yet aromatic family meal. As he chewed, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, his shoulders trembling. "This taste, it's home," he choked out. Tears flowed freely as he whispered, "I'm back." After finishing the meal, Park Sung-hyun quietly recounted, "I've been on TERRA for 13 years. Nabi tidied the dishes nearby. 13 years, she murmured. Park Sung-hyun lowered his head in exhaustion. 6 years have passed here. Yoo Woo reflected on his own experience and sighed. I spent 40 years there, but only 9 years have passed here. There really are no rules to this. After calming himself, Park Sung-hyun raised his head and said, I'm a level 5 hunter. Yoo Woo looked at him and quickly recognized. A veteran, huh? Are you a silver-ranked adventurer? Exactly. Park Sung-hyun replied, standing up from his seat. He walked to the window and said, This place is different from TERRA. The system here for handling monster gates is flawless. As he spoke, his voice grew quieter, and his expression more solemn. It makes me miss TERRA even more. Yoo Woo looked at him in surprise. Wait, you mean, you didn't come back because you wanted to? Park Sung-hyun turned and smiled bitterly, while exploring an underground dungeon. I was struck by a banishment spell. Yoo Woo's eyes widened. So you didn't return voluntarily? You were expelled by a spell? He thought back to the banishment magic he'd heard of before. Spatial banishment magic forcibly ejects its target from a space. After a moment of contemplation, he said, in terms of spatial dimensions, Earthlings are likely expelled back to Earth. Yoo Woo placed his hands on his hips and smiled. Well, that's incredibly lucky. But it wasn't like that for me. Park Sung-hyun lowered his head in silence. Lost in thought, Yoo Woo observed his expression and quickly understood. So that's it, that's where your home is. Sung-hyun. Park Sung-hyun stared at the door and sighed. I have a wife and even Irapo's waiting for me there. Closing his eyes, he reminisced. 13 years, it's a number long enough to change a homeland. In his fragmented memories, he saw a woman, Baek hang hyuk, and a white Irapo's waving goodbye. Suddenly overcome with emotion, he slumped to the ground, sobbing. Hyuk. Nabi approached and tried to console him with a cloth, though her panic was evident. Yoo Woo, watching the scene, turned his head in slight disdain. Then, extending his hand, he asked, Do you want me to send you back? Park Sung-hyun raised his head, startled. Yoo Woo patiently repeated, I'm asking, do you want me to send you back to TERRA? Is that possible? I'd want nothing more than to return. Park Sung-hyun stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. Yoo Woo smiled and snapped his fingers. All right, then, a large, glowing vortex instantly appeared at Park Sung-hyun's feet. Park Sung-hyun stared at it in shock, utterly bewildered. What's happening? On the other side. Yoo Woo remained calm and offered a simple farewell. It was nice meeting you. As soon as the sentence ended, the glowing vortex pulled Park Sung-hyun through. And his screams echoed as he fell from a great height. The portal closed, but his cries still lingered faintly. Yoo Woo glanced at the now quiet portal and brushed off his hands. I really hate seeing people cry. He muttered, but hey, it worked out. If someone shifts between dimensions automatically, then the goddess. He turned away mid-thought. He wanted to go back. So I sent him. If the goddess shows up, I'll deal with her. Their problems aren't my concern. He walked off but paused to call back. Anyway, good work, Nabi. Now shut the door. Alright, got it, Nabi replied, closing the door. She brought over a pot of kimchi porridge and suggested. This failure of mine, I'll give it to the slime pudding in the basement. Yoo Woo stepped forward, took the pot, and smiled. No way, I'll eat this, master. No, don't, Nabi protested, horrified. Yoo Woo chuckled, it's fine, deep in his memories. He recalled the days he spent imprisoned. He saw himself slumped in exhaustion in the depths of a prison cell. A pair of dark hands lightly tapped on the bars. And a voice called out. A man smiled at him. Did you know today marks your 200th day in the arena? Yoo Woo scowled and raised his head. John, why would I care about that? John smiled helplessly and said nothing, instead pushing a pot and spoon through the bars. A gift. Kimchi stew, right? Yoo Woo smiled faintly. Where did you get this? John rested his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. In this world, people treat kimchi as a necessity. I bought it with a coin. When I told them I wanted to make stew with it. This is what they gave me. Yoo Woo burst out laughing in response. Kimchi, a necessity? No way, it's a masterpiece. He eagerly opened the pot in front of him, his anticipation high. But his smile faltered as he stared inside. John, this isn't kimchi stew. What is it, then? Looking at the contents of the pot, Yoo Woo realized. This is kimchi porridge. John's face twisted in dismay. I was tricked? Still, Yoo Woo smiled up at him. Thanks anyway, I wanted to try this. 2. John laughed heartily, extending a hand. Then it's your lucky day. Eat plenty and make sure you survive for the next round. As John walked away, Yoo Woo devoured the porridge in a rush. Back in the present, faced with Nabi's dish, Yoo Woo sighed. I thought you'd added green onions. But it was onions all along. Now I know. He ate quietly, savoring the porridge in the stillness of the room. Glancing toward the nearby door, Yoo Woo thought, I'm pretty lucky, aren't I? He recalled his past, mercilessly slaughtering in the arena. Throwing people from this world into the pit for sport, and the screams of enraged nobles battling for their lives. But then, John's smiling face appeared in his mind. A stark contrast, a symbol of the gentleness of kind-hearted people like him. The bowl of kimchi porridge was soon emptied. Yoo Woo sat quietly, staring at the empty bowl. If John hadn't appeared back then, a thought struck him. I would have become a monster who only knew how to kill. Not a warrior. Shrugging off the heavy reflection, he looked at the now empty bowl and muttered. Delicious, even if it'll give me a stomachache. In the bustling wholesale market, crowds of people bustled about, and laughter and chatter filled the air. The market offered everything imaginable, attracting visitors of all ages who eagerly browsed and picked through the goods. Yoo Seungwoo walked leisurely, eating while Arupo's Nabi trotted alongside him, looking around. He commented, this place hasn't changed much, though a few spots look like they've been rebuilt. He turned to Nabi with a smile. Do you want to eat anything else? With excitement, Nabi replied. Let's finish this hot dog first. Then we can think about it. Suddenly, something caught Yoo Seungwoo's eye. A neatly arranged display of spice boxes on a shelf, an essential feature of traditional markets. Nearby, stacks of food containers were piled in a cozy corner, evoking the charm of being surrounded by so many foods for sale. He remarked, shopping at markets is much more fun than supermarkets. So, what do you want to buy? Nabi darted ahead enthusiastically. Let's go treasure hunting, at a vendor's stall. Both of them stood with their hands on their chins, looking thoughtful as if pondering what to pick. After a while, Yoo Seungwoo turned away, shrugging, nothing here really catches my eye. But Nabi suddenly froze, sensing something, and turned to look. Without a word, she darted off, leaving Yoo Seungwoo standing there. Bewildered, Nabi pointed to a massive object in front of her. What about this? Yoo Seungwoo ran over, touching the enormous item. A clam? This is the biggest one I've ever seen. But then he hesitated. Realization dawning. Wait a second. It looks familiar. His eyes widened as he shouted, no way. Is this a Harajigas? Harajigas clams were known to be used by the Gyeontae's people for entertainment. Curious, Yoo Seungwoo turned to the shopkeeper. Excuse me, can you tell me about this clam? The shopkeeper waved her hand dismissively. I'm not sure, my husband picked it up somewhere and brought it home. Shocked, Yoo Seungwoo asked. Picked it up? This thing must weigh over 200 kilograms. The shopkeeper burst into laughter. My husband's considered a strongman among hunters. You know, running his hand over the clam's shell. Yoo Seungwoo felt its timeless majesty. It's definitely a Harajigas, he murmured, smiling. He made his decision. I'll buy this clam. The shopkeeper placed her hand on the clam and said seriously. Young man, no matter what you do, you won't be able to open this. It's purely for decoration. Unfazed, Yoo Seungwoo gestured toward a pile of mackerel beside the clam. No problem. I'll take 10 mackerel and this clam. Surprised, the shopkeeper asked, 10? That's quite a lot. Scratching his head awkwardly, he replied, I run a small restaurant, so I'll need them. The shopkeeper's expression turned incredulous as she pointed a finger at him. Are you crazy? Only 10? That's not nearly enough for a restaurant. She enthusiastically started selecting more fish for him. Take these as well, and these. Nabi clapped in delight as the shopkeeper piled up their haul. Finally, with the massive Harajigas clam slung over his shoulder, Yoo Seungwoo said his goodbyes. Thanks, I'll come again next time. The shopkeeper laughed. You look even stronger than my husband. Back home, the two stood frozen, staring at the enormous clam, unsure of what to do. Yoo Seungwoo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's definitely an impressive ingredient. But how should we handle it? He slapped the clam's shell and suggested. First, let's try opening it, shall we? Nabi nodded enthusiastically. Great idea, grabbing the clam with both hands. Yoo Seungwoo tried to pry it open. The residue from the sea made it difficult to budge, but still. He pressed on, furrowing his brows and using all his strength. Suddenly, the clam's mouth sprang open wide. Both of them stood there. Jaws dropped and eyes wide in astonishment. Oh my gosh! They exclaimed in unison. The shimmering, glowing pearl inside the clam shell caught his attention. The scallop was even larger than Nabi, who nodded in agreement. He grabbed a prepared knife from the side. If it's a scallop, we had to make sashimi. He carefully sliced a thin piece and dipped it into a small ceramic bowl filled with soy sauce. He smiled in satisfaction, feeling a sudden craving for soju. With all this meat and these organs, let's try making clam chowder, he mused. Clam chowder is a North American-style clam soup, delicate and smooth, a masterpiece. He nodded approvingly. For dinner, we'll have scallop sashimi with wine, and tomorrow morning, we'll cure the hangover with clam chowder. Perfect. His eyes darkened with a mischievous gleam as he emphasized the last 8 words. A nutritious meal for hunters. He pointed to a dark, brownish mass with his knife. This is the poison sac. The poison sac contained an extremely dangerous toxin. Eating it would result in death. But if one survived, they would gain resistance to poison. Just looking at it, the effectiveness was evident. Watching him speak and laugh to himself, Nabi helplessly thought, Master really is terrifying. He chuckled wickedly. So those pathetic guys can eat it every day. I'll prepare it in a way that it can be preserved. Superstar Hang Hyuk shivered involuntarily. The killing intent was palpable. He readied his elbow. A determined glint in his eye. Let's get started. Shall we? Suddenly, the door creaked open. Min entered from outside. Good morning, Master. The two greeted him with a smile. Good morning. As Yoo Seungwoo pulled up a chair, he remarked, It's early, and you're already working. Seems interesting, Min happily replied, just preparing this clam. Min then asked, Is this the clam that was found in the river? Is it edible? Yoo Seungwoo paused, turning to look at Min. He stood up quickly and asked, A river? Harajigas can be found in a river? Min casually answered, Of course. Yoo Seungwoo set the knife down. His interest piqued. That's interesting, tell me more. Min began to explain. About 2 days ago, we received a report from the locals about a loud noise coming from the drainage pipes. The hunters were called to the site. They discovered a very small tear in the fabric of space. Yoo Seungwoo began to sense the gravity of the situation. If that's the case, he fell silent, deep in thought. If this continued, there was a possibility that a portal could open in that area soon. His face grew serious as he pondered the implications of this discovery. Nabi carefully carried the plate out at this moment. She cheerfully placed it on the table and reminded everyone, "Here's the scallop salad." Yoo Woo glanced at Min O'Keefe, who was holding her chopsticks, and asked. Before the gate opened, there was another crack, like an ominous sign. Near the drainage pipe, wasn't there? That's right, she replied, tapping her chopsticks on the table and looking up. Because the situation might change at any moment, a special response team has already been dispatched there. He let out a relieved sigh. No wonder I haven't seen Baek Hang-hyuk around lately. Min O'Keefe picked up some salad with her chopsticks and looked surprised. Wow, the teacher's skills are amazing. He sliced it so thinly you can practically see through it. He turned around with a cheerful grin. That's how it gets that perfect texture. Do you want vinegar or soy sauce with wasabi? I'll have soy sauce without wasabi, she replied. He quickly grabbed the bottle of soy sauce. Yoo Woo's expression grew darker as he looked at the cracks. He recalled how Park Sun-yeon had mentioned before that some people had defied the principles of time and space and returned to Earth in inexplicable ways. And then there was Nabi's discovery of scallops in the harajigas found in the river. Deep in Yoo Woo's memory was the image of a large figure. The race that typically consumed these scallops was the Galantes. A proud and extremely violent species with strength surpassing level 90. The cracks were certainly related to them. His hands froze while holding the bottle of soy sauce. This was too strange to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Suspicious thoughts clouded his mind. What if this isn't just a coincidence? His entire body froze with unease, a sense of guilt creeping over him. An underground sewer pipe. Baek Hang-hyuk frowned in annoyance. This is unbearable. The manager beside him, also looking displeased, snapped, then just quit already. Is it really impossible to change this situation? The manager glared at him and added. If you can't even write your resignation letter because you're lying in a sleeping bag whining like a bug, I can write it for you anytime. Got it? She turned to him with a harsh look. I've tried for a whole month to respect you. But this is just too much. Baek Hang-hyuk choked up, crying in frustration. This is too much. Why did I give up my day off to sit in a sewer like this? This doesn't feel like first order at all. The manager sighed in exasperation. Then what do you think first order should be doing? He perked up immediately at her words. His eyes lighting up, with a cheerful snap of his fingers. Baek Hang-hyuk declared. Something grand, of course. Fighting monsters while live streaming. She turned away. Distancing herself. You might as well quit this job and join a game show instead. His enthusiasm instantly deflated, and he stood there awkwardly. Defeated, he muttered, fine. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. Like a sulking child, he trudged away. Mumbling, whatever, I'm done. The manager turned back, her expression serious. In front of her was a gate with a blue crack running through it. Her eyes reflected her weariness. Baek Hang-hyuk wasn't entirely wrong. How much longer do we have to stay here waiting? She glanced at him as he pouted. Still, as members of the military, this is part of the job, guard duty. Even here, leaning down, she reminded him, hey, go upstairs and call the next team down for their shift. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, startling her. The manager spun around, alarmed. The crack behind them had widened significantly. A critical situation was unfolding. Armed military forces quickly arrived on the scene. Baek Hang-hyuk crawled out of his sleeping bag, scowling as he grabbed his weapon. Damn it, she turned to assess the situation, focusing on the gate's level. The monitor flashed red, then shattered amid the continuous vibrations. She froze, momentarily stunned, the monitors broken. The manager collapsed to her knees, overwhelmed, S-rank. Or worse, clutching her face. She trembled uncontrollably, stammering, I can't determine anything. As the gate expanded wider and wider before them, a sense of helplessness loomed. Are we, this city, just going to disappear without a trace? The soldiers stared anxiously at the growing threat. A gloved hand gently rested on her knee, offering reassurance. Baek Hang-hyuk strode forward confidently, exuding a commanding aura, before it grows any larger. Someone has to go inside, he repeated cheerfully. Emergency guidelines for crack incidents, G3 protocol. Both of their eyes lit up as they shouted in unison. Deploy the rift stabilizer to stop its expansion and hold on until reinforcements arrive. Baek Hang-hyuk's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Now we need to temporarily stop it. The manager stood up, blocking him and reminding him. The entire attack squad would be more effective. He waved her off dismissively. Min isn't here. Without Min, everyone would just get in my way. Placing both hands firmly on her shoulders, he looked at her, leaving her bewildered. His tone was firm. I'll take the stabilizer and go in to adjust the rift. But his serious face was reflected in her wide, confused eyes. Listen carefully, Baek Hang-hyuk impatiently continued. At the outskirts near Changyongyang Road, there's a hunter's diner. Go there. Explain the situation to the owner. And bring that person here as fast as you can. Though puzzled, she nodded, understood. He patted her on the shoulder. Considering his next words carefully, mention my name and beg them to come help. If you want to survive, that's the only way. Seeing her hesitation, he shouted. Hurry up, that's an order. The manager immediately stood at attention. Got it. As soon as she left, Baek Hang-hyuk rummaged through his bag. His trembling hands reached for a cigarette in his pocket. Just as he brought it near his lips, it fell to the ground. Damn it, a soldier approached him, looking impressed. Baek Hang-hyuk, you're pretty cool today. He grinned playfully. Are you guys recording this? The group hesitated awkwardly but didn't deny it. Well, yeah? Unamused, he leaned to light the cigarette and said. Just focus on catching anything that comes out of there. I'm heading in. With that, he grabbed the stabilizer and plunged into the rift. I'm going. His small figure disappeared into the other side. The soldiers outside fired continuously, loading golden rounds into their weapons. Fire. Reinforce the nets. If we get pushed back, it's over. A red monster with ferocious eyes and its underlings surged out of the rift. Charging forward, the military fell into chaos. It won't stop. Reload, reload. Suddenly, everything grew quiet. Baek Hang-hyuk looked up, seeing a massive black figure rushing toward him. The crimson beast towering over 10 meters locked its gaze on him. Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air at incredible speed. Terrified, he shut his eyes, bracing himself. Mom, at that moment, a sword-wielding figure charged in from behind. It was Yoo Woo, radiating fury, cutting down the beast in one clean stroke. As his booted foot touched the ground with a thud, he stood silently, facing the hovering bats above. Yoo Woo calmly sheathed his sword. Unfazed, behind him, blood splattered violently. Painting the walls, the soldiers stood in stunned silence, lowering their weapons in disbelief. Without a word, Yoo Woo picked up his sword again, shielding himself from the blood splatter with an air of quiet composure. The corpses of the monsters lay scattered across the ground, completely defeated. The soldiers were baffled. What's happening here? Yoo Woo stood before the faintly glowing gate. Then, with a swift gust of wind, he disappeared into it. The soldiers quickly shielded themselves from the powerful winds. Looking around at the silence, the group began to chatter. Was there someone here a moment ago? Confirm that the monsters have been eliminated. Check the recordings to ensure none escaped. Call the military medic. Meanwhile, Baek Hang-hyuk crouched, trembling in terror as he peeked out from his hiding spot. Terrified, he clutched his head. The energy barrier's been completely activated. He felt like a grain of sand amidst towering pillars, wailing internally. Am I going to die here? The Giantes glared at the barrier in front of them with rage. They exchanged frustrated glances. Why can't we go any further? No idea, just hit it harder. One of them raised its fist in fury, striking the barrier with immense force. The shield shattered, sending fragments flying everywhere. Baek Hang-hyuk, hiding behind a pillar, peeped out in shock. They're breaking the energy barrier with their bare hands? The other Giantes followed suit, pounding relentlessly on the barrier in front of them. He crouched down, trembling and terrified. Hurry up, you damn regressor, get here already. One of the Giantes slammed its fist into the barrier, sending a massive fragment hurtling toward Baek Hang-hyuk's hiding spot. He looked up in panic, eyes wide with fear. What? Quickly. His small body dodged, narrowly avoiding the projectile. He screamed loudly in fright. The Giantes stopped and turned their heads, drawn to the noise. What was that sound? Horrified, Baek Hang-hyuk curled up tightly, covering his mouth to stifle his breathing, trying desperately not to make a sound. Baek Hang-hyuk carefully lifted his gaze to observe. A Giantes had spotted him, its glowing red eyes locked onto him. Sweat poured down his face as he gave a terrified, forced smile. The Giantes muttered among themselves while staring at him. Looks like this one set up the barrier. Crush him, that'll be more satisfying. Immediately, Baek Hang-hyuk regained his composure and burst out angrily. Damn it, he pulled out his gun and quickly fired. You think he'll die that easily? The bullets flew like grains of sand, but they were effortlessly deflected. The Giantes didn't even flinch, raising a massive leg to finish him off. Realizing his bullets had no effect and were even ricocheting back, Baek Hang-hyuk froze in despair, bracing for the worst. Just then, Yoo Woo appeared on the other side of the barrier, watching the scene unfold. Seeing him, Baek Hang-hyuk exhaled deeply and slumped back. He's here. Yoo Woo jumped down gracefully. Sword in hand, his other hand gripped the hilt. Ready, drawing the blade with a calm, satisfied expression, he strode forward. Behind him, a blinding light cast his figure into a hazy silhouette. The Giantes shouted in shock. What is that? Move away. Yoo Woo walked past them with ease, delivering casual but precise strikes. A faint whirlwind surrounded him as he moved. One by one, the Giantes collapsed to the ground. Baek Hang Hyuk watched the scene unfold. His small eyes wide with awe. He's not even a monster. Recalling the time he had foolishly punched Yoo Woo, he shuddered. I actually hit that guy? Yoo Woo glanced back at him with a neutral expression. Suddenly, a stone flew out of nowhere, hurtling toward Baek Hang Hyuk. Completely caught off guard, he took the hit head-on. A large lump forming on his head as he crumpled to the ground. Yoo Woo approached him, crouching beside his dazed form. This guy was hiding the whole time. What was he even looking around for? Yoo Woo sighed as he surveyed the scene. I wasn't even planning to kill the Giantes. Before him lay the bodies of the fallen Giantes scattered across the ground. Were they really planning to conquer the entire planet? He grabbed a bag and calmly started collecting resources and artifacts. Muttering to himself, let's store these in the warehouse first. With a slight smirk, he hoisted Baek Hang Hyuk over his shoulder. And this kid too. Approaching the barrier, Yoo Woo unceremoniously tossed Baek Hang Hyuk through it. If I threw him gently, the hunters would notice and just take him back anyway. His expression finally softened, and he puffed out his chest with relief. That's done and dusted. Meanwhile, at his diner, the air was pierced by a loud, pained cry from Nabi. Master, help me. The customers looked on cheerfully. Amused by the scene, your arrow pose is so adorable. Look this way, can I touch its front paw? Yoo Woo entered the diner, surprised and confused by the commotion. Nabi reached out toward him, crying pitifully. Didn't I tell you? Can't you hear me? This is what happens when you leave me alone. Yoo Woo stepped forward apologetically. Sorry, dear customers, this arrow pose is actually one of our staff members. At that moment, a woman approached in a flurry of concern. You're the owner of this diner, correct? Yes, that's me, he replied. She introduced herself politely. I'm Wang Ji-yun, an assistant with First Order. Don't worry, I'm just here to ask for urgent help. Yoo Woo hesitated for a moment, his thoughts uneasy. I just got back from the sewer. Though, it turned out that Baek Hang Hyuk, through Wang Ji-yun, was requesting Yoo Woo's assistance. But Yoo Woo, sensing something strange, suddenly bolted out of the diner without warning. He backed away, pushing a chair aside. Well then, looking at Wang Ji-yun, who stood before him. Teary-eyed and dejected, he sighed. Alright, let's talk. 2 steaming cups of coffee were placed on the table. Yoo Seungwoo sat down next to Wang Ji-yun and asked. So, to sum it up, he gestured to the side. Baek Hang Hyuk charged into the space rift and is now asking for my help. Huh? Wang Ji-yun looked at him anxiously. Pleading, this is an emergency, only someone of S-rank can go through the gate. Seeing her worried expression, Yoo Seungwoo covered his mouth and chuckled softly. That's true. Wang Ji-yun, confused by his reaction, stared at him with suspicion. He took a sip of his coffee and mused. Not bad, Baek Hang Hyuk, I've got to say, I admire him. Still puzzled, Wang Ji-yun tilted her head. Huh? Yoo Seungwoo laughed out loud. It's nothing. Don't worry, there'll be good news soon. Just relax and breathe, he thought to himself. It seems like the branch office hasn't contacted her yet. He glanced toward the other side of the diner, where Nabi was surrounded by a group of customers poking and prodding the helpless cat. Mumbling to himself, he said, if we're talking about emergencies, that over there looks more urgent. A man with a stern face was stroking Nabi's tail. Laughing gleefully, so cute, the tail is so round and soft. Nabi flailed its paws at him in frustration. Hissing, meow, I said, don't touch my tail. Irritated by the scene, Yoo Seungwoo frowned. Do they think this is a cat cafe? They're not even ordering food. What kind of customers are these? He walked over and pushed the group out of the diner. Get out. The group protested, annoyed. What's with this guy? How rude. Ignoring their complaints, he slammed the door shut and sighed deeply. Turning back to Wang Ji-yun, he asked, so, you're a hunter? She nodded seriously. Yes, although I work in an office, I'm an awakened individual. He smirked mischievously. A hunter, huh? That's great. Noticing his expression, Wang Ji-yun felt a bit uneasy. What do you mean by that? She glanced at him as he petted Nabi gently. Take a rest, he said to the cat, then addressed her curiosity. At a diner, you should eat something, right? She waved her hand, declining. No, I can't sit down to eat given the current situation. He tied on an apron with a chuckle. But I've already said everything I needed to, haven't I? Placing a hand on his chest. Yoo Seungwoo felt a pang of frustration. Why haven't we had more hunters as customers lately? Despite offering meals with energy-boosting effects, it didn't seem to draw much interest. Looking at a delicious plate of steak, he muttered, the problem must be the flavor. It's not good enough to make a noticeable impact. Pondering, he thought, still, the recovery dishes we serve have some potential. They're perfect for attracting modern hunters. Exhausted and overworked, his face lit up with determination. First, we need a bait product. He slammed the table, startling Wang Jihan. She flinched as he turned to her with a smile. You've been feeling cold symptoms lately, haven't you? Sometimes a chill runs down your spine, right? Surprised, Wang Jihan stammered, how did you know? I've been pulling all-nighters and sleeping in sewers recently. So, Yoo Seungwoo examined her like a curious animal in a zoo. It seems like you've caught a chill. Overthinking and overworking have made your neck and shoulders cold as well. Suspicion filled Wang Jihan's mind. Can I ask, is this a diner? Or is it a pharmacy? Heading into the kitchen, Yoo Seungwoo didn't forget to call back to her. I have a menu item for treating chills. Just wait a moment, watching him with skepticism. She mumbled, selling medicine now, huh? In the kitchen, he tapped on the shell of a giant clam. These are the ingredients I harvested earlier from those giant monsters. Outside the kitchen, Wang Jihan nervously bit her nails. Why does he seem so unbothered after listening to me? If Baek Hyuk asked for his help, he must be incredibly strong. She glanced at her phone. Still no contact from the branch office, which likely meant the spatial gate had already been handled by someone. Her gaze turned serious as she looked toward the kitchen. Seeing Yoo Seungwoo busying himself with the giant clam, she thought, it must be him. Scratching her head nervously, she recalled the guidelines she had been given. Basic rules for dealing with regressors. Rule 1. Be as cautious as if you were handling a bomb. Treat them with the respect you'd show another human being. Yoo Seungwoo turned toward her with a cheerful smile. So, have you made up your mind now? She nodded awkwardly, forcing a smile, but internally she was screaming. Eating and drinking must be part of the guidelines too, right? Yoo Seungwoo began his cooking. He poured garlic into a pan. Next, he added olive oil. Stirring it thoroughly, he then picked up a bowl of clam meat. It smells amazing. Wang Ji-yun murmured, are you cooking clam meat? He smiled and explained, yes. This is clam meat soup, Harajuku's meat soup. She tilted her head, curious. But why is the clam meat so big? He chuckled, it's called Harajuku's, have you seen one before? She blinked in surprise. I'm a city girl, I don't know much about seafood. Her eyes drifted toward the massive clam shell in the kitchen. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Wait, isn't that a clam monster? Slamming the table, she panicked, this crazy guy is feeding me monster meat? Noticing her reaction, he frowned in confusion. Is something wrong? Terrified, she quickly replied, no, nothing. I'm just not hungry anymore. Holding her head in despair, she thought, dealing with a regressor is like handling a bomb. If I refuse, her mind conjured a catastrophic image. The city exploding into ruins. Shaking her head, she waved her hands frantically. No, it's fine. Cooking clam soup. Step 1, sauté garlic, potatoes, and bacon. Step 2, add flour, then stir in potatoes and clam meat. Pour in milk and broth. The milk, harvested from minotaurs, is lower in sugar but richer in vitamins and fats than ordinary milk. Step 3, after adding the milk, mix in a layer of magical essence. Followed by various magical enhancements. Stir continuously to prevent burning. After finishing the cooking, Yoo Seungwoo tasted his creation. He smiled, all right. A steaming bowl of soup was brought out, filled with clam meat, warm broth, and restorative energy. He smiled at Wang Ji-yun. Take your time and enjoy. Still overwhelmed, she muttered, you finished so quickly. He crossed his arms and smiled. It only seems like that because it's made from a giant clam. It's actually just clam meat and milk porridge. Yoo Seungwoo offered, should I sprinkle some cilantro on top? Wang Ji-yun immediately shook her head. No, thanks. Who knows if that's some kind of monster skin or something. She stared at the steaming bowl of porridge. Deep in thought, resolving herself, she closed her eyes and took a spoonful. Her cautious reaction made Yoo Seungwoo raise an eyebrow in curiosity. As she swallowed the first spoonful, she marveled, so warm. She imagined herself stranded in an icy desert, freezing in the middle of a winter night. Then, out of nowhere, a house appeared, and she felt the warmth of a fireplace inside. She kept eating eagerly, sweat pouring down her face, peeling off her jacket. She continued to eat, despite the heat making her wave her hands to cool herself. Watching her, Yoo Seungwoo chuckled, feeling hot, fanning herself. She replied, yeah, really hot, smiling at him. Wang Ji-yun admitted, this is my first time trying monster meat, but it's actually pretty good. At the Korean branch of the Hunter Association, in a meeting room, a hearing regarding an S-rank establishment was underway. A middle-aged man sat with his fingers interlocked, surrounded by walls adorned with photos of past generations. A secretary took notes on the proceedings while a young man stood upright. Looking directly at the middle-aged man, Baek Hang-hyuk spoke up with a displeased expression. I understand what you're trying to say, and I was about to say the same thing. The middle-aged man, Lee Young-hun, the branch chief of the Korean Hunter Association, looked at him, then, about this mysterious individual with an unclear background. Baek Hang-hyuk interrupted, branch chief. It's not a mysterious individual with an unclear background. He's the owner of a hunter restaurant. Lee Young-hun pressed on, and this restaurant owner, within just 5 minutes, managed to eliminate dozens of monsters presumed to be S-rank? Baek Hang-hyuk cut him off again. Branch chief. Allow me to clarify, it's not just presumed to be S-rank but confirmed as S-rank or higher. Internally, he screamed, that detector exploded, didn't it? How many times do I have to explain this? Lee Young-hun, his shiny bald head gleaming with irritation, scowled. This kid, are you mocking me? Adjusting his tie and sighing deeply, he continued, let me ask again. Regressor number 21, the owner of the Hero's Diner, eliminated dozens of S-rank monsters. Is that true? Baek Hang-hyuk casually covered his mouth as he let out a long yawn. I already said I saw it with my own eyes, but if you're still doubtful, you can just credit me with capturing them instead. Lee Young-hun rubbed his temples in frustration. Do you realize this isn't normal? Baek Hang-hyuk shrugged. No, I don't. The branch chief slammed the table in anger. All individuals with immeasurable power are supposed to be in the city center. Yet this happens here. Does that sound normal to you? Turning his face away, Baek Hang-hyuk feigned ignorance. Then, facing Lee Young-hun with a sly grin, he said, but, branch chief, think about it. Isn't it possible there are still people with immeasurable power who haven't been discovered yet? He continued, when they first arrived on Earth, didn't they register as regressors? The branch chief hesitated. Yes, that's right, and if some people don't want to register with the association as regressors, isn't it normal that we wouldn't encounter them? Lee Young-hun nodded, his suspicion growing. That does make sense. Baek Hang-hyuk smirked smugly. Exactly, so what's the problem if someone with that kind of power runs a restaurant? As long as they don't do anything wrong, it's fine, right? He slammed the table and flashed a cunning smile. So this regressor is just that kind of person, end of story. Lee Young-hun raised an eyebrow. End of story? Rubbing his chin, Baek Hang-hyuk replied, no one needs to feel awkward about this. A decent person would never even consider hiding anything. Leaning on the table, Baek Hang-hyuk swayed back and forth casually. People like that aren't enemies of the country. Don't overthink it. Lee Young-hun frowned in frustration. Not everything in this world can be divided into enemies and allies. He continued, let's assume we encounter a problem. I can't fully trust people like that just because they appear kind-hearted. This concerns the safety and lives of our citizens. Baek Hang-hyuk smirked. Who's saying otherwise? Anyway, those who are of higher rank than you, or at least on the same level, will make their own judgments. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to the secretary. Either way, this is a conclusion reached by the current key personnel. Since it's an important matter, underline it, please. Ms. Secretary, Lee Young-hun wiped the sweat from his forehead, his frustration mounting. This damn brat. Don't think I'll let this go just because of your smooth talk. He grew more anxious, imagining the nation's destruction. Like those other countries, they got involved with the wrong regressor. We shouldn't provoke him, but if we don't handle this carefully, I can't let him blow this country to bits. Time passed before Lee Young-hun finally spoke. There's no other choice. I'll report this matter to the higher-ups. Baek Hang-hyuk lazily picked at his ear. Sure, go ahead and report it. Can I leave now? I've got something urgent to take care of. Lee Young-hun nodded. Something urgent? Go on. Then, you should be investigating, patrolling, and looking out for the citizens. Baek Hang-hyuk blew on his finger after cleaning his ear and glanced at him as if he were an idiot. Branch chief, you're not very sharp, are you? I need to go buy land. What? Lee Young-hun asked, confused. Baek Hang-hyuk leaned in and whispered in his ear. The strongest regressor in history is running that restaurant, right? If we live near him, even if Earth is destroyed, we'd still survive. Don't you think the land prices around there are going to skyrocket soon? Lee Young-hun's face went blank as he forced a smile and began gathering his documents. Right, why didn't I think of that? Then, smacking Baek Hang-hyuk on the head with the stack of papers. He snapped, you really think I'd say that? The citizens are in danger. And you're talking about land? Clutching the lump on his head. Baek Hang-hyuk grumbled, we need to keep the citizens safe. But I have to secure my wallet first. Lee Young-hun roared in exasperation. Shut your mouth, you're driving me insane. Outside the restaurant, a group of soldiers was chatting. He saved Hunter Baek Hang-hyuk. Doesn't that sound a bit odd? One of them turned to Min Ok-heef and asked, Captain, is this really a restaurant run by a regressor? It looks so ordinary. Min Ok-heef replied seriously, I've warned you several times already. Don't do anything disrespectful here. The soldier who asked seemed annoyed. Hey, we're just regular folks, why would we ever do something rude? The others quickly chimed in, that's right, of course. Min Ok-heef opened the door and invited everyone inside. Yoo Seungwoo stood behind the counter, smiling warmly at them. Welcome, please come in. Two of them exchanged glances. I brought them here, sir. One said, well done. Yoo Seungwoo replied. Min Ok-heef cleared his throat awkwardly. Thanks to you, I feel much better, thank you. Yoo Seungwoo laughed heartily. Oh, thank you, no need to be so formal. Everyone seated themselves at the tables, and Min Ok-heef spoke up again. We can't do much to help you, sir. So at the very least, we thought we'd help boost your restaurant's sales. The others exchanged skeptical looks, whispering among themselves. I thought he'd look really unusual. Why does he seem so warm and approachable? Yeah, I thought he'd be cold and intimidating. Like an assassin or something. But looking closer, he's just a regular restaurant owner. Well, maybe not just a regular owner. He's kind of handsome. Kind of, no, he's definitely handsome. All eyes turned toward Yoo Seungwoo, who was fully focused on cooking. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. Wait, is that an air pose over there? Excitement lit up the room as they spotted Nabi, by then. Yoo Seungwoo had finished cooking and was drying his freshly washed hands. Nabi was busily serving dishes to the tables. The steaming dishes were set down. And everyone eagerly dug in, smiling. They said, thank you, we'll enjoy the meal. The moment they took their first bite, everyone froze in shock. One soldier's eyes lit up. Delicious, it's so good. Another was moved to tears, shoveling spoonful after spoonful into his mouth. Someone turned to Min Ok-heef, his voice trembling. Captain, if we eat food this good every day, we could wipe out all the monsters out there. Seeing their exaggerated enthusiasm, Min Ok-heef looked skeptical. Really? The soldier wiped his tears, overwhelmed. This isn't just food, it's a masterpiece, there's no other word for it. Min Ok-heef sighed, his expression unreadable as he observed the others' reactions. After some time, everyone had finished their meals. Watching them, Yoo Seungwoo smiled to himself. Thinking, great, 5 new advertising agents acquired. He imagined the soldiers returning to their base and spreading the word about his restaurant. Soon, droves of people would come flocking in. Drawn by the buzz, a mischievous grin spread across his face. But first, I need to slowly get rid of their hesitation about eating monster ingredients. He smirked darkly to himself. If they ever realize what they're eating, I'll just make sure their bodies can't resist craving food like this. Suddenly, a loud scream erupted from outside the restaurant. In the heart of the city, under the blazing sun, Yoo Seungwoo strolled through the bustling streets. He tilted his head back to look at the sky. It was cold just a while ago. Why is it so hot now? He noticed the curious stares from passers-by. I know, I'm feeling hot too. Glancing at his phone, he muttered. So this is why people check the weather forecast. He turned toward a nearby shop. An old-fashioned ice cream parlor, peering into the display case. He picked out an ice cream bar and unwrapped it. Taking a bite, he mused. 40 years ago, no, wait. 9 years ago, the seasons were still so distinct. Now the weather changes drastically in less than a month. Looking at the ice cream in his hand, he noted. Pretty solid, scanning his surroundings. He thought, the shop's closed, what should I do today? In front of a movie theater, he stroked his chin in excitement. Let's watch a movie. He looked at the ticket in his hand. He questioned himself further, would it be better to take 1 big hit or 10 smaller hits? After careful analysis, he concluded, of course, taking 10 smaller hits is better. If hit once with a defense of 3, the damage is 97. If divided into 10 hits, each would deal 7 damage, totaling 70. Finally, the man made his decision. I can't finish it in one go. I need to chew carefully and maximize the time limit. With this thought, he put another piece of the dish into his mouth. As he ate, he trembled and let out faint groans. Yoo Seungwoo watched with a cheerful smile and thought to himself, exactly, that's the correct answer, this guy's got it, encouraging the man with a clenched fist. Yoo Seungwoo also reflected on his own plan, the 30-minute time limit. Enduring stomach torment and physical exhaustion to gain toxin resistance. That is the essence of this dish. Yoo Seungwoo smirked mischievously. If I reveal this truth, it wouldn't be fun anymore, so I won't say it. Eun-ha, sitting nearby, was drying Nabi's fur and brushing it. Observing the current situation, she remarked, Brother Taiji has grown up. He likes eating food that doesn't taste good. Nabi, enjoying the pampering, let out a comfortable meow in response. The man continued the challenge with great effort. A while later, his face looked a bit worn out. But he was beaming as he stared at the now empty plate. I did it, Yoo Seungwoo and the kids clapped enthusiastically. Congratulations, well done. The man checked the system interface on his phone, which had just notified him of a newly acquired skill, poison resistance. Feeling deeply grateful, he said, thank you, sir, thanks to you, I was able to gain this skill. He joyfully shook hands with those around him. Celebrating, amazing, a bit embarrassed. He reflected on what he had just done, so this is what it's like to earn a good dish. If that person heard about it, would they laugh? Yoo Seungwoo reached into the storage room. Alright, I'll give you a reward. Let's see, you're not a sword user, are you? The man politely replied, I mostly fight barehanded. Swords, well, maybe that one? He pointed to a sword on display. That's the flaming sword of Alistair, isn't it? The man recalled his time at the workshop, leaving disappointed when he wasn't chosen. The flaming sword, selection rate, 0%. I faced trials before but could never obtain it. Yoo Seungwoo, appearing utterly relaxed, said, don't worry, we already made an agreement, didn't we? The man's jaw dropped in shock. You mean, it's negotiable? Yoo Seungwoo cheerfully explained. Here's the gist. If you want to marry a princess, you have to overcome a trial. When a hero wanted to propose to a princess, she said, if you wish to marry me, then capture the dragon behind the mountain and cut off its head. He continued with a smile. Confess, take the trial. Succeed, marry. Doesn't that sound like the usual happy ending storyline? The man pointed at himself. So the equipment is the princess. And I'm the hero? Yoo Seungwoo responded. You catch on quickly, gesturing toward the now empty plate. He added, eating the food I cook? That counts as a trial too. Doesn't it? The man waved his hands in fear. This challenge is too terrifying. I don't want to compete anymore. Yoo Seungwoo pointed at the signboard. Don't forget. Today is just the first challenge. I promise to give these items to whoever finishes all the dishes. The man hesitantly asked, really? In that case, does it include that item? I once dueled for it but was rejected. Yoo Seungwoo pulled out a leather belt with a golden buckle. Is this the one? The man was overjoyed, hugging the belt tightly to his chest. Yes, that's it. He stroked the belt, feeling its texture in his hands. It's a magical armor belt if you chant the spell. The belt will extend and cover your entire body. The best part is that you don't need to carry around a bulky, heavy bag for armor anymore. Panting with excitement, the man exclaimed, when protecting Eun-ha. I can't have armor ready at all times, you know that? Right? If I need to respond quickly. This armor is perfect. Yoo Seungwoo smiled back warmly. If you like it, I'm happy too. The man gazed at the belt in his hands, overwhelmed with joy, letting out a silent scream of excitement. Meanwhile, outside in the yard, the two kids had finished drying off. Eun-ha grinned mischievously, a plan forming in her mind. It's been more than 30 minutes. If things go well, I might just be able to sleep here tonight. She lay down, cuddling Nabi, and whispered, good night, everyone. The man turned to look at her. He saw the girl and the cat snuggled together, fast asleep, and softly called, Eun-ha. Seeing the two peacefully dozing off, looking absolutely adorable, the man muttered to himself, we're going to get scolded for this. Outside the restaurant, the rain poured down in torrents. It was the second day of the Monster Cuisine Challenge. Yoo Seungwoo scratched his head, his face a mix of resignation and disbelief as he surveyed the scene inside the restaurant. A group of people in fur-lined coats was enthusiastically hyping each other up. Is everyone ready? Prepare for the restaurant showdown. Let's go. Come on, let's do this. A man with green hair pulled out a packet of super spicy chili sauce from his coat. The Monster Cuisine Challenge, 15 participants. Yoo Seungwoo looked at them all with a blank expression. So, you all dressed up warmly and came here, huh? The green-haired man smirked triumphantly. This time, we're going to win. If we use tricks, will we get disqualified? Yoo Seungwoo answered calmly. It doesn't matter, unless it's a performance-enhancing drug. That's a different story. The man grinned smugly, pointing to the bottle of chili sauce. This isn't a performance enhancer. He signaled to his team. Everyone, use it, let's numb our taste buds. The participants each pulled out bottles of chili sauce and sprayed it straight into their mouths. The restaurant echoed with shouts and yells. Ah, it's so spicy. Yoo Seungwoo was somewhat speechless at the scene. Chili sauce, huh? Not a drug, so it doesn't break the rules. With their spirits high, the participants sat down at the tables, ready to begin. Let's fight, we can do it. Yoo Seungwoo served the dishes to everyone, glancing away with a complicated expression as he saw their fiery determination. I know they want to get stronger. But this is a bit much. As they began eating, tears streamed down their faces. The sound of bickering among the men soon broke out. Move aside, Lee Sang-yoon, gulp, don't block me, get out of the way. The women also started complaining. It's freezing, so cold it cuts to the bone. Are these heat packs fake or what? Another girl chimed in, that's because this cold has magical properties. Meanwhile, Yoo Seungwoo licked his lips while counting the checks in his hand. Business isn't bad at all. The restaurant door opened, revealing a cute little girl in a frog-patterned raincoat. Hello, uncle. Yoo Seungwoo, busy tending to the participants, turned to smile at her. Unha, you're here? Nabi, upon seeing her, lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling. Yoo Seungwoo gave a gentle smile. I'm cleaning up right now, so make yourself at home. Okay? Nabi ran over to greet the girl with a cheerful meow. Unha raised both hands to greet him back. In a nearby shop, two men were chatting. You've heard about it, haven't you, mister? Oh, of course, Mr. Park. You mean Mr. Yoo's restaurant, right? They both looked toward the packed restaurant, their faces twisting into sly grins. Each customer pays an average of 100 million won? The tall, skinny man chimed in. That's just cruel, the short, chubby man added. Exactly, it's unimaginable, OT6 continued. I can't believe hunters have to pay 100 million won just to eat those awful dishes. Does that even make sense? Park Dal-soo nodded and replied. Truly incomprehensible, 100 million just for a single item? What's that, monopoly money? In OT6 a cafe, Vane, the two men ranted angrily. That's exactly what I'm saying. Do you know how many cups of coffee 100 million won could buy? Shouted OT6, and my restaurant is the same. Park Dal-soo chimed in. On top of that, after deducting labor costs, ingredient expenses, advertising fees and hosting costs, there's nothing left. A staff member in the cafe rolled their eyes, glaring at the two with disdain. These old men are at it again. Still seething, Park Dal-soo exclaimed. Running a business like that? Yesterday and today alone, that place had 35 customers. That's 3.5 billion won, giving away 3.5 billion for free? OT6 sat down with a heavy sigh. It's ridiculous, all of it goes straight into his pockets. Exactly, added Park Dal-soo. What if we frame him for fraud? The cafe owner Anne whispered cautiously. Fraud might be tricky, but what about food safety regulations? Lejong, another shop owner, leaned in and added softly. Oh, food safety regulations? The two men began scheming, ignoring everyone around them. I know a good lawyer. We need to plan this carefully, said OT6. I have a cousin who works in food safety. I'll see if he can do an urgent inspection, said Park Dal-soo. Meanwhile, a waiter brought a customer their coffee. Here's your iced Americano, sir. Park Dal-soo made a throat-slitting gesture. We'll ruin him, I swear it. OT6 mimicked eating something and added. And we'll make a dish so inedible it's unbearable. You're free for the cooking part. Right? The two schemers nodded in agreement. Spread the word, hang up a reward for some extravagant item. Set the participation fee at 100 million in the name of charity. One said. In unison, they declared. And then we'll become millionaires. The two schemers began dreaming of their future. Isn't this like running a completely legal casino? Just sit back and collect money. Those stupid hunters will fall for it, said one. Just then, a mysterious customer approached them. The customer placed his hands on their heads and firmly addressed them. I need to clarify a few misunderstandings. He leaned in closer and continued. First, that restaurant is registered as a training facility under the special hunter law. It provides food under the guise of survival training. Therefore, it has absolutely nothing to do with food safety regulations. He pressed the heads of the two scoundrels together, making them tremble in fear. Second, for hunters in emergencies, it doesn't matter if it's trash or monster meat, we can eat anything. Even if you serve the most disgusting trash imaginable. We'll eat it without issue. That means you'll be the ones going bankrupt. Terrified, the two scoundrels stammered. There's been a misunderstanding. The mysterious customer slammed his fist on the table, causing both of them to jump. He glared at them. Third, don't think poorly of him. He's not some money-crazed fly like you two. As the two schemers hugged each other in fear, the customer added. And finally, adjusting his fist, he gave them a sharp look. It would be better for you to behave yourselves if you don't want to deal with that excellent lawyer or face an unexpected food safety inspection. After delivering his warning, he turned and walked away, leaving the two shop owners trembling. Panicked, the schemers yelled, "Let's get out of here." Quick, and bolted, a staff member, startled by the scene, stepped out and called after them. "Boss, where are you going?" The mysterious customer gently tapped the employee on the shoulder and gestured with his hand. "An iced Americano, make it 2 this time." The staff member glanced at the fleeing pair before turning back to him. She smiled warmly and asked politely, "What size would you like?" A few days later, in the Hunter's restaurant, Wang Jihan's loud voice echoed. "What?" She waved her hands nervously, declining. "The Monster Cuisine Challenge?" "I'm not doing that," Yoo Seungwoo chuckled warmly. "Is that so? Well, never mind then." She nervously raised the menu to hide her face, avoiding his gaze. Deep down, Wang Jihan cursed herself, thinking about how I was tricked last time. I really don't want to come back. But there's no other place with food as delicious as this. Turning away, she smirked mischievously. And the owner is handsome, too. She looked at the menu with interest. "Today's menu has carbonara. I really like that," Yoo Seungwoo replied cheerfully. "Lucky for you, I just finished making it." Surprised, Wang Jihan looked at him. Standing up nervously, she asked, "But, boss, have you gained weight?" Yoo Seungwoo, with his now slightly rounder face and double chin, looked startled. "Huh?" Touching his face anxiously. Opened his mouth in shock. At that moment, Yoo Seungwoo panicked. Touching his face in disbelief. "I've gained weight," Wang Jihan recalled and speculated. Back when he was a warrior, he had never gained weight. But now, as a transcendental being, he had become chubbier. She immediately pointed out to him. "You weren't like this about a week ago. Have you been consuming anything unusual lately?" He honestly recounted his recent activities. "I just drank some cola and ate a pizza while watching a movie." Hearing this, she was puzzled. "That amount shouldn't make you gain this much weight." He agreed, nodding. "Exactly." Feeling wronged, Yoo Seungwoo muttered under his breath. "But it's strange, I only ate 8 a day." At that moment, Wang Jihan slammed the table in shock. "Wait, what? 8? What's going on?" She began interrogating him like a criminal. "How many episodes of the show do you watch a day?" "About 8 to 10 episodes, he admitted sheepishly. "There have been so many good shows recently that I haven't been able to sleep." Suddenly, Wang Jihan pointed dramatically. "That's it." Confused, Yoo Seungwoo asked, "What do you mean?" She was furious. Repeatedly slamming the table. That's it. "By the way, what size cola are you drinking?" Without a second thought, he replied, 1.5 liters. Her eyes widened in horror. No wonder. "Eating like that, how could you not gain weight?" She pressed further. "What else have you been eating?" Yoo Seungwoo shrugged. Just some snacks and a little food Nabi cooked for me." At that, Wang Jihan was utterly shocked. "Snacks? Oh my goodness." Realizing the situation was spiraling, she muttered, "At this rate, shouldn't you be hospitalized already?" Even then, he tried to justify himself. "Maybe it's because I've been eating TERRA's food on Earth. The flavors here are just so liberating." This made him fall into a slump. "So I can't enjoy good food anymore?" His dejected expression softened her heart. Suddenly, he presented her with a sparkling plate of carbonara. "Here's the glittering carbonara you ordered." Standing beside him, Wang Jihan eyed the portion with concern. "Isn't this a bit much?" She looked up at him, worried. "What if I eat this and gain weight too?" Hearing this, Yoo Seungwoo turned away, sulking. She pointed to the plate of ice cream before her. Not even finishing her question. "What about this ice cream?" "It's complimentary," he said. His words completely left her speechless. That evening, back at her place, Yoo Seungwoo sat in despair after his so-called victory. "I just wanted to enjoy the food of my homeland and watch some good shows." Is that too much to ask? Even Nabi seemed downcast, reflecting her owner's mood. Sensing the unhealthy situation, he slammed the table, regaining his resolve. "I'm a fallen warrior." Startled, Nabi meowed. "Meow." She pinched her own tiny belly and wailed. "Oh no, I have belly fat now," he remarked. "No wonder, Unha has been feeding you so much." Thinking of her dire situation, Nabi worried aloud. "At this rate, I'll lose my status as an Iropos." Yoo Seungwoo felt deeply offended, retorting. If you say that, what does that make me with all the weight I've gained? Despite his complaints, he was powerless. People just call me a cute chubby guy anyway. Damn it, Nabi pounced, trying to comfort him. Sir Warrior, you're adorable too. He was both annoyed and exasperated. That's not helping, so stop. No, he declared, tightening his apron around his waist. I must get my figure back. He and Nabi struck a heroic pose, as if preparing for a transformation sequence. With newfound determination, he proclaimed, "This is the punishment I deserve." Nabi joined in with equal fervor. "It's the punishment I deserve too." Yoo Seungwoo took out the largest piece of beef and carefully arranged the spices beside it, cracking his knuckles. He announced confidently, "I was just cooking for 3-star hunters before. But from now on..." His eyes blazed with determination. "It's going to be 4 stars. The main ingredient was black crow meat, so rare it rivaled dragon meat in value." He sprinkled a fine red powder over the meat and instructed Nabi, before slicing and marinating, spread the crystals of the Flame Spirit King evenly. Nabi quickly obeyed, spreading the powder as directed. The Flame Spirit King's crystals, used as a substitute for salt, were volatile and required precise mana control to handle safely. Each crystal had the explosive force of a grenade if mishandled. Yoo Seungwoo added another ingredient, aromatic powder from the Allswear region. Nabi sniffed curiously and nodded, "Sweet." Next, he dusted a layer of fine white powder over the meat, explaining, "This acts as sugar. In TERRA, it's called the flavor of craving." It was banned for centuries due to its ability to amplify flavors explosively. He skillfully used a small grinder to prepare the devil's eye fruit. Nabi covered her nose and squinted one eye shut. Spicy, the fruit's intense heat made it a weapon-grade substance, rarely used in food. However, it boasted exceptional fat-burning and heart health benefits. Marinating done. Yoo Seungwoo declared, "Assistant, prepare the meat." Nabi enthusiastically brushed the seasoning mixture evenly across the surface, bringing the preparation to completion. Nabi carefully handed the meat back to Yoo Seungwoo, who activated his water extraction ability. A glowing aura enveloped the meat as the ability drained excess fat and moisture, while infusing the seasoning deeply into the fibers. "Now," he commanded, "flip it over." Nabi immediately complied, their teamwork seamless. The dish neared completion. "It's looking good," Yoo Seungwoo remarked. Together, they worked tirelessly, refining every detail until the grand beef dish, now aromatic and magnificent, was ready. Wiping sweat from his brow, Yoo Seungwoo surveyed their creation. It might not look flashy, but, taking a knife, he sliced off a piece and tasted it. His eyes widened in shock. This flavor, the taste overwhelmed him, as if it delivered a finishing blow to his very soul. It felt like being struck by a monster and launched to the heavens by the sheer ecstasy of the flavor. Collapsing dramatically to the floor after swallowing, he struggled to rise. Wiping his mouth, "This is it, the taste of triumph." Like taking a direct hit from a demon king, he held the sparkling piece of meat high with pride. The ultimate weight loss dish is finally complete. Overjoyed, Yoo Seungwoo jumped and danced. "All right, let's lose some weight." Nabi joined in, leaping excitedly. "Goodbye, belly fat." The next day, Wang Jihyun arrived as usual. She casually pushed the door open and greeted him. "Good morning, boss," but Yoo Seungwoo had transformed. His new look was almost unrecognizable. "Good morning," he replied with a radiant smile. Wang Jihyun froze, her eyes wide and jaw dropped. "In just one day, you lost weight?" Customers in the restaurant, overhearing, eagerly pressed him for answers. "Boss, tell us, what's your secret?" He waved them off nonchalantly. "If you gain weight from food, you lose it with food. Just eat and lose weight." Wang Jihyun blinked in confusion. Eat and lose weight? Unintentionally, his offhand comments stirred curiosity. And suddenly, everyone in the room stood up, demanding his secret recipe. Obesity, an eternal foe of modern humans. It is the root cause of countless diseases. Rarely does anyone ignore their measurements or weight. Nobody disregards their physique. With 3 pairs of eyes staring intensely at Yoo Seungwoo, he panicked as began interrogating him. "Give it to us, quick. Can we eat that weight loss dish too?" He tried to calm them down. "Please, everyone. Let's be reasonable first," they roared angrily at him. "How can we stay calm now? Yeah, just sell it to us already." The customers began arguing amongst themselves. "I'll take responsibility and buy all of it." "I was here first. Who are you to butt in? I'm buying it all." Yoo Seungwoo scratched his head, laughing with a hint of smugness. Haha, he then tried to reason with the crowd. "First of all, this dish is specifically designed for hunters. It could be dangerous for regular people to eat. Their enthusiasm deflated instantly. A stark contrast to their earlier fervor. So stingy, they grumbled, office workers are just too busy to deal with this. Still, Yoo Seungwoo skillfully continued. I'm really sorry, but I can only suggest adjusting your diet and exercising moderately. While the office workers resigned themselves to disappointment, Wang Jihyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, since I'm a hunter, I can eat it, right? But he waved his hands dismissively, dousing her enthusiasm like a cold bucket of water. Even you, Ms. Jihyun, are pushing it. Her spirit crumbled, and she demanded an explanation. Why not? Because this dish is extremely dangerous, he replied. She whined persistently. The last dish wasn't dangerous, but Yoo Seungwoo shook his head firmly. This one is much more hazardous. It puts a tremendous burden on the body. Even if you eat it, you'll just end up with digestive issues. He elaborated further. A dish that causes sudden weight loss like this, isn't it obviously risky? Side effects are inevitable. Each word crushed her hopes. He explained, the process tears down and rebuilds muscles and nerves. If your body can't handle it, it could be life-threatening. It's not just magic or fantasy, though she nodded dejectedly. She still muttered under her breath, it is magic and fantasy? With arms crossed. He stated firmly, further dampening her mood. It may be magic, but your body is real, Ms. Jihyun. And that's the problem. She looked like she was on the verge of tears. But then she straightened herself resolutely. I understand, so, what you're saying is that I need a body strong enough to handle the dish. Right, Yoo Seungwoo tilted his head in confusion. Did I say that? Her temper flared, and even he seemed intimidated. Then I'll just take on the monster food challenge. If I eat a lot of that stuff, I'll be fine. Right, surprisingly, he didn't try to stop her. If your body can handle it, you could eat other dishes too. Her face lit up with joy. That's great. He glanced at her from head to toe, clearly confused. But honestly, Ms. Jihyun, you're already very fit. Why would you even need to lose weight? Turning away, she replied helplessly. That's the problem. People who don't understand the struggles of those who don't. His face was a picture of bewilderment. What? She raised her voice, her aura overpowering him. You don't understand how much effort it takes. Managing food intake, resisting cravings. Forcing myself to exercise even when I'm so sleepy I could die. Starving every day because I've exceeded my calorie limit. Running in the park at midnight just to make up for it. Have you ever experienced that? Yoo Seungwoo looked off to the side. As if recalling something. No, I haven't, she exploded in frustration, yelling. I want to eat whatever I want. 8 slices of pizza every day. No exercise, just lying around. And still be fine. Why can't life be as simple as eating one magical dish and being done with it? Everyone in the world wants that. That's why transcendents like you don't understand the feelings of regular people. Yoo Seungwoo, appearing to tease her, replied, but aren't you a hunter yourself? He then covered his ears, ignoring her tirade. A desk hunter is practically a regular person. We sit at desks, working in offices all day. It's nothing like those gorilla types who are always out in the field. The surrounding customers clapped enthusiastically, as if she had just delivered a rousing speech. Defeated, he sighed, fine, I get it. Finally, with determination burning in her eyes, Wang Jihyun declared. All right, I'll take on the challenge. Serve me a portion. I don't have any money. So I'll just pay for the food. Even if I succeed, that'll be reward enough. Yoo Seungwoo secretly rejoiced, having found the perfect excuse to get back at Wang Jihyun for earlier. I'll make it especially terrible, he thought mischievously. Turning away, he told her. After the regular customers are done eating, I'll prepare it for you. Meanwhile, the disappointed office workers lamented their inability to try the weight loss dish. After all, it's just back to exercising, huh? Yeah, he's right, eat as much as you want. But you'll have to burn it off anyway. A female customer idly twirled her fork in a plate of spaghetti. It's true, this is all just weight, no matter how delicious. It'll all turn into fat. The office workers sighed collectively, weighed down by their struggles. Yoo Seungwoo, observing nearby, actually understood their feelings. It wasn't like he was oblivious to those frustrations. He overheard everything but found it difficult to come up with a solution. In TERRA, there was no such thing as obesity, so he had long forgotten how big of a problem it was here. Propping his chin in his hand, he pondered, how can I help them? Just then, Nabi happened to walk by, carrying some plates. Meow, meow, it chirped. An idea struck him like lightning. Wait a second, Irupos. Calling it over, he shared his brainstorm. Nabi, come here. The little cat obediently padded over, its tiny paws making soft taps as it approached. Meow, what's up, meow, he asked excitedly. Do you know the warrior's workout? Its face lit up with pride. What kind of question is that? Meow, no Europos would ever skip learning that. Meow, relieved and thrilled. Yoo Seungwoo grinned. Perfect, from the outside, nobody could tell what he was planning. He made his proposal. Do you have any weight loss exercises in your repertoire? What is an Europos? An Europos is an advanced all-purpose household assistant cat with a spirit of service, despite its helpful nature. Many of these creatures have unintentionally turned warriors into lazy slobs, rendering them unfit for battle. Without exercise, even the most secretive massage techniques are useless. For example, when a cat massages its owner's belly, it presses firmly and scolds. You're becoming a pig because you don't exercise. Meow, get up now. Meow, this compels owners to get out of bed and follow their Europos instructions. Follow me, meow, exercise, meow, this is why the secret techniques of the gods have been passed down to Europos. The workout begins. Standing at the center, Nabi stretched. 1 meow, 2 meow, 3 meow. The crowd followed suit. 1, 2, 3. Nabi continued, expertly leading the group and even offering encouragement. Everyone's doing great, meow, next is this move, meow. Not like that, do it like this, meow. Huang Jihun, however, grumbled. How am I supposed to twist my leg at that angle? Just do it, meow, you're not trying hard enough. Meow, Nabi snapped back. Unha, on the other hand, was delighted. How's this, she asked cheerfully. Nabi beamed with approval. As expected of Unha, meow, that's perfect. Meow, even Yoo Seungwoo was surprised. Wow, Unha's already mastered it after just an hour. In contrast, Huang Jihun struggled with every move. Huffing and puffing, Nabi pressed on relentlessly. 2 meow, 3 meow, 4 meow. Say it louder, meow. Though embarrassed, everyone followed Nabi's lead, chanting meow, as instructed. It didn't let up on Huang Jihun, though. Don't be shy, say it loud, meow. Exhausted and mortified, she muttered weakly. Meow, Nabi, losing patience. Stomped its little paw. Not like that, lower your back more, meow. From behind, Yoo Seungwoo popped his head out, teasing her mercilessly. I think it means like this, meow. Her face flushed red with irritation. You're so annoying, Seungwoo, she snapped. He chuckled quietly to himself, clearly enjoying her reaction. Nabi, hopping mad, yelled. Hurry up and do it. Meow, all right, I'll do it, she finally shouted, with an oddly fierce cry of meow. She nailed the move perfectly. Nabi was ecstatic, visibly relieved. Good, meow, now on to the next move. Meow, watching this unfold, Yoo Seungwoo thought to himself. Sometimes, exercise isn't such a bad thing. Meanwhile, a bodyguard standing in the back appeared awkward, as if unsure of how to participate. It seemed even the audience felt second-hand embarrassment watching it all. The next morning at Yoo Seungwoo's house, Min Oki-fi declared. I'm ready to start the challenge. Yoo Seungwoo was surprised at how quickly time had passed. Smiling, he said. That's right, it's graduation day for you. Minho nodded. Yes, thank you. Yoo Seungwoo reminisced about when Minho was initially reserved and even a bit aggressive. Now, he was much more cheerful and ready to move on to the next step. With a proud smile, Seungwoo replied. Good job. Curious, he asked. By the way, how's that beat guy doing these days? Minho shrugged. Oh, him? Lately, it seems like he's just been lazing around. Pausing to recall, Minho rubbed his temples. I think it's burnout syndrome. The mention of burnout made Seungwoo uneasy. That's not good, but before he could ask further, Minho explained. It's because of all the overtime and lack of rest. Plus, the situation he faced was the main issue. Seungwoo latched onto the phrase. The situation he faced, Minho elaborated. He was ranked 100. If he got pushed out of the rankings, it'd be over for him. The fear of slipping lower must have been overwhelming. Seungwoo scratched his head, surprised. I didn't think he'd be that fragile. With a sigh, Minho replied. He wasn't focused during missions before. We thought a break would fix it. Finding this odd. Seungwoo tilted his head. He rested, but it didn't help. Minho, sipping water, answered. Yeah, he's been resting at home. And I think he's even been drinking. Seungwoo looked away. Lost in thought, the first dish, breaking his reverie. Seungwoo presented the first dish. Here's the first round. It was a plate of stir-fried wild blossoms. Fragrant and inviting. Enjoy. He patted his chest, trying to keep his breathing steady. Minho stared at the plate for a moment. His expression tense. Stay calm and stick to the plan, he thought. Meanwhile, Seungwoo pulled out his phone, preparing to snap a photo or video. Minho, slightly startled, asked. What's this about? Seungwoo replied, I'm going to hang the winner's photo on the wall. Minho quickly nodded, I haven't even taken a bite yet. Smiling slyly, Seungwoo encouraged him. When a tiger hunter loads his gun, it's because he knows he can catch it. Enter a challenge only if you know you'll win. And you will win. Feeling motivated, Minho smiled faintly. His mood visibly lifted, picking up his chopsticks. He began eating the dish, savoring each bite like a hard-earned reward. Victory. 30 minutes later, the plate was spotless. Minho Ki-fi, alongside an office worker, was declared one of the winners. Their photos were hung on the wall of champions. Minho's eyes sparkled as he admired his prize, Sterner, a magical dagger that emitted electric currents. A direct hit from it could knock an opponent unconscious. Seungwoo popped his head out, teasing. Why not throw it? It's just an old chopping board. Don't worry, I won't pass out. Minho, eager to test it, hurled the dagger with all his strength at the chopping board in Seungwoo's hand. As Seungwoo had described, the dagger activated its self-defense mechanism on impact. Sparking with electricity, holding the chopping board without fear, Seungwoo remarked. It has one more feature. With a gentle push, the dagger automatically returned to Minho's hand. Seungwoo demonstrated, showing how the weapon could be thrown and recalled effortlessly. Hearing this, Minho beamed with delight, clearly thrilled by the dagger's abilities. Photo mishap. However, when it came to taking a photo, Minho's demeanor changed. Embarrassed, he jumped when Seungwoo took a picture. Your expression is great, should we use this one? Seungwoo teased. Panicking, Minho protested. I like the other photo. That one was an accident. Seungwoo chuckled, but your smile looks so good here. Seriously, it's perfect. Seeing that Minho was on the verge of blushing, Seungwoo relented. All right. I'll stick with the original one. He smiled warmly as Minho sighed in relief, clearly appreciative despite his earlier embarrassment. Minho Ki-fi bowed deeply, feeling utterly defeated. Teacher, you're so childish. Yoo Seungwoo, still oblivious, shrugged. That's why we have monster food challenges. That night at Baek Hik's house, the moon shone brightly over a chaotic scene. Baek Hik sat amidst a mess of beer cans scattered on the floor. He mumbled incoherently. First order, protector of the world. On his bed lay his half-drunken body, surprisingly lucid despite the alcohol. As expected, it doesn't suit me. He drifted in and out of thought about his life. No friends, no girlfriend, well, maybe. He raised the beer bottle to his lips again. A bitter smile curling on his face. I wonder if that guy even considers me a friend. With that, he gulped down more beer. The heavy stench of alcohol filled the room. I feel better now. Maybe I'll grab my coat someday. The space was a disaster. Clothes and empty bottles littered the floor. Baek Hik seemed entirely consumed by his drunken stupor. He made no attempt to clean up, merely staring at the pile of empty cans in his unwashed jacket. What does it matter, anyway? Memories and frustration. Suddenly, he recalled the image of Yoo Seungwoo slicing the air with his sword. With a groan, he propped his head up on his hand. That unbeatable returnee will handle it all. But as his hand slipped off the bed, he tumbled to the floor with a dull thud. He remained motionless, lying there as anger boiled up inside him. With trembling hands. He pounded the cold floor repeatedly. If I were a returnee too, I'd be the same way. His voice cracked as he forced himself to sit up. This world, if I had that power, I'd do better. Hurling the beer bottle across the room, he screamed into the void of the night. I can be stronger, I can do it. He managed to stand briefly, but immediately slipped and collapsed back to the floor. His consciousness started to fade. I could even be a warrior. An unexpected visitor, unbeknownst to him, the very person he had been thinking about was already in his house. Yoo Seungwoo stepped inside silently, taking in the sight of Baek Hik asleep on the floor. He sighed, how could you let yourself get like this? Carefully maneuvering around the scattered beer cans, he sat on a chair near Baek. So this is what he's like, a bit more childish than he seems. Placing a half-finished beer bottle upright on the floor, Yoo Seungwoo rested his chin in his hand, gazing at Baek with a strange expression. It sounds like he's mumbling something interesting. 9 years ago, when the first gate opened and monsters began to invade, countless people disappeared. After 3 years, those who had vanished suddenly returned one by one. They recounted that they had traveled to another world and gained immense power. The public's reaction to this situation was fascinating. Many people admired them, wishing they could acquire such power themselves. Honestly, I was a bit envious too. This was because, before disappearing and returning to this world, those individuals had all come from humble backgrounds. Yoo Seungwoo calmly watched Baek Hangik sleeping on the floor. As someone who's been through this, I wouldn't recommend it, he muttered. Then he hoisted Baek Hangik onto his shoulder. But if this is truly what you want, I'll help make it happen. The next morning, Baek Hangik groggily woke up, feeling slightly dizzy. Surrounding him was nothing but pure white. A blank expanse. Panic set in. Am I still drunk? Is this a dream? He thought. Suddenly, he heard a voice nearby. It was Yoo Seungwoo, sitting on a chair with a book in his hands. Welcome to TERRA, warrior from another world, he said. Baek Hangik immediately recognized him. It's you. Yoo Seungwoo closed the ancient book he was holding. From now on, you must go to TERRA and save those in danger. Baek Hangik, still in shock, stared at him wide-eyed. What? Don't ignore me. What exactly are you doing? Yoo Seungwoo shut the thick book and said calmly. Just sit down and listen. I'm trying to explain everything. Baek Hangik, still unsettled, thought to himself, this guy is crazy. I don't even know him, and he calls this nonsense an explanation? What is this place? Yoo Seungwoo tilted his head and smirked. Crazy? You're mistaken. This is the traditional way to welcome warriors from another world. For a moment, Yoo Seungwoo seemed to reminisce about his meeting with the goddess Gaia. He smiled slyly at Baek Hangik, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Though, to be fair, this was originally done by a stunningly beautiful woman. Also known as the goddess, you should consider yourself lucky. The more Yoo Seungwoo spoke, the more confused Baek Hangik became. What's even happening here? Baek Hangik shook his head repeatedly, looking around in desperation. Finally, he burst out, wait, is this what I think it is? Yoo Seungwoo, understanding his meaning, replied calmly, yes. Baek Hangik screamed in frustration. A different world? Am I dead? I knew I shouldn't have drunk so much. Yoo Seungwoo remained composed. If this were the usual scenario, yes, you'd probably be dead, maybe from an accident or a stroke. But you're not dead yet, though with the amount of alcohol you consume, that day might not be far off. Baek Hangik was even more flustered than before. But this is still another world, isn't it? Why am I here? Yoo Seungwoo grinned. I'm glad you asked. That's a good question. Because you wished for it. Baek Hangik's jaw dropped. What? When did I ever say that? Yoo Seungwoo mimicked him perfectly. If I could go to another world, if I could return, if I were a warrior, I'd do so much better. Baek Hangik suddenly recalled his drunken ramblings. He didn't remember much. But fragments of the memory rushed back. His face flushed with embarrassment. I only said that because I was drunk. Why would you take that seriously? Yoo Seungwoo chuckled maliciously. Clearly enjoying his suffering. Enraged, Baek Hangik snapped. Stop laughing, and don't you dare break into someone's house like that again. That's trespassing. Yoo Seungwoo shrugged nonchalantly. Apologies. Baek Hangik, still suspicious, thought, what's wrong with this guy? Dragging someone into another world like this? He began overanalyzing the situation. Wait, if he brought me here, that means he can send me back, right? He must be keeping an eye on me for some reason. The thought gave him a sense of relief. With a sly grin, Baek Hangik stepped closer to Yoo Seungwoo. Their faces nearly touching. Alright, here's my chance, he thought. Baek Hangik chuckled, seemingly agreeing to the journey. Alright, fine, it's not like I have any other choice. Yoo Seungwoo smirked. Seeing you give up so quickly is surprisingly amusing. Baek's eyes lit up with excitement. So, what cool stuff are you going to teach me? Yoo Seungwoo raised a brow. Cool stuff? Like what? Baek pounded his chest confidently, listing off a series of impressive skills. Aren't people who travel to other worlds supposed to get some amazing abilities? Time regression, magic, infinite storage, divine martial arts, resurrection powers? He waved his hands in the air, mimicking martial arts moves. Or maybe, I'll get a weapon? Just don't give me something lame, like a shield. Yoo Seungwoo frowned, unimpressed. This kid knows a lot. He thought, clearing his throat. He adopted a serious tone. Not everything you mentioned is guaranteed, you know. Baek froze, his excitement deflating. Yoo Seungwoo continued, sounding like a stern teacher. If you face an opponent stronger than you, you're as good as dead. The best power you can have is a solid foundation. Baek flared up, grabbing you by the shoulders. So if I meet someone stronger, I'm just supposed to die? Yoo Seungwoo nonchalantly brushed him off, chuckling. Unfortunately, that's exactly right. If you're outmatched, that's the end of the line for you. He leaned back, adding with a smirk. Those flashy tricks won't work against a demon king. If they did, the divine beings would handle them, not humans. That's why warriors who rely on luck or lies always lose. He shoved the ancient book into Baek's face. So you'd better start learning from scratch. Baek gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to punch him. Why didn't you just say that from the beginning? Yoo Seungwoo grinned mischievously. Oh, and by the way, I don't have anything to teach you. I didn't get any special abilities when I came here either. Baek glared at him with a burning intensity. This guy is impossible. Yoo Seungwoo prepared to send Baek Hangik to the new world. You're already in a much better position than I was when I started. You're a hunter and have combat experience. You'll be fine. In an instant, the blank white surroundings morphed into a vibrant new world. Baek found himself above a dense forest. Before he could prepare, Yoo Seungwoo dropped him from the sky. Wait, hold on. Yoo Seungwoo hid his amused grin behind the book. Warrior Baek Hangik, save TERRA. Baek plummeted toward the ground, screaming, I curse you. Yoo Seungwoo, hovering above, added, oh, by the way, 3 months here is equivalent to 3 days on Earth. I've already given you a few perks. He listed them off nonchalantly. You'll understand the local language and dialects, have a skill progression monitor, and you can teleport back to me if you're in a life-threatening situation. Closing his book, he confidently remarked, he'll learn plenty from this experience. He sighed, adding under his breath, and if not, I'll just leave him there for a bit longer. As the glowing pages of the book revealed Baek Hangik's name prominently, Yoo Seungwoo smirked. 1 month later, in the city of TERRA, Baek Hangik stood by the village notice board, scanning the list of tasks. He looked much more mature now, clearly having leveled up. None of these quests look worth it, he muttered. Suddenly, a kobold named Q's bumped into his leg. Q's, a talking fox-like creature, chimed in. Hey Baek, aren't you going to eat? Baek sighed, fine, let's grab some food. These quests are a bust anyway. They headed to a nearby steakhouse. On the plate in front of them was raw, unappetizing meat. Baek frowned, this is animal feed. Calling this food is an insult to food itself. Q's, already chewing on a piece of meat, replied lazily, huh? If you say so. Baek hesitated, picking up a piece of meat, only to recoil. The stench of sweaty socks wafted from the meat, and the fruit on the side was visibly rotten. He grimaced, looking around in disbelief. How can you people eat this stuff? Kobold Q sneered, but you're still eating it, aren't you? Baek Hangik snapped. Defending himself, I'm only eating it to survive. But seriously, eating the same stuff for an entire month is unbearable. Q's remained unfazed, continuing to chomp on his food. This 3-star mutton has plenty of benefits. You know, it restores energy and even builds muscle. Despite that, Baek retorted sharply, cooking is about flavor, not function. Q's raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Baek, I respect you as a guest from another world. But some things shouldn't be said so bluntly. Tisk, so rude. Baek struggled to take another bite. But the taste was too revolting. He slumped in defeat. Eating this makes me realize just how good Yoo Seungwoo's cooking actually was. This is torture. Suddenly, the system window popped up before him. Emergency mission alert. Warning, your body's nutrition levels are critically low. Objective, consume 4-star meals for 1 week. Reward, access to the inventory system. Baek Hangik blinked at the notification, his mood oscillating between despair and determination. A week of 4-star food? Where am I even supposed to find that in this place? He muttered, already feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. The system immediately sent out a notification. Emergency mission, severe nutritional imbalance detected. Consume 4-star, red star. Food within 1 week. Baek Hangik, utterly confused, asked, what? What kind of ominous sounding thing is this? Is it like some evil spirit feasting on rice? Cobalt Q's chimed in, oh, I know what that means. Is it like a bicorn grazing on grass? This only puzzled Baek more. A bicorn? What even is that? Q's, still cheerful, began explaining. A bicorn is... Stop, Baek interrupted, covering his ears. Don't explain, let me think for a moment. The more Baek thought, the less sense it made. If it's an emergency mission, then it must be that. A hero's mission. In this world, adventurers were divided into 2 types. Those chosen by the gods and those who weren't. Baek Hangik struggled to grasp this distinction. So, it's about whether you receive a mission directly from the gods or not. Does that mean I've been chosen by a god? Scratching his head in confusion, Baek muttered, what even? After a while, he turned to Q's and asked. Hey Q's, I need to ask you something. Go ahead. Q's replied, what is it? If it's an important question. Though, I'll need dog snacks as payment. Baek glared at him instantly, making Q's backtrack nervously. Alright, fine, 3 coins should be enough. Taking a deep breath, Baek carefully asked, What's the difference between those chosen by the gods and those who aren't? Q's answered eagerly. The biggest difference lies in missions. Those chosen by the gods receive missions that make leveling up easier. And the rewards from the gods are an added bonus. Baek nodded slightly, starting to understand. I see. But I mean, what are the criteria for being chosen or not? Oh, that's simple. Baek, you're a summoned being in this world, right? The little kobold continued to explain enthusiastically. When someone is summoned, if the summoning is done personally by a god, then they're 100% chosen. Even if someone summoned you on behalf of a god, you'd still be considered chosen. Suddenly, Baek thought of Yoo Seungwoo's sly face. Wait, could that guy at the rice shop actually be a god? Or maybe someone acting on behalf of a god? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Baek muttered, no way. Even if he were a reincarnator, calling him a god would be ridiculous. Maybe a representative at most. Slamming 3 coins onto the table, Baek shouted, 3 coins? And you couldn't even give me a straight answer. Wait, hold on. Q's yelped, there's one more scenario. The kobold eagerly revealed more information. There's also the hidden piece scenario. Hidden pieces include things like discovering secret dungeons or finding treasure. Sometimes, if you catch the attention of a god through certain actions, you might become chosen later. That's what we call a hidden piece. As Q spoke, it sneakily tried to grab the coins. This term comes from Earth. Seems like you're unfamiliar with it. Baek scoffed, unfamiliar? Back in my day, I found so many hidden pieces in games. Q's eyes sparkled with admiration. Meanwhile, Baek clarified, yeah, tons. In games like The Last of Us. For example, hidden pieces. Plural, not just one. Hearing this, Q's looked intrigued. You found that many hidden pieces? Then maybe there's hope for you to become one of the chosen after all. Baek grinned confidently. Of course there is. Checking the system notification again, Baek winced. It seems like the condition for this hidden piece is tied to that. A month of eating only one dish. Placing 3 coins on the table, Baek caused Q's to yell, oh no. Even then, Baek pressed on. Isn't there anything else? Like a way to find out which god assigned the mission. For example, Kobold Q's cheerfully and innocently said, of course. Look at the lower right corner of the mission window. There's a carved pattern there. Take it to the temple of the gods to inquire. Baek Hangik grinned. Now that is worth the 3 coins. I thought you were just a clueless mutt. But it seems your explanations are actually useful. As Baek headed off, Q's wagged its tail, saying, time to go buy some snacks. Before long, Baek stood in front of an enormous cathedral. He had truly gone to the temple of the gods to consult an apostle about the pattern. The apostle admitted, this is the first time I've seen such a pattern myself. I'll need to investigate further. After a brief pause, the apostle declared without hesitation. It's the mark of the god of swords, victory, and predation. Hearing this, Baek was overjoyed, as if he'd struck gold. The god of swords? It has to be something majestic. Sword, the greatest of all weapons. The king of armaments, his face lit up with happiness. And the god of victory? It must be like Nike, or no. Nick, just the name screams triumph, like it can cut down anything in its path. But then his expression shifted, and he squinted at the apostle. Wait a second, looking thoroughly perplexed, Baek asked, what the heck is the god of predation? Even the apostle seemed stumped. I'm not sure either, I've never heard of a god with 3 attributes like this. Baek muttered, not the god of cooking, but the god of predation? Seriously? Feeling utterly defeated, he rubbed his forehead in frustration. This is giving me a headache. What's next, an inventory system? Suddenly, his mood brightened as he recalled the possibilities. If I had one, I wouldn't need to carry heavy luggage anymore. No more worrying about pickpockets stealing my wallet either. A moment later, his enthusiasm returned. Alright, I'll take this mission. He turned to the apostle. So, I just need to head north, right? There's a winter remembrance festival happening there, isn't there? The apostle confirmed, yes, that's correct. With a fiery determination in his eyes, Baek muttered, so that dream. It all makes sense now. Dusting himself off, Baek declared, I'm going. At a mist-covered mountain, meanwhile, at the great temple of the gods, Yoo Seungwoo stood before a stone tablet, reading the inscription aloud. God of swords, victory, and predation. The text elaborated. At the limits of human achievement, level 198, the individual will ascend to godhood upon reaching the next level here. When they become a god, their divine name and path will reflect their accomplishments. Engraved forever in the Great Temple, Yoo Seungwoo's first divine title was Sword. Earned by reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The requirements were clear. Level 198 was the threshold of human power. Upon reaching level 199, he would gain his next divine title, after an arduous journey and countless battles. Yoo Seungwoo had reached level 200 and defeated the Demon King. In doing so, he earned his second divine title, Victory. With these two titles, he proved himself the god of swords, the strongest wielder of the blade, and the god of victory. A being that could not be defeated. Failure to uphold these titles would strip him of his divine powers. Leaning back in his chair, Yoo Seungwoo relaxed. No problem. Who could beat me with a sword anyway? I don't plan on losing. As he pondered, he mused about his third title, Predation. Now that's something I don't fully understand. Stretching his muscles, Yoo Seungwoo asked himself, what does this mean? Do I have to return to Earth to push my limits again? It seemed his path toward this title involved challenges he had yet to comprehend. Perhaps he would reach it through unexpected means, like hosting eating contests or cooking for others to level up. With that thought, he chuckled to himself. Imagine that. Gaining divine power through cooking. What's next, an eating competition to break limits? Yoo Seungwoo stretched his shoulders lightly. So, it's not the god of culinary arts but the god of predation. Huh, is it because Hestia is still around? He sat down and sighed deeply. Lost in thought, feeling bored, Yoo Seungwoo sprawled out lazily. I don't know. But for now, leveling up is all that matters. Looking up at the sky, he mused, I wonder when another big boss like the Demon King will show up. Better conserve my strength until then. That thought made him chuckle aloud. Huh, feeding others predation-based meals to level up? Looks like I've been doing too good a job playing the role of a rice shop owner. He absent-mindedly opened a book to relax. But suddenly, a notification appeared. Washin, Baek HIK, has completed the mission. The message stated that Baek had earned the right to wield divine powers at will. He had also been awarded 155 experience points from Washin and received a reward. An A-rank sword filled with the resentment of winter. Yoo Seungwoo chuckled as he muttered to himself, well done. Gaia did mention he'd earned some experience points. But then his face fell. Wait a second, did he claim the item reward too? Realizing his mistake, Yoo Seungwoo shot upright in panic. I forgot to recall the reward item. Meanwhile, Baek HIK was fuming. He raised his middle finger toward the sky and cursed under his breath, you damned death god. The harsh weather only made him angrier. Blood-sucking thief, I was so excited about getting an A-rank sword, and now you take it away? Standing below, Baek ranted and raved, you beggar god. Just then, a sword fell from the sky and smacked him in the face. The people of TERRA referred to this as divine punishment, morning escape amidst winter snow. The serene winter morning was shattered by the chaotic scene of Baek HIK fleeing for his life. Terrified, he muttered to himself, if they catch me, I'm dead for sure. Behind him, a group of swordsmen gave chase, shouting, catch that scoundrel. I'll crush him with this hammer. Desperately, Baek pushed himself to escape. The Snow Demon Festival. Elsewhere, the Snow Demon Festival was in full swing. Participants were capturing mischievous snow goblins and harvesting scallions that sprouted from them. The atmosphere was peaceful until the sharp whistle of the wind broke the silence. Then they appeared, mighty snow warriors. Although referred to as goblins, these beings were formidable snowmen armed with weapons made from their own icy forms. If one managed to defeat the snow demon leader, they would earn rare S-rank materials and the chance to claim remnants of the snow demon. A group of adventurers pursuing Baek called out, it's not over yet. Stay calm. He hasn't done anything irreversible. Hidden among the group, Baek smirked slyly. Baek HIK knew he wasn't strong enough to defeat the snow demon leader. Without a party to support him, he had no hope unless luck decided to favor him. A trickster's resolve, crawling and scheming. Baek muttered, do you really think I, Baek HIK, believe in something as fickle as luck? Suddenly, he spotted a familiar footprint in the snow. It belonged to a snow demon attempting to ambush him. Fortunately, Baek's sharp senses caught it just in time. His eyes narrowed as he braced himself. The snow demon lunged with immense force, but Baek's quick reflexes allowed him to dodge. On Earth, I was a protector of humanity, he thought bitterly. But here on TERRA, I'm nothing more than. Baek spotted the remnants of the snow demon, a scallion. Without hesitation, he activated his stealth ability, slipping into invisibility like a thief. With deft hands, he snatched the snow scallion. This world already labels me a thief, he mused. Might as well live up to it. A perfect escape, Baek bolted away, relishing the thrill of success. Everything had gone perfectly until he stumbled upon an A-rank sword. Triumphant, he declared. I've consumed the remnants of the snow demon and earned my reward, this A-rank sword. But his celebration was short-lived. I offered it to you, but you threw it back as divine punishment? For that, I've been chased by the villagers ever since. The relentless villagers pursued him, shouting, "We'll make you suffer the most painful death." Baek glanced back and smirked. Do you think I'll just let you catch me? In a bold move, he flung himself into the snow, rolling to safety. On Earth, I was a protector. Here, I'll protect myself. The villagers arrived moments later. But it was too late. All they heard was a fading cry echoing through the snow. The star of Baek hang he. At the celestial temple meanwhile. In the grand temple atop the mountain, Yoo Seungwoo sat reading. Though his mind wandered. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Baek hang HIK has completed his mission and unlocked the item storage skill. A thief has emerged in TERRA. The book he was reading contained an entry about this thief. A thief possessing the strength of a warrior. Skilled in stealth and item storage, has stolen countless treasures. The planet TERRA, unprepared for this kind of chaos, had descended into turmoil. Yoo Seungwoo froze as he read the words, breaking into a cold sweat. Wait a second, a peculiar exchange. Renato gazed at Yoo Seungwoo with a strange expression. With a soft sigh, Renato asked, Seungwoo, your third divine title is predation. Hearing this, Yoo Seungwoo replied lightly, yes. Renato, however, was growing agitated. You're the god of predation, not some god of thieves. So, what's going on? Can you explain this? Closing his book with a tired expression. Yoo Seungwoo admitted, I underestimated him. My apologies. He began recalling the situation. He's incredibly quick-witted, with stealth as his specialty. But the real problem lies with my own abilities. Your abilities? Renato tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean? Yoo Seungwoo hesitated before explaining. His power grows with recognition. The more infamous he becomes, the stronger he gets. Renato's eyes widened. So, the more people talk about his thievery, the stronger he becomes? Looking somewhat uncomfortable, Yoo Seungwoo nodded. And, unfortunately, I accidentally unlocked his item storage ability. Basically, I gave him wings on a tiger. Now, down in the mortal realm, they're calling him the King of Thieves. And he's already surpassed level 80. Renato was shocked. You, a god with the eye of appraisal? How could you make such a mistake? I was tricked. Yoo Seungwoo admitted, activating his eye of appraisal. Its faint blue glow scanning the situation. This skill allows me to see through abilities and true natures. But even I was deceived. He added firmly, still, he's not evil. He simply has his own sense of justice. Renato frowned. Justice? He has a warped sense of justice if he's acting like this. Yoo Seungwoo sighed. That's because he's from Earth. The people of TERRA are naturally good-hearted, but his values are different. Renato covered his mouth in surprise. Are you saying that unless someone shares his earthly perspective, they won't understand his actions? Exactly. Yoo Seungwoo confirmed. Renato's eyes glowed red as he activated the demonic eye of appraisal, a skill that detects evil. Even with this eye, I don't see any malice in him. So, his thefts aren't driven by bad intentions? Renato asked skeptically. No, he's not malicious. Yoo Seungwoo replied. He just... Renato, sensing Yoo's hesitation, finished the sentence for him. Just wants to blow off some steam, right? A faint yes escaped Yoo Seungwoo's lips. Still, Yoo felt the need to justify his explanation. He's under a lot of pressure. Trying to act like a leader when, in reality, he's just a rebellious troublemaker. Renato's eyes narrowed with barely concealed frustration. And he's doing all this in TERRA? Why not go back to Earth and cause trouble there? I said I'm sorry, Yoo Seungwoo exclaimed. A divine revelation. Opening his book to check the situation, Yoo Seungwoo found a report. You have received 12.155 experience points from your divine avatar. The reward? 1,000-year vinegar. He chuckled softly. 1,000-year vinegar, unicorn horn, a golden goblin spoon. Looking at the list, Yoo Seungwoo couldn't help but smile mischievously. At least I disabled the sacrificial offering system. But he keeps sending me things voluntarily. His loyalty is surprising. If he knew I was the god he's been serving, he'd be mortified. Despite his amusement, frustration gnawed at him. Still, these treasures he's stealing are all from those wretched nobles. When I was fighting the Demon King, they refused to cooperate. Yet they've been hoarding these high-quality materials all along. A wild idea struck him, and his eyes gleamed with mischief. Should I send him on a mission to rob the royal treasury next? Renato startled him by tapping his shoulder. Seungwoo? Huh? Yes? Yoo Seungwoo stammered, turning to face Renato. With a wary tone, Renato said. Your eye of appraisal just flashed. I caught a hint of something sinister in your intentions. Yoo Seungwoo rubbed his nose sheepishly. My bad, it's my avatar's fault anyway, so this is technically my responsibility. If you want, you can handle him yourself. Renato tilted her head, then smiled faintly. All right, I'll send one of my avatars to deal with this. Back in the mortal realm, Baek he was plotting his next theft as usual. Completely unaware of the storm brewing above. A sudden ambush, as Baek he muttered to himself. Should I make a bit more money? He suddenly felt a presence behind him. Before he could react, Renato's true form launched an ambush. Shouting, punishment, Baek jolted awake from his dream. His heart racing, a startling awakening. Nabi, a cat-like companion, hurried over. Are you okay? Meow. Baek blinked, glancing around in confusion. Where am I? Nabi explained gently. You're at the rice shop. Meow. You look exhausted, go home and get some rest. Meow. Still disoriented, Baek rubbed his temples. I only remember my neck being cut by someone called the executioner. Checking his phone, Baek froze. A whole day had passed. His face darkened as the realization hit him. Was it all just a dream? Unwilling to accept this, he screamed. Status board, gripping his phone tightly, he muttered. This can't be right. 6 months in TERRA, I need to check the game system. The screen displayed his current level. Level 43, shock and gratitude, still shaken. Baek yelled, level 43? Even if I'm a genius. Jumping from level 28 to 43 in a single night is impossible. Quickly regaining his composure, he knelt down abruptly. This means, he clasped his hands together and shouted. Oh, thank you, I love you, oh god of predation. Overwhelmed with joy, Baek kissed the floor repeatedly. I love you, he began dancing and shouting at the top of his lungs. That's it, when I return to the front lines, I'll use my influence to build a statue in honor of the god of predation. An awkward situation. Meanwhile, Yoo Seungwoo, observing from afar, covered his ears in embarrassment. Stop it, you idiot, Baek, oblivious, continued. No, not just a statue, I'll build a whole shrine. Yoo Seungwoo winced, cringing even harder. Please, stop already, but Baek only shouted louder. Amazing, you're the best. At that moment, Minho Keef appeared and smacked Baek on the head. Get a grip and stop this nonsense, she scolded. Baek finally quieted down. Rubbing his head in embarrassment. Branch Office A, Isaac Tower. Baek handed a piece of paper to Minho Keef with a smug grin. As if boasting about a grand achievement, Minho Keef squinted at the paper. His face darkening as he read it. An application for a rank-up match? You've never participated in one of these before. His skeptical gaze turned to Baek. Something's going on, isn't it? Baek nonchalantly replied, would you believe me if I told you I'm a returnee? Naturally, Minho Keef didn't believe him. You think I'd buy into that nonsense? That you became a returnee in just a few days? To add credibility, Baek continued. I'm registering for a rank-up match and challenging opponents ranked from 99 to 90. Minho Keef, still doubtful, probed further. But don't challengers need to place a bet? Do you have something valuable enough to satisfy those higher ranked than you? With pride, Baek raised an A-rank magical sword. I'll wager this. Minho Keef was visibly shocked. An A-rank sword? That's a good one. I can see its value right away. He examined the weapon carefully. I can't believe you're actually using item storage. This means, you really are a returnee. Baek, grinning, winked at him. Glad you noticed. Now convinced, Minho Keef muttered, all right. Damn it, he pulled a wad of cash from his pocket. Here's the price for betting, as his teammates stepped out to collect their winnings. They ignored Baek, leaving him in the corner. One of them joked. I thought you'd use this money to travel after getting caught cheating. I assumed you'd all run off when I won. Another added. And now he'll probably use that sword to go treasure hunting for Excalibur. Baek, nearby, clenched his fists. I feel so cheated. Fine, I'll take the team funds to the casino. Meanwhile, at Yoo Seungwoo's home, Yoo Seungwoo was enjoying a relaxing day, sipping tea while watching the news. The broadcast announced. Renowned hunter Baek Hang-heek has climbed to rank 92. Yoo swirled his tea thoughtfully. He said he'd break into the top 90, but he didn't even make it past 91. Setting his cup down, he stretched. Well, at least he's not sulking anymore. Crying about dying, even though his blessings and powers were revoked, should I keep them in storage as a souvenir? Feeling bored, you switch channels. I've already prepared food and basic groceries. What should I do now? He stumbled upon a program showcasing YUL fishing grounds. Welcome to YUL fishing grounds. Admission is free during the environmental maintenance period. The idea intrigued him. Fishing, huh? His eyes lit up with excitement. Fishing, without hesitation, you grabbed a jacket off the rack and bolted out the door. A simple escape, you grabbed his fishing gear with a smile. Muttering to himself, perfect, I'll close the shop for today and go catch dinner. After all, it's just a hobby. On his way out, he saw Nabi playing in the yard. He called out. Nabi, the shop's closed today. Go play with Unya. Nabi, thrilled, waved her arms excitedly. Got it, Naya, I'll look after the shop. Naya, Unya, standing nearby, bowed politely. Take care, uncle, smiling warmly at the two. You ruffled their hair, I'll be back soon. The fishing spot, you arrived at a serene lakeside surrounded by white lotus flowers. Standing at the edge of the water, he scanned the area, searching for the perfect spot to fish. With a net and rod in hand, he muttered to himself. This place looks not great, still. He settled in, determined to make the most of the day. A visit to the lakeside cabin. Yoo Seungwoo approached the only wooden cabin in the area, noting the lack of any signboards. An old man peeked out of the window and said, there's no entry fee, but you'll need to rent fishing gear. Want to rent some? Carrying his own equipment over his shoulder, you politely declined. No, sir, I brought my own gear, but do I need bait? The old man nodded and asked for additional documentation. All right, do you have a hunter's license? You replied honestly, I have something similar. Why do you ask? As he spoke, he thought to himself. I do have my written e-certificate. The old man's expression turned grim, and he muttered ominously, that thing has appeared. You tensed up, though he didn't fully understand. That thing? The old man retreated into the cabin, trembling. Monsters, there's a crack at the bottom of the lake. You exhaled in relief. Ah, just a crack? You scared me for nothing. So, there's a crack? The old man, still cautious, explained. A monster might emerge while you're fishing. Only hunters are allowed in here for that reason. You smiled confidently, it's fine. But if monsters are a concern, why is this place open for business? They're even advertising on TV. The old man chuckled, because the business does well. They even secured a long-term TV ad contract. Even if it's just a 2-second ad. You laughed, ah, that's why the ad I saw earlier was so short. The old man asked one final time. So, you're really going in? You replied firmly. Of course, it's worth cleaning up. Cleaning the lake, you was busy gathering trash around the lake. Holding a large sack of garbage in his hands. Surveying his work, he said to himself. This should be enough. He tied up the sack and dusted off his hands. I need to make sure this place stays clean. It's the best spot to relax near my shop. He admired the surroundings, now much more scenic, and thought back to his father. Dad always went fishing whenever he had free time. Looking up at the misty morning sky. You felt a rare sense of peace. It was a welcome change from the constant battles and responsibilities of managing his shop. Memories of fishing with Dad. You recalled his childhood. Fishing was my firefighter dad's only hobby. His father would take him along on his rare days off. Together, they would visit a stocked lake. Hand in hand, his dad would even clean the area before they started fishing. The two of them would sit by the water for hours, catching all kinds of fish, carp, catfish, grass carp, and more. Afterward, they'd take their catch home and enjoy a meal together. You could almost taste his dad's spicy fish stew. A dish so delicious it felt like a reward for their hard work. No other meal ever came close to that level of satisfaction. Back to the present, vivid memories fueled Yu's excitement as he rested his fishing rod on his shoulder. That's why I love fishing. It connects me to those days. He cast his bait into the water with the eagerness of a child. Enough cleaning. Time to fish for the first catch. As he watched the vibrant flowers floating on the water, he couldn't help but marvel. Hard to believe the water here is so murky with all these beautiful lotus flowers. Is it because of the crack? He thought aloud, if the water quality worsens, the fish population will dwindle, leaving only a few low-quality species. A sly grin spread across his face. In other words, the fish here. Suddenly, the line tightened. Something had taken the bait. Excited, Yu pulled hard on the rod. This must be the best ingredient to create predation cuisine. By the lake, nearby, a fishing rod bent under the weight of a catch. Yoo Seungwoo tightened the line and reeled it in, curious to see what he had caught. The fish wasn't particularly large, but it was just enough for his cooking plans. However, his expression turned sour upon seeing it. "You again," he muttered, disappointed. The fish was none other than the humpback goby, a species despised by anglers everywhere. These fish were notorious for appearing almost everywhere, ruining lines, and getting hooked no matter the bait. Though common. There was one undeniable truth about the humpback goby. Its flavor was absolutely terrible. Anyone brave enough to eat it usually regretted it immediately, describing the taste as like chewing on dirt and sand. Not only was it awful to eat, but preparing it was equally punishing. The fish emitted a foul odor that lingered for hours. The worst part? Its bones were incredibly tough and sharp, often causing painful injuries to anyone who tried to eat it. Images of past victims sprawled on the ground in agony flashed through Yoo's mind. Truly, this was the least desirable fish to catch. But Yoo grinned mischievously at the sight of the fish. "No problem, this is exactly what I wanted." His sinister smile hinted at a bigger plan. A new visitor. From a distance, a man approached. It was Lee Jonhan, a supervisor from the Isaac Disaster Management Department. "It's been a while," he muttered to himself as he surveyed the area. Standing before the dilapidated fishing site, Lee rubbed his temples in frustration. This place has deteriorated so much. It used to be beautiful. Suddenly, he spotted the old shopkeeper peeking out of the cabin. The shopkeeper quickly covered his face and darted back inside. Slamming the door behind him, Lee let out a sigh. It's been 9 years. Years ago, the owner of the Ford fishing grounds had asked Lee to address issues in the area. But as a frequent visitor back then, Lee had made the decision to decline. "I thought it wasn't worth wasting resources," Lee reflected, now regretting his choice. "But after all this time, no one's come to help." Walking over the cracked and weathered ground, Lee mumbled. "According to the reports, fishing here is still possible. But with the slime infestations, this place barely qualifies as F rank." Meeting Yoo Seungwoo, as he walked around, Lee spotted a young man by the lake. Yoo Seungwoo, busy fishing. "Hello." Yoo greeted cheerfully, noticing the newcomer. "Hello." Lee replied, his eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and concern. "This guy, he's the returnee. Yoo Seungwoo, what a troublesome person to run into." Lee's gaze drifted to Yoo's bucket, overflowing with humpback gobies. "Why are there so many humpback gobies in here?" Lee asked, visibly annoyed. Without hesitation, Yoo replied, "I'm catching them for cooking." "For cooking?" Lee looked puzzled. "You're planning to use humpback gobies for food?" With a smile as radiant as a pageant winner, Yoo nodded. "Yes, they're great ingredients. In fact, they're perfect for making weapons. My dish made with these gobies could easily become a biological weapon." Lee's face twisted in discomfort. Is he seriously planning to send hunters to the afterlife with a dish made from humpback gobies? Though he detested the idea, Lee forced himself to speak calmly. "I don't know if you realize this, but you can't sell dishes like that as biological weapons in your restaurant. You're treating your customers pretty badly." You didn't seem fazed. He simply chuckled and smiled awkwardly, smiling outside, questions inside. Though Yoo Seungwoo kept a pleasant smile on his face, his mind raced with questions. Does he know I'm a restaurant owner? If so, he must be connected to the forces managing the gate. With a friendly tone, Yoo said. "Ah, my apologies, I was too focused on fishing and didn't explain myself clearly. I don't plan to sell these fish," he finally elaborated. "I'm just planning to use them as weapons to deal with the slime around here." Lee Jong-hun, puzzled, asked. Deal with slime? The question made him ponder deeply. So, he's planning to take down other monsters with these awful fish? Yoo continued casually, reeling in another fish. This fish could kill a dragon, so slime shouldn't be an issue. Lee's jaw dropped in shock. Dragons are officially recognized as the strongest and most formidable monsters to fight. And he kills dragons by cooking? Lee thought, stunned by the absurdity of the statement. He turned away briefly, trying to maintain composure. Is this Ritterney joking? No, he's the same Ritterney who cleared an SS-Rank gate. So he's probably telling the truth, deciding to engage further. Lee asked, You're seriously saying you can capture slime using just food? Of course, it's incredibly simple. Yoo replied with complete confidence, dragon bait. Lee's mind conjured up a ridiculous image. He makes it sound like using insect spray on bugs. Completely overconfident. Yoo, with a smug grin, explained. A dragon is just a big lizard that knows magic. They're not that hard to deal with. Sure, they're strong, but their self-control is terrible. And they're easily manipulated by their desires. Feigning a friendly expression, he continued. They're easy to trap, it's just like fishing for carp. Carp? Lee echoed incredulously. Yoo nodded with a sinister glint in his eye. In my experience, all you need is bait, no matter the dragon species. They all have one thing in common. Flashback, the red fossil. The memory shifted to a time when you carried a peculiar item. The red fossil, a square, molten artifact. Standing over the defeated Crimson Dragon. The right-hand servant of Demon King Celius. He smirked. The only reason I managed to defeat it was. As you held up the fossil, his confidence radiated. Its overwhelming scent offered a flavor no dragon could resist. Not even Celius himself. Back in reality, Lee pressed further. But I've heard dragons can eat anything without issue. That's true. You admitted, so what did you feed it? Lee asked, growing more curious. You grinned proudly. My ultimate dish. To put it simply, it's an unbeatable monster-killing meal. He added, monsters go absolutely crazy for it. Of course. The finishing blow is still done with a sword. My teammates insisted on that. At least they wanted to look like they contributed. The ultimate dish. Lee's surprise deepened. An ultimate dish? Such a thing exists? You nodded. I told you. My cooking is both a weapon and the perfect bait. That's exactly what I'm using to catch slime here. Lee struggled to wrap his mind around the idea. After a moment, he glanced at Yoo's fishing rod and asked. Is there anything I can do to help? Yoo responded. I haven't caught enough humpback gobies yet. I need over 60 more. Lee stood abruptly. His face set with determination. Let's finish this today, he declared. Immediately agreeing to assist you with unwavering resolve. The food of the gods. The scene shifts to the Roman gods. The god of wine and the god of food. Whose dishes and drinks symbolize immortality. The food of the gods was said to bestow great blessings upon mortals who consumed it. But among the divine creations, there was one dish, a dish of predation cuisine. That was the antithesis of immortality. A deadly creation, capable of killing even the gods themselves. Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. Yoo Seungwoo's ambition. Yoo Seungwoo pondered, the Ragnarok I made before was just a crude imitation. The cooking process is incredibly complex. And the ingredients are almost impossible to find. Despite its flaws, even the imitation dish had been enough to bring down Kiri's. A godlike opponent. Looking at the bucket of humpback gobies, Yoo's thoughts churned. What would happen if this terrible, ordinary fish were cooked using the Ragnarok recipe? A mischievous grin spread across his face. Ragnarok. Freshwater edition. Should I name it the humpback goby of destruction? He watched the gobies swim in the clear water. If I keep experimenting, one day, I'll create a 6-star dish. He murmured to himself. As time passed, darkness blanketed the lake. And Yoo and Lee Jong-hun finally finished fishing. Reflections by the fire. The two sat down to rest. Yoo asked casually. Do you visit this fishing spot often? Lee Jong-hun replied. I used to. It's been 9 years now. Lee reminisced about the past. This place wasn't always like this. Years ago, it was a prime location. There were plenty of catfish and carp instead of these gobies. And the lake water was crystal clear. He recalled his happiest times. Back then, whenever I had a big catch, the manager would cook mientong for me. The taste was incredible. Yoo's eyes lit up. The manager cooked for you? Lee nodded, smiling. He was a famous chef. His cooking skills were exceptional. I've tried mientong all over the country, but his was the best. Looking into the distance, Yoo said, I hope I get to taste it someday. The cooking begins. With determination, Yoo stood up. Well, time to start cooking. Good luck. Lee called out. Yoo poured 2 large bottles of water into a massive basin. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he ignited the fire beneath it. Lee watched in awe, lighting a fire without any fuel. Incredible. His astonishment was evident. It's like magic. Or alchemy. Lee remembered Yoo's earlier words. This dish is also a weapon. It now seemed more like a spell than mere cooking. The recipe for destruction. Yoo concentrated, recalling the steps of the humpback goby of destruction recipe. Add a ton of cleaned humpback gobies to a pot of fresh water. Season generously with salt, black pepper, soy sauce, and more. Stir until it boils. Lee, standing behind, couldn't help but ask, are you really cooking? Yoo smiled and replied. Yes. I am. Please stay quiet. I need to focus completely. Channeling power into the dish. Pouring his full concentration into the dish. Yoo whispered. Ragnarok. He channeled his energy into the pot. And a brilliant green light emanated from his body, illuminating the surroundings. This dish, capable of slaying gods and elevating mortals beyond the limits of divinity, began to take form. The faint aroma hinted at the deadly potential of what was brewing. An unstoppable force of culinary destruction. The challenges of cooking Ragnarok. To create Ragnarok, the process is extraordinarily complex. The key techniques involve mastering true flame, the essence of eternal life, and the power of death. The consequence of eating Ragnarok is harrowing. Those who consume it endure eternal destruction and rebirth in a cycle that doesn't end in death. Through this process, their original body shatters. And they are reborn with a new one. The miraculous result? A body that transcends even the divine. Yoo Seungwoo understood the risks but remained wary. However, that's only if someone can endure it. Surrounded by flames, he admitted to himself. Even I can't be sure if I'd survive eating it. In the pan, the humpback goby ignited into flames. Especially since this fish doesn't offer any buffs. An unseen thread beneath the lake. Lee Jong-hun stood nearby, unsure of what to do as he watched the surreal scene. The cool evening air only added to the strangeness of it all. Is this really magic? He murmured to himself. Deep beneath the lake, an ancient and sinister entity stirred. Known as Form Zero, it was a colossal bioweapon created by the scientists of the Journey of Planet. Originally designed to combat monsters emerging from interdimensional gates, Form Zero had been developed in a laboratory. But during an experiment, it broke free, devouring everything in its path. Having consumed its own planet, Form Zero discovered a dimensional rift and shrank itself to escape into Earth. Now, it was lurking in the lake, waiting for new prey. The encounter with Form Zero. Devoid of fish to consume, Form Zero contemplated surfacing. Just as it prepared to rise, something small dropped into the water. It noticed the peculiar black object, a small box. Its curiosity was piqued. Driven by instinct, the creature engulfed the box in its gelatinous mass. Although a monster, Form Zero possessed intelligence. Interesting, something I've never tasted before. Moments later, it began to relish the flavor. This taste. But soon, its body started disintegrating into the water, screaming in agony. It roared. My cells, they're burning. This is no ordinary toxin. This is a chemical weapon destroying my very essence. Its eyes widened with rage. The humans of this world, how dare they trap me? Despite its pain, it struggled to adapt. I must endure this. If I absorb it fully, I'll become an even more powerful weapon. But the process was unbearable. No, it's burning, I can't. As its body dissolved into the water, it finally realized the truth. This chemical weapon, it's the real deal. Eventually, Form Zero ceased to exist, vanishing entirely. The aftermath. A radiant light spread across the lake as the monster disintegrated. Standing on the shore, Yoo Seungwoo and Lee Jong-hun watched the phenomenon unfold. It's gone. Lee said, uncertainty lacing his tone. But how can we be sure it's truly destroyed? Yoo sighed deeply. There's no way to tell. Guess I'll have to check the crack myself. Exploring the rift. Descending into the lake. Yoo inspected the crack. His eyes widened at what lay before him. This? Before him was a massive, gelatinous mass. A remnant of Form Zero far larger than any ordinary slime. This thing isn't just a slime. It's comparable to a demon king, he thought. Though most of the slime had dissolved, the remaining bits still oozed and pulsated. For now, this seems like a temporary solution, he concluded. As you observed, he felt an unfamiliar sensation. Energy coursed through his body, as if he were absorbing something. No way. After a moment of disbelief, realization dawned on him. Level up, he muttered. Stunned. The remnants of Journea. Yoo Seungwoo continued assessing the situation. So, that means. He looked up at the massive slime before him, analyzing it carefully. This creature was once the slime demon king. The very entity that ravaged its home planet. And I accidentally destroyed it. Using cooking. And now, I've leveled up. Its strength far exceeded my expectations. Reflecting on the earlier events, Yoo sighed in relief. This slime. For all its power. Its tolerance for unusual food was abysmal. As he turned to leave, the slime began showing faint signs of revival. It was once strong enough to throw an entire planet into chaos. Looking around at the slimy remnants scattered everywhere, you thought. If this thing had been able to absorb the dishes of cooked, Earth would have been in serious danger. A curious discovery. You crouched down to examine the soil. This planet. It doesn't have mana. But the soil is incredibly fertile. Could that be why the slime was weak to magic? Scooping up a handful of dirt, he inspected it closely. Fertile indeed. If that's the case, he clenched his hand, causing the dirt to scatter. This would make excellent planting soil. Looking back at the slime's remnants, he declared. Perfect. By clearing this slime from this unclaimed land, doesn't that make me the rightful owner? As a man of action, he wasted no time. I need to establish my claim here. Marking the land will do. A glowing circle appeared beneath his feet. You began casting a spell at his location. I should also create a portal to connect this place to my basement, he muttered, repeating the thought as he worked. At the ISAC branch office. The next morning. At the ISAC branch office in Zone A, Lee Jong-hun burst into his office. Excitement radiating from him. All the monsters have been eradicated. And the rift has been closed. It's such a relief, he exclaimed. A nearby assistant asked eagerly. Sir, about the poison that destroyed the slime. Can we study it? If possible. I think we should weaponize it. It could be the discovery of the century. The assistant continued enthusiastically. As long as I know the ingredients used. Recreating it should be possible. You just need to introduce me to the creator. Lee's expression darkened. Weaponize? What are you talking about? You don't understand. Do you? The assistant looked confused. My apologies, sir. Lee sternly replied. Ingredients? Humpback goby. Salt. Pepper. And garlic. That's it. Pausing for effect. He added. And let me tell you how it was made. You mixed the ingredients thoroughly while boiling them in water. The assistant blinked in disbelief. Struggling to comprehend. That's it. Lee sighed. Clearly exasperated. Yes. Exactly. That so-called poison was nothing more than a ridiculous dish called the destruction of humpback goby. The assistant was overwhelmed. His mind spinning. You're saying it's possible to kill slime with just food? His brain felt like it was overheating. Error. After a long pause. He finally regained composure and muttered. I'll just write I don't know in the report. That sounds reasonable. Lee agreed with a resigned shrug. As the assistant left, Min O'Keefe walked in. A lesson in understanding. Now do you understand the skill level of my teacher? Min said with a smirk. Lee frowned slightly. You brats are all so sharp. How do you know this has anything to do with the attorney? Min sighed dramatically. It's not me. You're just too easy to read. Boss. Lee raised an eyebrow. What? Are you psychic or something? Nope. Min replied casually. I don't have that kind of skill. Lee took a deep breath. Calming himself. Never mind. I see now why you said all those things about him. Min grinned triumphantly. Finally. You get it. A sudden fluster. Lee Jong-hun thought about the young man, his face turning slightly red with embarrassment. Honestly. Even though we're both men. I have to admit. There's something strangely captivating about him. His forearms when he was fishing. Absolutely incredible. Min O'Keefe sighed deeply. Clearly exasperated. The leadership styles between you two are like night and day. Lee scowled. Who are you talking about? You brat? Raising his voice. Lee shouted. When it comes to leadership. There's no proof he's better than me. Problem solving and guiding people are two completely different things. Min, sensing Lee was getting carried away, intervened. I wasn't comparing you two. I was comparing the teacher to Baek Hik. Lee paused. Flustered. Oh, I see. Well, anyone's better than that guy. Trust and admiration. Min, trying to reassure him, said. You're in the top 3 most reliable people I've ever known. Manager. Second place is the Secretary General. Hearing this, Lee raised an eyebrow in concern. The Secretary General? Right. That guy. He's certainly reliable. Min nodded. He's completely different from the teacher. But still, you can trust him. Wouldn't you agree? Lee snorted. Different? They're as different as recovery and horror movies. Min laughed. More like a hero of justice versus an anti-hero. The Secretary General. The reason I respect him. Min explained, is because Secretary General Isaac Ju Hyuk Jin is a cold, calculating individual who will use any means necessary to get results. His reflexes are so sharp that they leave people speechless. And his ability to make precise decisions never fails him. These traits, Min noted, were the 3 phrases most often used to describe him. Lee shivered at the thought. The day Secretary General Ju Hyuk Jin and Yoo Seungwoo meet. He imagined a catastrophic scenario unfolding in his head. I don't think I'd have the confidence to control that situation. A special privilege. Placing a hand on Min's shoulder, Lee spoke with a tone of earnest trust. Listen, Min. His face radiated a mix of determination and desperation. As the branch manager, I'm granting you a special privilege. Min looked puzzled. What kind of privilege? Lee quickly replied, as if unburdening himself of a heavy weight. From now on, don't tell me anything about the returnee. Yoo Seungwoo, don't share, don't report, nothing. Min's face turned purple with anger. What kind of privilege is that? You're basically asking me to take this to the grave. Lee shrugged and said, if I know, then the Secretary General will know too. Sometimes, ignorance truly is bliss. Remember that. Now, report today's activities. A heated exchange. Min's frustration only grew. Fine. Today, I visited the store. Lee quickly covered his ears. The store? Kid. I told you not to report these things. Ignoring him, Min raised his voice as if to scold him. I sensed something unusual in the basement of the store. I'm reporting it because I'm worried it could be contagious. Lee pretended not to hear, shouting. Ah, I'm not listening. He turned away and began singing South Korea's national anthem. Though the East Sea dries up and Mount Baekdu wears away. This childish behavior only infuriated Min further. Storming out with his head burning hot, he muttered. He's acting like Baek Hang-kook. What kind of grown man is this childish? Curiosity and concern. As Min he left, he couldn't shake the lingering thought. What exactly is in the basement? Though he could only sense faint traces of its presence. The feeling was undeniable. It was like the aura of a boss monster. In the basement of the Warriors restaurant. The basement, a gift from Seungwoo's former colleague Renato, housed a rare and peculiar creature. A pudding slime. This creature, highly sought after, had the unique ability to produce sweet pudding in exchange for leftover scraps. Alongside it was another resident. A shy emerald slime and its companion. A timid green slime, both clinging to survival. Unbeknownst to them, danger was near. The return of Formula Zero. The fearsome Formula Zero. Though its body had been oxidized and nearly destroyed by the destruction of Humpback Gobi, had managed to survive. By adapting and fragmenting itself. Formula Zero had preserved its essence. It had slipped through the portal Yoo Seungwoo created. Seeking new opportunities. Staring at the slimes in the basement. Formula Zero thought to itself, perfect. These creatures look like me. If I absorb them, I'll return to my former self. Its naive logic drove it forward with determination. I'll absorb you all and reclaim my power. Formula Zero easily consumed the emerald slime, expecting to grow larger. But, to its frustration, its size remained unchanged. Why am I not getting bigger? It thought, seething in silent rage. Even though my color changed, I'm still the same size. Formula Zero's frustration. Lacking vocal cords. Formula Zero could only curse silently. Isn't there any useful skill here I can steal? Moments later, it released a golden substance. The remaining green slime stared at it in confusion. What is this? Basic splitting? If it takes this much effort, it must be a powerful skill. An unexpected visitor. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. That's pudding, a type of food, said the newcomer. Formula Zero froze in fear. The terrifying voice belonged to none other than Yoo Seungwoo. Standing before it, Seungwoo's face radiated an eerie calm. You came through the portal I created, didn't you? And you're still alive? Not bad. His expression shifted to one of annoyance. But it looks like you've absorbed my pudding slime. Instead of scolding, Yoo's voice turned mocking. Judging by your unchanged size, I'm guessing you've lost your ability to grow larger. Am I right? Formula Zero trembled. Impossible. Yoo leaned closer. Ah, I forgot. You can't speak without vocal cords, can you? The final confrontation. Yoo's tone grew more menacing. Even though I usually try to remain calm. I'm a bit irritated that you ate my pudding slime. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword. With a fearsome glare that could rival any villain. He raised his weapon. This has gone far enough. I'll end you in one strike, he declared. His voice cold. Formula Zero let out a terrified shriek. Eek! A surprising taste test. Yoo Seungwoo examined the golden substance he had picked up. Puzzled. The green slime nearby looked on. Confused and nervous. When you squeezed the substance. It felt soft and gelatinous. This came from the pudding, he muttered. Then popped it into his mouth without hesitation. Let's see. To his surprise. The taste was apple. No mint apple. After a moment, he concluded. No. It's a flavor I've never tasted on Earth or Terra. Glancing at the trembling slime clutching its head, he thought. Is it because this comes from another world? As he deliberated further. Yoo grew contemplative. What should I do with this? It tastes better than the pudding slime's previous product. But it's still the slime demon king. Morally, I can't let it live. The slime. Terrified. Thought. You're deciding whether to kill me, aren't you? Suddenly, Yoo declared. I've made my decision. He stood up decisively. A strange proposal. Yoo spoke to the trembling slime. First, I'll look at your memories. He sheathed his sword and retrieved an item. A time loop orb. This, he explained. Holding the orb aloft. Is a divine artifact. It allows me to glimpse the memories of my target. The slime, oddly, seemed pleased at this development. He's going to read my memories? You brought the glowing orb closer. And a radiant light pulsed as if rewinding time. Sitting quietly, Yoo immersed himself in the vision. Meanwhile, the slime shrank back nervously, watching for his reaction. When Yoo opened his eyes, his expression remained calm but thoughtful. The slime, however, was trembling more than ever. Why is he mumbling like that? This bastard is terrifying. I'm going to cry at this rate. An unexpected meeting. A few days later. Baek Hang-heek and Min O'Keefe were on their way to Yoo Seungwoo's place. As they walked, Baek casually chatted about strange foods from around the world. There are so many pungent dishes out there. Stinky tofu from China. Kasaya dried fish from Japan. Fermented skate from Korea. It's similar here. The food may smell weird, but you'll get addicted once you try it. Min shrugged. Isn't eating good food a normal thing? Baek shot back. This has nothing to do with flavor. The texture and smell alone are horrifying. As they entered the restaurant, Baek accidentally brushed against something. It felt elastic. What the, he blurted. Startled. Inside, they were greeted by the sight of Mini Formula Zero. Casually carrying a tray of items. Baek froze. Boss, what is that? Yoo Seungwoo smiled nonchalantly. That's my new employee and air freshener. Smells nice, doesn't it? Baek leaned in for a closer look. Now that you mention it, yeah. It smells like flowers. Feels like we're on vacation in some warm, southern country. But suddenly, his face turned pale. Wait, no. That's a monster. Isn't it? Yoo shrugged. You can call it that if you want. Baek, unconvinced, insisted. No matter what you call it. It's still a slime. Reaching for his weapon, Baek thought. If this thing starts multiplying, it'll be a huge problem. As someone on the front lines, I can't let this slide. But Yoo Seungwoo remained calm. His smile unwavering. Realizing this, Baek hesitated. Wait, this returnee wouldn't let me get away with it if I hurt his pet slime. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Baek reluctantly pulled out his gun. His face hardened as he steeled himself. No. I have to do what needs to be done. I'm blessed by the gods of swordsmanship and victory. Pausing, he corrected himself. Let's leave out the god of predation. Sounds a bit tacky. The heated debate. Baek Hang-heek gripped his gun tightly and declared. Boss. As someone on the front lines. This is completely unacceptable. Keeping a monster loose in a restaurant. This is nothing like having a shape-shifting cat as a pet. Yoo Seungwoo responded casually. I guess you have a point. So, do you have a solution? Frustrated, Baek yelled. Do you really think there's an easy fix for this? Yoo sighed in exasperation. Really? I was waiting for you too because I thought you'd have an idea. Finally, Min O'Keefe, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up. It's not impossible to solve this. He gently picked up the slime, cradling it in his hands. But first, I have a question. Min stroked the slime affectionately, ignoring its protests. What kind of slime is this exactly? It's different from normal slimes. Their bodies are usually acidic. But this one is harmless. Plus, it smells good and feels soft. The slime squirmed in irritation. Let me go. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like a pet? Yoo answered cheerfully. Oh, I removed all the toxins from its body last night. Min nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. Well, in that case, there is a way. You should report one of your skills as taming. Yoo looked puzzled. Taming? Min explained. It's essentially the ability to tame and manage monsters. Since you already have a shapeshifting cat, it wouldn't be a stretch. Does this slime have a name? Young Shik, he added nonchalantly. The slime froze. Horrified. That's my name. Min placed the slime back on the ground and continued. As it's a slime, it can be classified as a combat-type creature. You could even receive care subsidies if you register it as a combat monster. But keep in mind, you'd also be summoned if a gate appears. At the mention of gates, you frowned. HMPF, I really don't want to be summoned. Min smirked and suggested. Then falsify the paperwork. Register it as an F-rank slime. Both Yoo and Baek were caught off guard. We can do that? Yoo asked skeptically. Of course. Min replied confidently. You know the branch manager handed over all your issues to me, right? Haha. An unlikely resolution. Feeling more reassured, Yoo replied. Looks like you figured out everything about young Shik. But it seems like you don't want to dig too deep. The small slime, noticing it was being ignored, started crying. Young Shik? That name? Level 30, former slime demon king. Young Shik. Level 30. Min scribbled some notes and declared. I'll report its rank as F. This won't impact your business. Boss. Yoo smiled brightly. Thanks a lot. No need to be formal. Min replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Baek stood motionless. His thoughts swirling. Branch manager. I think these two are plotting something here. What should I do? He overheard their casual conversation. Do you want some pudding? Yes. If you're offering. A brief respite. Moments later. The shape-shifting cat, Nabi, approached with a tray. Here's your coffee. Naya. Baek reluctantly sat down, taking a sip of coffee. Damn it, I tried to stop them. But that's enough. Let's just check today's Hunter's menu. Hunter's menu of the day. The day's special included dishes based on available ingredients. Baek scanned the options. Lamb steak. He read aloud. Amazed. Oh, lamb steak. He quickly placed an order. I'll take 3 servings of lamb steak. Nabi scribbled down his order. Got it. Naya, you sure are a big eater. Naya. A confident declaration. Baek Hang-heek ran his hand through his hair, striking a confident pose. I'm someone who's returned after living in TERRA for half a year. Let me tell you, predation cuisine is no longer a challenge for me. It's just part of my everyday life. Nabi, impressed, clapped her paws excitedly. That's amazing. Naya, you know what? Just for today, your meal is on the house. Baek smirked proudly, his nose slightly in the air. Hey, well, you're certainly a sharp little cat. Young Shik's internal struggle. Young Shik diligently brought out the plate of lamb steak. Inside, however, the slime was conflicted. I can't believe he actually came here to eat this mediocre dish. The people of this world are so bizarre. When the meal was placed on the table, Baek's anticipation grew. It's here. Without hesitation, he cut into the steak and took a big bite. As soon as the flavor hit his tongue, his expression lit up. Yes, this is it. With every bite, the flavor just explodes in your mouth. Compared to TERRA's cuisine, this is leagues better. Meanwhile, young Shik watched in horror. I barely survived being eaten. How is he enjoying this so much? A busy day at the restaurant. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud creak. A group of new customers poured in. Hey, boss. We're here. Welcome. Come on in. Naya. Nabi greeted them enthusiastically. The newcomers wasted no time calling out their orders. Boss. We want to order. Over here. 2. The restaurant quickly became packed, with people shouting orders from every corner. Young Shik worked tirelessly, ferrying dishes back and forth. What is with these people? Stop ordering out and cook your own meals. The slime could only grumble internally as it begrudgingly served more food. Damn this capitalist system. Just wait until I recover my full strength. But as long as Yoo Seungwoo continued suppressing its powers, young Shik's body remained subdued and obedient. By the lakeside. Two men clink glasses by the lakeside. Sharing a quiet moment. I'm not sure if it's just my mood, but the wine tastes particularly good today. One said, smiling. The other man replied, you've been through a lot, haven't you? With a light chuckle. The first man responded, ah, it's nothing worth mentioning. The lake owner glanced at the peaceful waters. It seems like everything's back to the way it used to be. In front of them, the calm, clear lake stretched out, exuding tranquility. The two continued sipping their drinks, enjoying the serene view. A gesture of support. Breaking the silence, Lee Young-hun said, you'll be receiving compensation from the Disaster Recovery Department. He continued, it's meant to help with environmental restoration and as reparation for your suspended work. It's not a lot, but it should help. The lake owner, surprised, asked, really? Lee nodded and added, I'm not doing this because of our personal connection. You deserve it. As he spoke, he helped prepare fresh food, the sight of which moved the lake owner to tears. It's our fault for not providing the support you needed earlier. Lee admitted. The lake owner finally mustered a reply. His voice shaky. Thank you, branch manager. It's been a tough time. Lee reassured him. It's all right now. I understand. As the scene faded, only the faint sound of comforting words lingered. Everything will be fine from now on. At the ISAC branch, South Korea, the scene shifted to the ISAC Korean branch, where Lee Young-hun sat wearily at his desk, dealing with Wang Ji-yun. A formal dispatch notice has been sent? He asked skeptically. Yes. It's official. Wang confirmed. Handing him a document. Lee studied the paper, stamped with Isaac's seal of approval. The more he read, the more his concern grew. It's real, he muttered. Authorization for the deployment of the mobile armed unit. I can't believe they approved this. I didn't think they'd accept it. Frustrated, he vented. We're already stretched thin, after enduring the bizarre food challenges. Half the team is on sick leave. We're so short-staffed I had to request reinforcements in desperation. And now they've sent this unit? Wang, one of the team members who had taken sick leave, tried to justify herself. But isn't this a good thing? We're finally getting some help. However, her mind wandered, wondering if she could finally take a real vacation. Bali? Hawaii? Where should I go? A puzzling deployment. Lee, trying to calm himself, muttered, no, the Secretary General wouldn't act without reason. He racked his brain. He hates failure and inefficiency the most. If he's sending this unit, there must be specific conditions attached. Turning to Wang, he asked, do you know which unit they're sending? Wang hesitated, her face paling as she stammered. It's the Full Metal Heroes from Isaac's command. The words struck like a thunderclap. The Full Metal Heroes? Lee repeated, standing up in shock. They're the best of the best. Why would they send a unit like that here? After a moment of silence, Lee's expression darkened. No, it can't be. His mind raced to a chilling conclusion. Could they know about Yoo Seungwoo, the nuclear option? Lee thought about Yoo Seungwoo, an unparalleled ridderny with power far beyond even the strongest hunters. He's like a nuclear bomb. Lee reasoned. If they're sending the Full Metal Heroes to subdue him in an emergency, that would explain everything. But, his lips curled into a bitter smile. Ha, how naive. Wang, still clueless, asked, branch manager? Lee abruptly stood. If our superiors are planning what I think they are, we have to stop them. No matter how elite the hunters are, they can't handle someone like Yoo Seungwoo. They've miscalculated. His urgency left Wang baffled, unable to grasp the gravity of his words. A branch manager's dilemma. Lee Jung-hun buried his head in his hands, overwhelmed by the information he had just received. Should I report this to my superiors? I can't think of any other option. He fell into a deep line of thought. Does the Secretary General know something I don't? After a moment, he reassured himself. No, it's impossible. There's no way. Unless he secretly planted an informant in that restaurant. Meanwhile, at the restaurant. In the kitchen of the Warriors restaurant. CO, Taiji sneezed unexpectedly. Sniffling. He grumbled. This cursed weather. The day's menu included Western-style pork chops and mushroom soup. Using a fork, he elegantly lifted a piece of pork and placed it into his mouth. The peaceful atmosphere enveloped him as he savored the flavors. A friendly interruption. As he enjoyed his meal, a voice startled him. Wow, so wild. Athletes are something else. You finished that in just 2 bites. It was Yoo Seungwoo, clapping enthusiastically. Both Nabi and Yuna joined in, mimicking him. CEO, Taiji blushed. It's not because I'm an athlete. Actually, you might be right. After finishing his plate, he hesitated before asking. Could I get another serving? You smiled warmly. Of course. This time, I'll make plenty. Young Shik hard at work. As Young Shik dutifully cleared the table, CEO, Taiji thanked it politely. Thank you, little one. Watching the slime work, CEO's curiosity grew. Why is there a slime in this restaurant? His eyes reflected concern. Is it really just here to help him? What an interesting guy. The faint floral fragrance emanating from Young Shik caught his attention, making him stare at the slime with increasing intensity. CEO fell into his own thoughts. No matter how peculiar it seems, a slime is still just a slime. But suddenly, the atmosphere around him turned sharp and menacing. I won't let anything harm Yuna. Not even a scratch. Young Shik, noticing the intense gaze, fidgeted nervously. What's wrong with this human? Why is he staring at me like that? Young Shik's thoughts. The little slime thought back to the promise Yoo Seungwoo made. If I work hard, he'll protect me. It remembered all the grueling days spent learning human customs and how to run the restaurant. But now, facing this perplexing customer, Young Shik felt frustrated. What's wrong with this guy? What did I even do wrong? The tension between them was palpable. They glared at each other like rivals. You stepped in, breaking the tension. Yoo Seungwoo suddenly lifted Young Shik into the air. He pinched the slime's cheek like surface playfully. You little rascal. Who taught you to glare at customers like that? Young Shik cried out in protest. I didn't glare at him first. I didn't do anything. Turning to CEO Taiji, you asked, are you uncomfortable with the slime? It's just a harmless little creature. CEO hesitated before replying. It puts me into a defensive state instinctively. It's troublesome. Everyone seems to react that way when they see it. To lighten the mood, you began tossing Young Shik like a basketball. See? It's so bouncy. You could even use it as a basketball. Young Shik wailed. CEO quickly intervened. Please stop doing that in front of Yuna. She might start copying you. Laughing cheerfully, you reassured him. Haha, it's perfectly safe. Young Shik, however, grumbled internally. Safe for him. Maybe. I'm the one in danger here. An ominous warning. After a deep sigh, CEO Taiji spoke seriously. It's probably best to hide the slime right now. You frowned. Why? Finally, CEO revealed the truth. The mobile armed unit is on its way here. You blinked in confusion. Mobile armed unit? That's not the local mechanized force. Is it? A history lesson. Without hesitation, CEO Taiji began. Let me explain. Should I give you the full story or just a brief summary? I've got time. Yoo Seungwoo replied casually. Give me the full explanation. All right. CEO Taiji nodded. Then let's start from the beginning. The birth of the mobile armed unit. In this world, there are the awakened, hunters with extraordinary abilities. Hunters are those who fight and slay monsters spilling out from gates and rifts. They serve as humanity's shield, but their numbers are few. Ordinary people began to question. Do we always have to rely on others just because we're not awakened? Can we continue to live under their protection forever? Eventually, they rose up, declaring, we want to fight too. To do so, they needed weapons capable of piercing the hearts of monsters and armor that could protect their vulnerable bodies. At the same time, Cyberdyne, the world leader in technological development, responded to the demand. The result was the creation of single-use combat mechs. Yu's curiosity. The scene shifted in Yoo Seungwoo's mind to a visual of the combat mech. A disposable robot? Yu asked, still trying to wrap his head around it. A machine that humans can pilot and use to fight monsters. Kaji explained. Yu's interest peaked. Wow, that's incredible, he exclaimed. Already fantasizing about having one for himself. But why are they coming here? What do they want with this slime? Kaji added cautiously. Well, these mechs have their limitations. The slime threat. Yoo furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns. If a slime manages to get inside one of those machines, the mech wouldn't stand a chance. Kaji nodded solemnly. Exactly, it's happened before. That's why the mobile armed units hate slime so much. Yoo glanced at young Shik, his expression a mix of sympathy and worry. That does make sense. Arrival of the mobile armed unit. Later that day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the mobile armed unit arrived at the ISAC branch. The squad moved in precision, their presence radiating authority. One figure stepped forward, standing taller than the rest. With a sharp, serious tone, she reported, "The 6th ranked mobile armed unit is here. I am Captain Woo Haina." Branch manager Lee Young-hun responded cordially. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lee Young-hun, the branch manager." The meeting begins. As soon as Woo Haina met Lee Young-hun, she greeted him with formality. "I'm Woo Haina, captain of the 6th ranked mobile armed unit." Lee replied with a polite smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lee Young-hun, branch manager of South Korea." A not-so-welcome flirtation. Woo Haina's expression was serious, radiating authority and discipline. Standing nearby, Baek Hyuk couldn't resist, smirking mischievously as he looked at her. Beside him, Min Ok-hee frowned in disapproval, his face a mix of annoyance and confusion at Baek's behavior. Baek, oblivious to their reactions, blurted out, "Wow, strong women are totally my type." Both Woo Haina and Lee immediately frowned in response. Their displeasure evident, unbothered, Baek stepped closer to her and added, "What a waste for someone like you to end up as a soldier and married." No less. Woo Haina strikes back. In Baek's mind, a thought brewed. Top-ranked hunters probably feel a little self-conscious about their positions, right? Before he could dwell further, Woo Haina smiled faintly, sighed, and then flicked his forehead with surprising force. Disqualified, she said firmly. "Sorry, kid, but if you were trying to impress me, you failed. Big time." Holding his forehead in pain, Baek seethed with irritation, while both Lee and Min struggled to suppress their laughter. Thoroughly enjoying the scene, the tour. Later, as Lee showed her around, he said warmly, "I'm glad you're here. I've prepared accommodations for you, so please make yourself at home." Woo Haina nodded and replied, "Thank you. Is there anything I should take care of first?" Lee shook his head. "Not at all. This is your downtime. If you like, why not explore the city a little?" Her response caught him off guard. "That won't be necessary," she said. "I already have a place I'd like to visit." Surprised, Lee asked, "A place you'd like to visit?" Without hesitation, she replied, "I've heard there's a restaurant nearby that serves dishes made with monster ingredients." Shock all around. Her words left the three men speechless. Lee began sweating nervously, frantically waving his hands at Baek and Min. "I didn't say anything about that." Baek mirrored the gesture with an exaggerated X sign. "I didn't either." Min shrugged, signaling with his hands, "Not me." Unfazed, Woo Haina continued, "I've always wanted to try a meal made from monster ingredients at least once in my life. I've heard it's notoriously awful. Isn't it?" The group froze in fear, unsure how to respond. The awkward conversation. After a moment, Lee stammered, "Why yes. That's right. It's absolutely terrible. I wouldn't recommend it." But before he could finish, Woo Haina interjected with a grin, "I enjoy peculiar foods. I've tried cassia and surströmming before." Her nonchalant mention of the infamous fermented dishes shocked them further. Cassia, she explained, is a fermented salted dried fish from Japan. And surströmming is a fermented herring from Sweden. Both are rather unusual and challenging to eat. Minho Keefe's dilemma. When Woo Haina mentioned trying cassia and surströmming, Minho Keefe managed a strained smile and said, "That's impressive. But to be clear, there's a bit of a difference between smelly food and monster meat." Unfortunately for him, Woo Haina was incredibly stubborn. She ignored his attempt to dissuade her and instead grew even more excited. "If they serve slime too, I'd love to try that," she exclaimed enthusiastically. At this point, Min's emotions were a whirlwind of confusion and terror. "This is serious," he thought, panicking. "I have to stop her from going there at all costs." Lee Jong-hun's reckless suggestion. But before Min could intervene, Lee Jong-hun had an idea. "Actually," he said, I believe the chef at that restaurant has cooked with slime before. Woo Hae-na's eyes widened in surprise. Really? That's amazing. I'll head there right now. Min stood frozen. His mouth agape as he stared at Lee in disbelief. Before he could say anything, Woo Hae-na had already left, leaving the trio behind in stunned silence. The revelation. After a moment, Min slumped in despair. Branch manager. There's a slime at the Hunter's restaurant. Lee nodded knowingly. I know. He keeps it to use in the restaurant. Doesn't he? Didn't he report that it was harmless? Min hesitated. Well, he also has another slime that works there as staff. Lee's face contorted in confusion and fear. His body stiffening like a statue. The argument. Their conversation quickly escalated into a heated argument. You should have reported this to me immediately. Lee shouted. Min fired back. You told me not to report anything about it. Isn't that right, branch manager? Lee retorted. But you should have known to report something this important. And how was I supposed to know what's important, when you didn't tell me what to report? Min shot back. The shouting match continued until Baek Hang Hyoxide dramatically interjected. Yan. Miscommunication is such a tragedy, isn't it? This is why I always say you should talk more. Neither of them paid him any attention, both turning to yell in unison. Shut up. Woo Hae-na arrives. Meanwhile, Woo Hae-na had reached the Hunter's restaurant. As soon as she stepped through the door, both Yoo Seungwoo and Cotaeg were taken aback. As expected. You thought, it's her. The first impression. Woo Hae-na scanned the restaurant with curious eyes. Suddenly, Nabi ran up to greet her enthusiastically. Welcome. Meow. Woo's face lit up in delight. Oh my gosh. Where did this adorable little cat come from? Hello there. Behind the counter, you watched the interaction with a tinge of annoyance. Though internally, he couldn't help but feel impressed. Good job, Nabi, he thought. Then glanced at Young Shik. Now let's see how you perform. Young Shik struggled. Sitting nearby, Young Shik lowered his head in frustration, muttering to himself. This is so difficult. Way too difficult. Despite his visible unease, Woo Hae-na remained oblivious to the slime's presence, completely engrossed in her conversation with Nabi. Young Shik began trembling with frustration. Slimes can change their form if they gather enough strength and focus, he thought, recalling the advice given to him. I've been practicing shape-shifting just like he told me to, he continued. But, reaching his breaking point, Young Shik internally screamed. I can't hold it any longer. The sound of trouble. While browsing the menu, Woo Hae-na furrowed her brows in confusion. Then, hearing a faint splash, she turned toward the sound. I think I just heard a plop. Nabi, startled, jumped into the air before quickly composing herself. With a professional tone, she addressed Woo Hae-na. Dear guest, meow. The slime dish you mentioned is only suitable for desserts. Like ice cream or pudding. That's just a note. Meow. Just a note? Woo asked curiously. Does it taste bad? Nabi replied confidently. It tastes great. Meow. But it's extremely high in calories. If you eat too much, you'll become a pig. Meow. Young Six hid in resolve, hiding in the shadows. Young Shik sighed in relief. Phew. I was almost caught. But the more he thought about the situation, the more irritated he became. Why am I hiding from this guest? Anger bubbling within him, he decided to act. Why'd I have to stay hidden in the basement? Why'd I have to sneak around while working? He made up his mind. I can only hold this form for 20 seconds. So I better move quickly and get back to hiding. A bold move. Young Shik leapt off his chair and darted off to deliver food, running as fast as he could. As he passed Woo Hae-na, he felt a pang of anxiety but pressed on. Finally, he gathered his courage, pulled out a chair, and sat next to her. Though his mind screamed in panic. This is so hard. The confrontation. Woo Hae-na turned to him, startled by his sudden appearance. Quickly, she grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth. Young Shik, nervous, extended a glass toward her. Her startled reaction made her jump slightly. Hey, she exclaimed. Startled. Young Shik froze, panic spreading through him. Woo Hae-na narrowed her eyes and asked firmly. You're a slime, aren't you? Young Sik's body trembled violently as sweat began to pour down his translucent surface. Her question caused everyone in the restaurant to pause, their concern for Young Shik evident as they watched the interaction unfold. The confrontation escalates. As soon as Woo Hae Na recognized Young Shik as a slime, she grabbed a knife meant for cutting food and shouted, "Slime!" With a swift motion, she slashed, sending the cloth draped over Young Shik flying. Before she could strike again, Nabi dashed forward, placing herself protectively in front of the trembling Young Shik. Young Shik, overwhelmed with fear, burst into tears. Woo Hae Na's hatred. Woo Hae Na glared at them, her voice filled with rage as she snarled, "Eek! Slime!" Her eyes burned with hatred as memories of a traumatic event flooded her mind. A battlefield flashback. On a distant battlefield, Woo Hae Na had fought tirelessly against a swarm of slimes. Exhausted and wounded, she had even lost an eye in the chaos. Clenching her teeth, she had cursed under her breath. "Damn it!" Turning to her squad, she had asked, "Is everyone okay?" One by one, her team responded, "Yes, Captain, somehow. We're fine." But her relief was short-lived as a voice crackled through her earpiece. "This is Bishop." A desperate voice called out. Hearing his voice, Woo Hae Na had frozen, her stomach churning with dread. "Slime has breached the cockpit," Bishop cried, panic evident. "It's trying to melt me. Help me." Gripping her weapon, she had shouted back, "Hold on, Bishop. Push the engine to its maximum. We need to find and destroy it." She had remembered vividly how the combat mech suits were constructed to protect their pilots, but required external assistance to be removed. If a slime infiltrated the mech, the pilot was left with no options but death. Tears streaming down her face, Woo Hae Na had cursed, "Bishop! Cook!" The helplessness of that moment still haunted her, fueling her current rage. Back to the present. Shaking with anger, Woo Hae Na gritted her teeth, clutching the knife tightly. "Slime!" she hissed under her breath. "I'll kill you." Raising the knife, she prepared to strike. Yoo Seungwoo steps in. Before she could follow through, Yoo Seungwoo intervened. "Dear guest," he said firmly, his voice cutting through the tension. "That knife," he continued, his gaze unwavering, "is for slicing pork cutlets, not for use as a weapon." The room holds its breath. As he spoke, Ko Taeg watched Yoo intently, curious to see how he would handle the situation. Yoo turned his determined gaze toward Woo Hae Na and repeated, "It's not meant to be a weapon." The air in the room grew heavy, the tension palpable as everyone waited to see what would happen next. Woo Hae Na's anger. Woo Hae Na glared at Yoo Seungwoo with unrelenting fury. Meanwhile, Yoo observed her calmly, thinking to himself, "I've heard her story from Taeg. I understand why she's acting this way. But doesn't she realize that kid has his own story too?" Young Six passed. Young Shik wasn't always a slime. After the rifts began opening, monster attacks on civilians became commonplace. One day, a slime attacked a young boy, showing an unusual interest in him. This particular slime had a unique ability. It could absorb knowledge and traits from its prey through digestion. Scientists from Journey captured the slime during an expedition, using it in countless experiments to create a weapon capable of destroying the rifts. The problem was, the slime began to evolve consciousness. The first slime to achieve awareness became the first sacrifice, enduring endless pain during experiments. It didn't feel hatred or anger because it hadn't been taught those emotions. It only knew how to consume. Use perspective. That's why Young Shik eats everything. After seeing its memories, I can't see it as just a monster anymore. Young Shik is still just a child. It needs a guardian, not scientists ordering it to eat and destroy, but someone who can teach it right from wrong. A father's defense. Returning to the present, Yoo Seungwoo faced Woo Hae Na with a serious expression. "What exactly do you think you're doing to my child?" he asked. She froze, stunned. "Your child? That slime is your child?" Young Shik, who had been trembling, felt tears well up as the words sank in. Yoo continued, "It's a registered, tamed monster. Is there a problem with that?" Woo Hae Na clenched her teeth in frustration and hissed, "Tissage." Holding back. Internally, Woo Hae Na wrestled with her emotions. "I can't start a fight here." With a reluctant sigh, she placed the knife on the table. "Even though I'm confident in my close combat skills, I can't win against an awakened." Resting her chin on her hand, she sat down, her mind swirling with thoughts. How can I kill it? Determination meets defiance. After a moment of deliberation, she steeled herself and looked at you with renewed determination. "No, there's no opening. It's impossible. Breaking the silence, she said matter-of-factly. Do you know what happens when a member of the mobile armored unit sees a slime? You sighed heavily before replying. Do you know what happens when someone attacks a tamed monster in front of its handler? Without hesitation, she responded. I'd compensate you. Now, what about the slime? You suddenly burst into laughter. You'd kill it. And I'm supposed to just stand by and watch? That's not funny. Fixing her with a cold gaze, he added, I'll let you off twice. But there won't be a third time. Woo Hei-na clenched her fists in frustration. And what will you do if I push it a third time? Yu leaned forward, his tone threatening. If you're curious, go ahead and try. Grinding her teeth, she growled. Tension rising. The escalating tension between the two made Cotaeg visibly uneasy. Watching the exchange, he couldn't help but worry. Woo Hei-na's outburst. Woo Hei-na slammed her hands on the table and shouted. I'm the captain of the mobile armored unit. If you make an enemy out of me over something so trivial, you'll struggle to keep this restaurant running. Yoo Seungwoo, unfazed, smirked. And what about you? If you make an enemy out of me over this, you'll only make things harder for yourself. His gaze shifted momentarily to the other customers. I suggest we stop this psychological warfare, he said firmly. Because right now, 2 of my customers are too scared to eat. Nabi intervenes. At that moment, Nabi dashed forward, standing protectively in front of young Shik, her face determined and ready for battle. When Woo Hei-na turned to Cotaeg, he shook his head and formed an X with his hands. Are you insane? Stop it. Realizing she might have gone too far, Woo Hei-na sighed in frustration, clutching her head. A moment of reflection. She replayed the scene in her mind. Holding a knife in front of civilians. Confronting a tamed slime. Behaving so recklessly. Embarrassment washed over her. Taking a deep breath, she bowed her head toward Yoo Seungwoo. I apologize, she said. I acted rudely. But you wasn't letting her off that easily. Just words. That's it. Reluctantly, she added. I'll pay for everyone's meals here today. Yoo's expression brightened. Well, in that case, I'll let it slide. But make sure you cover the extras too. Though clearly dissatisfied, she nodded. Fine. Cotaeg, observing her forced compliance, sighed. It could have been worse. She must not have received any direct orders about regressionists. Maybe she's been too preoccupied with her unit's operations to know better. Lingering thoughts. As Woo Hei-na sat quietly, her gaze drifted toward young Shik. Her thoughts wandering to a plate of slime meat. Quickly shaking the idea from her mind, she held her head in frustration, falling into silence. Later that night, after closing the restaurant, Yoo Seungwoo returned to his room. Nabi, looking exhausted, flopped onto the sofa with a sigh. Phew. What a day. Naya, she said, stretching. Then, sitting up, she looked at you and asked, Warrior, if you knew she hated slime so much, wouldn't it have been better to hide it? Naya. You sat down next to her. Unfazed. Young Shik isn't completely innocent. But it hasn't done anything wrong here. Why should I hide it? This is my restaurant. If she doesn't like it, she doesn't have to come. Nabi chuckled. Then why did you let it transform for a moment and then hide it away? Naya, everything's still going according to plan. Right. You replied casually. It's training. Training. Naya. Nabi asked, tilting her head. You explained. This morning, the kid could only hold its transformation for 10 seconds. By the end of the day, it managed to keep it for a whole minute. Danger is a great motivator. Nabi burst into laughter, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. That's why. Naya, you're so bold. Warrior. Naya. After a hearty laugh, she promptly dozed off. You glanced at her, smiling softly. She must have been more stressed than usual today. Yawning, he said to himself. Guess I should get some sleep too. Young Shik's gratitude. As the room quieted, young Shik slowly pushed the door open. Sneaking in, the slime was deeply moved, replaying Yu's earlier words in its mind. My child. My child. It repeated to itself. Its cheeks, or the slime equivalent, glowing red with embarrassment. Carefully, young Shik inched toward the sofa where Yu was lying. Climbing up cautiously, it snuggled close beside him. A quiet bond. What young Shik didn't realize was that Yu wasn't fully asleep. Opening one eye, Yoo glanced down at the slime with a faint smile. And so, the three of them, Yoo, Nabi, and young Shik, slept peacefully together. Early morning at Yoo Seungwoo's restaurant. As soon as he opened his eyes, Yoo Seungwoo placed a hand on his forehead and sighed. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he exclaimed angrily. Oh my back. Why does it feel so sore? A moment later, he discovered the cause. Looking down, he saw Nabi and young Shik each clutching one of his legs tightly. Sighing, Yoo Seungwoo carefully picked up Nabi and muttered. Well, it's about time to get a proper bed. But then, glancing at young Shik still sound asleep, he let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself. Has this little rascal finally started to open up? Leaving the two still fast asleep, he stretched and said aloud. The menu today just needs some light tonkatsu dishes. There's not much else. Most hunters said they're busy. Looks like it's going to be a quiet day. Turning his attention to the morning, he added. With Nabi and young Shik here, I should make breakfast. However, upon opening the rice cooker, Yoo Seungwoo discovered that they were out of rice. Thinking about making soup, he realized the soup was gone as well. As for tonkatsu, they'd eaten so much of it lately that they were sick of it. Due to a mistaken order, there was a huge stockpile of pork, leading to days of serving nothing but tonkatsu. Something simple with tonkatsu that doesn't feel too heavy and works as breakfast, he pondered. Finally, he decided, a tonkatsu sandwich. As he began preparing, he explained. A sandwich is a dish known universally to Earthlings. It comes in countless varieties and flavors, with versatile recipes. Adjust the sauce, add ingredients, slap it between 2 slices of bread, and it's ready to eat. It's the food of freedom. He chuckled to himself as he pulled out a large pack of bread. This brought back memories of the first time he made a sandwich for Theo. His mind wandered to over 10 years ago, on TERRA. Back then, Yoo Seungwoo, Theo, and their companions, Theodorus, G, R, Y, and Renato, had camped in the forest for a night. That night in the forest, while G, R, Y, and Renato were sound asleep, Yoo Seungwoo and Theo sat together, enjoying sandwiches. Before taking a bite, Theo gazed at the sandwich in his hand, pondering for a moment before asking, what kind of context led to the creation of this dish? Seeing Theo's curiosity, Yoo Seungwoo was surprised and asked back, context? Theo replied, every dish has its history. A delicacy like this must have a remarkable one. Feeling slightly annoyed by Theo's overthinking, Yoo Seungwoo said, it's just about putting anything between 2 slices of bread. That's it. It's about the idea of freedom, he added casually. But instead of being satisfied, Theo suddenly raised the sandwich high with enthusiasm and exclaimed, I can feel it. A free spirit unbound by anything. Then he turned to Yoo Seungwoo, saying, tell me, this must be a dish created by a free warrior, right? While munching his own sandwich, Yoo Seungwoo answered. As far as I know, it was made by someone called the Earl of Sandwich. Theo, however, became furious, throwing his sandwich to the ground and shouting. An Earl? Those damn aristocrats. Seeing this, Yoo Seungwoo hurriedly explained, hold on. He wasn't just some typical noble, he was a dedicated civil servant. This dish was made to be eaten with one hand because he was too busy to use two. Don't dismiss him as just another capitalist. But Theo refused to believe it, saying, a dish made for work? I can't accept that. Yoo Seungwoo asked, if you don't accept it, then what do you propose to do? Out of nowhere, Theo picked up the discarded sandwich, held it high, and declared, from now on, this dish shall be called Theodorus. It's a dish of freedom, and it deserves my name. Yoo Seungwoo was utterly dumbfounded, frozen in disbelief at Theo's dramatic declaration. Trying to reason with him, Yoo Seungwoo said, hey, cut it out. Do you even know what copyright is? Theo looked puzzled. What's that? Sighing deeply in resignation, Yoo Seungwoo muttered, unbelievable. Of course, you wouldn't know. Typical fantasy logic, damn it. Theo, however, was undeterred. Forget it, you communist elf, just do as you please. As Yoo Seungwoo reflected on this memory, he chuckled to himself. Unbelievable that he actually stuck to calling sandwiches Theodorus. Before long, Theodorus sandwiches spread all over TERRA. Now, Theo is hailed as the god of revolution and rebellion. And sandwiches on TERRA have become offerings to the gods. That guy Theo really had quite the flair for action, bringing himself back to the present. Yoo Seungwoo glanced at the sleeping Nabi and young Sig and said, "Looks like they're about to wake up." Turning back to his task, he began preparing ingredients for sandwiches. Let's try making hot sandwiches today. Hot sandwiches use ingredients grilled or fried, while cold sandwiches use fresh ingredients without heat. First, fry the tonkatsu, then layer cabbage on the bread. Top it with tonkatsu drenched in sauce. Done. But as he searched the kitchen cupboards, Yoo Seungwoo muttered, "Now, where did I put it?" Suddenly, he found what he was looking for and exclaimed, "There it is. Mio Bryant, the sauce for heroes, made only once a year by Arupos." He chuckled, recalling how otherworldly heroes often despised TERRA's cuisine. This forbidden delicacy was created for picky heroes like that, he mused, ready to add the special touch to his sandwich, the secret sauce. And an unexpected morning, the Mio Bryant sauce, crafted by Arupos through a method passed down for generations, was a culinary masterpiece of TERRA, despite being a TERRA delicacy. Its flavor was astonishingly delightful. Whether eaten fresh or grilled, it only grew richer over time. This rare sauce was so precious that even Yoo Seungwoo didn't know how to replicate it. Moreover, it was a gift from Nabi's grandmother, making it even more valuable. Its rarity was such that finding a 2-year-old bottle was already a challenge, let alone one aged 33 years. Yoo Seungwoo also had a lingering concern. The sauce was incredibly high in calories. As were most indulgent dishes, the saying, the higher the calories, the better the taste rang true for Mio Bryant, whose calorie count was astronomical. However, the effects of the pancetta he ate previously still lingered in his body. With a satisfied sigh, he completed his sandwich and announced, "Done." The aroma of the freshly prepared sandwich wafted through the air, waking up Nabi and young Shik. Nabi's soft meow startled Yoo Seungwoo, and when he turned to look, he found her drooling as she exclaimed, "It smells amazing." Seeing her reaction, Yoo Seungwoo thought to himself, "Looks like this will be fine." At that moment, Baek Hyuk and Minho Keef arrived outside the restaurant. The enticing aroma reached them, prompting Baek Hyuk to ask Minho Keef, "Hey, what's that amazing smell?" Minho Keef didn't respond, instead falling silent as they both pondered for a moment. Finally, they decided to barge in. Baek Hyuk, being quicker, was the first to shout, "Boss, what dish is this incredible aroma from?" Seeing their urgency, Yoo Seungwoo could only reply, "Oh, well, it's that." Before he could finish, both Nabi and young Shig fainted from the overwhelming deliciousness of their breakfast, leaving him holding them in his arms. Even then, Baek Hyuk interrupted again, shouting, "I don't care what it is, just serve it now." Minho Keef chimed in, pleading, "Please, Master, we're begging you." Left with no choice, Yoo Seungwoo reluctantly agreed, letting out a soft before glancing at the plate of sandwiches on the table. A moment later, the two fell silent as they savored the sandwich. However, after finishing, Baek Hyuk remarked, "It's good, but..." Before he could finish, Minho Keef interjected, "Not as good as it smells." Yoo Seungwoo, feeling slightly embarrassed, muttered to himself, "That's because it's just a regular sandwich without me, O'Brien." Serving something that made Nabi and young Shik faint would be dangerous. To cover his discomfort, he pretended to resolve, "Next time, I'll have to be more careful with the portion sizes." But Baek Hyuk suddenly let out a mischievous laugh, confusing Yoo Seungwoo. "Hey, what's so funny? What's that look for?" he asked. Baek Hyuk grinned and replied, "Well, something really interesting happened at the guild yesterday." This response left Yoo Seungwoo completely stunned. The turmoil at ISAC South Korea branch. In the ISAC South Korea branch office, Lee Jong-hun, the branch manager, was in a fit of frustration, pouring an entire bottle of pills into his hand and popping them into his mouth. Seeing his state, Wang Ji-yun looked on in concern and asked, "Branch manager, are you okay?" But instead of calming down, Lee Jong-hun slammed his desk in irritation. "Okay, do I look okay to you? I'm at my wit's end here. That Baek Hyuk guy is out of his mind." His face turned red with anger as he ranted. Does he not have basic common sense? Even if the Wargear pilots hate slimes as much as they do, how could he pull a knife in the returnees restaurant of all places? Wang Ji-yun sighed, trying to ease the tension. Well, he is the captain of the team directly, under the director general. Perhaps there's some meaning to his actions. Before she could finish, Lee Jong-hun interrupted, "Exactly. That's the point. His abrupt tone startled her. Huh, Lee Jong-hun rubbed his temples before explaining. This is a test from the Director General. The Director's test? Test? She repeated in confusion. Yes, he confirmed, leaning back in his chair. The Director General's eyes and ears are everywhere across the globe. I'm sure they're already aware of the presence of a slime in that restaurant. Wang Ji-yun tilted her head. But what kind of test is this, exactly? Clenching the armrests of his chair, Lee Jong-hun elaborated. It's a dual-purpose test. For me, it's a reprimand for not reporting information about the slime to higher-ups. And for Captain Woo Hina, it's a test of her ability to handle promotion-level tasks. He stood up, pacing near her. A sharp reprimand for my oversight. And for Woo Hina, well, she's competing against Maxim Vysotsky for a promotion. This mishap could ruin her chances. The gravity of the situation made Wang Ji-yun gasp. A promotion test like this? Seriously? Instead of answering, Lee Jong-hun's silence hung heavy in the air. The stakes, realizing how serious the situation was. She sighed and muttered, this is bad, really bad. Captain Woo Hina is going to be furious. You know how she gets. Branch manager. Her comment made him stop pacing and face her. Are you saying this is because her husband was attacked by a slime? His bluntness made her frown. Well, you're straightforward, aren't you? He shook his head and continued grimly. Even so, there's no justification for watching the captain die 5 times over. A commander who lets their emotions cloud their judgment loses the right to lead. A leader must maintain a clear head because they bear the lives of more than just 1 or 2 people. Wang Ji-yun nodded solemnly. I understand. So, what's the penalty for Captain Woo Hina? Lee Jong-hun replied without hesitation. A 1-month salary reduction for lack of leadership. And a week of remote work to reflect on her actions. Wang Ji-yun turned away. Her face shadowed with resignation. I'll handle it, however, as he rested his head on his hand. Deep in thought, she suddenly spoke up. If we keep doing things this way, people will eventually leave. It's too strict. Sir, and inefficient. Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted. Wait, inefficient? How could that be? Meanwhile, at Yoo Seungwoo's place, after hearing Baek Hang-hyuk's story, he asked, docked a month's salary and can find a home for a week? Sitting next to him, Min Ok-hee saw his cheerful expression and complained. You're finding joy in someone else's misery, huh? He nonchalantly replied. Which made Min Ok-hee grumble in dissatisfaction. Humph. After a moment, Yoo Seungwoo commented, speaking of which, Hina's husband. As soon as he mentioned her husband, Baek Hang-hyuk cut in. Oh, you mean that frying pan guy? Yoo Seungwoo reprimanded him. You shouldn't call him that. Baek Hang-hyuk obediently replied. I'll be careful, but what about him? Yoo Seungwoo quickly asked. Even with advanced modern medicine, is it impossible to treat him? Prosthetics are widespread. And even wound regeneration has made progress. Hearing this, Min Ok-hee hesitated before saying. Well, it's hard to say if that person is lucky or unlucky. Yoo Seungwoo immediately asked, lucky? Typically, wargear pilots don't survive slime attacks, but Min Ok-hee revealed. That person is still alive. Yoo Seungwoo was astonished. Could it be that they've awakened? Min Ok-hee then proposed a hypothesis. It's possible they have regenerative abilities, even if their limbs are severed. The regeneration could still be strong, but before Min Ok-hee could finish, Yoo Seungwoo interrupted, I see. Pretty unlucky. Huh? Min Ok-hee agreed. Exactly, especially regarding their safe point. When Min Ok-hee mentioned the safe point, Yoo Seungwoo started pondering. A safe point. Those with regenerative abilities can identify the starting point of their regeneration. Once the starting point is determined, they remain in that state. After a moment of thought, Yoo Seungwoo sighed and asked, could their safe point be after their face melted? Min Ok-hee candidly confirmed, yes. That's why surgery or machinery won't help. At this, he sighed deeply, resolutely. He declared, one day, I'll meet that person. Which left both Min Ok-hee and Baek Hang-hyuk stunned. Min Ok-hee even asked, could it be that you know how to treat them? Yoo Seungwoo gently replied, if one is determined, nothing is impossible. However, Baek Hang-hyuk dismissed it. That's not helpful at all. Going to someone's house just to argue, what good does that do? Because of this remark, Min Ok-hee punched him in the stomach and retorted, hey. Infuriated, Baek Hang-hyuk shouted, you're just pretending to be noble and Worried about others. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't help. It was precisely because of that foolish comment that Baek Hang-hyuk was struck hard by Min Ok-hee, who gritted her teeth and said, "Himph, grow up a little." Angered, he grabbed Min Ok-hee by the collar and snapped, "You bastard. Wanna fight?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two started brawling. Yoo Seungwoo could only silently watch the scene unfold. After a moment, he calmly said, "I understand." That remark caused both of them to stop fighting and look at him. Confused, seeing that he had their attention, Yoo Seungwoo continued. "I'm someone who believes in active retaliation. That's why I can understand the feelings of someone like Woo Hae-na, and that's why I want to help." Min Ok-hee, still puzzled, asked, "Retaliation? That's a strange thing for you to say." He quickly clarified. "People often say revenge is meaningless, but that's not entirely true." Shifting his perspective, he added, "If Nabi were attacked by a slime, I wouldn't forgive whoever was responsible. Besides, those warriors defended my homeland while I wasn't there, didn't they? Of course, I owe it to them to repay that debt." Hearing his words and then noticing Nabi happily playing with young Shik, both Min Ok-hee and Baek Hang-hyuk were even more astonished. After a moment of hesitation, Min Ok-hee said, "You're not harboring any ulterior motives, are you?" Baek Hang-hyuk chimed in, "Yeah, that expression of yours. I've seen it somewhere before." But Yoo Seungwoo simply smiled and playfully replied, "Not at all. I'm really going to treat them." However, deep inside his mind, he thought, "How terrifying." At this moment, Yoo Seungwoo asked Min Ok-hee and Baek Hang-hyuk to wait, while he headed into the kitchen. As he worked, he thought to himself, "The dish I'm about to make shall be called a new beginning." The first ingredient was the fruit of the Cusco tree, though extremely bitter. It had a stimulating effect similar to coffee and was widely used as a substitute for caffeine on TERRA. Next was killermans, a unique carrot-like vegetable with an incredibly sour taste and a charge of electricity. In fact, it literally carried an electric current. This property developed because killermans grew under frequent lightning strikes, making all mature killermans highly electrified, so much so that, if consumed raw without any preparation, it could knock out even a decently sized monster in one go. The preparation for a new beginning involved grinding the two ingredients into a paste and cooking them together. When Baek Hang-hyuk saw him crushing the ingredients, he panicked and shouted, "Owner, the dish you're making, could it be that dish?" Hearing the commotion, Yoo Seungwoo turned and asked, "You've had it before?" Baek Hang-hyuk, now sweating nervously, gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Of course, I've eaten it before during my time on TERRA. If anyone eats that stuff, even their body might need to be treated afterward." While Baek Hang-hyuk trembled in fear, Yoo Seungwoo remained focused on grinding the ingredients, casually replying, "It's effective, isn't it?" Internally, though, he muttered to himself, "That flavor truly is a medicine, a substance capable of restoring physical stamina to anyone who tries it once. In dire situations, whether disarming a poison trap, battling cursed forces of the demon King's army, or surviving a perilous quest. Without such restorative medicine, one would surely perish." A moment later, as Baek Hang-hyuk calmed down, he began ranting, drumming his fingers on the table. "Durable equipment is expensive. Rookie adventurers can't even afford surplus goods. And those smug mages with their recovery spells act so high and mighty." But before he could finish, Min O'Keefe interrupted. Having no way to recover is the worst-case scenario. This irritated Baek Hang-hyuk, who shouted back, "Fine, then, it really is the worst. That useless place is TERRA." Min O'Keefe, annoyed, retorted, "But seeing as you're still alive, there must have been a solution, right?" Frustrated, Baek Hang-hyuk snapped, "Of course there was, damn it." Meanwhile, Yoo Seungwoo paid no attention to their argument. He remained focused on cooking and thought to himself, "This is the answer. A new beginning. A secret recipe discovered by the pilgrims of TERRA, with simple preparation and ingredients easily found in rural homes. It provided astonishing benefits, healing wounds and restoring some stamina, because of its unparalleled convenience and efficacy. It had saved countless lives on TERRA." As Baek Hang-hyuk and Min O'Keefe continued bickering, Baek scoffed, "How could anyone not know that TERRA's food is the worst? It's utterly vile." He didn't stop there, exclaiming, "It even flies off, literally. Buff or debuff. Whatever you call it, anyone who eats it explodes." The dish's physical potency can send any abnormal condition skyrocketing into oblivion. Min O'Keefe stared at him, confused, but Baek Hang Hyuk, growing more agitated, raised both hands and shouted, "Yes. It flies, exactly as written. Buff or debuff, it doesn't matter. Anyone who eats it goes boom." Due to the dish's sheer physical power, it could eliminate any negative conditions affecting the eater. Whether it tasted good was irrelevant. It felt like a trip to hell, frankly. One might as well just head straight to hell instead. Min O'Keefe, horrified, asked. What? Realizing he had let too much slip, Baek Hang Hyuk quickly apologized. Ah, sorry, my bad. A second later, Min O'Keefe fell into thought and muttered. So, this dish has both harmful and beneficial effects. Truly a creation of fantasy. Seeing that Min O'Keefe seemed unsure, Yoo Seungwoo continued cooking while explaining. Regenerative abilities are passive skills, so they only temporarily stop functioning. Min O'Keefe interjected, meanwhile, if you rely on healing magic or surgery. Before she could finish, Yoo Seungwoo cut in. A new beginning, as the name suggests, is exactly that. Hearing this, Min O'Keefe praised him. As expected, Captain Woo Hae Na will surely be delighted. But how are you planning to deal with the shock that comes after eating it? Yoo Seungwoo replied cheerfully, Huh? Why would I worry about that? This left both Min O'Keefe and Baek Hang Hyuk exclaiming in unison, What? He explained. They need to face punishment for causing trouble at the restaurant. Right, at this. Both Min O'Keefe and Baek Hang Hyuk froze in fear. Unable to speak, Yoo Seungwoo added. Otherwise, I would have just brought out an elixir from the start. Baek Hang Hyuk, visibly annoyed, muttered. Sometimes I can't tell if you're stingy or generous. Boss, Yoo Seungwoo laughed loudly and replied. Either way, just say I'm considerate. Both Min O'Keefe and Baek Hang Hyuk forced out awkward laughs and shared a silent thought. We'd better not cross the boss. At Isaac's sector a branch, in the basement maintenance room for war gear. Kale, the head of maintenance, stood watching the machinery operate. A moment later, someone approached him and said. Head Kale, everything's ready. Kale, whose real name was Kim Kwi Nam, but who used an alias because he disliked sound of his real name, cheerfully responded, Good. He walked over and added. We have 23 hours left before the war gear showcase. This is the final step, so let's do it carefully. The other person nodded and replied, Yes, sir. The subordinate then hesitated before saying. By the way, about your wife's sister, it's such a pity. Kale was momentarily surprised but then turned away with a sigh. Saying, It's fine, the only regret is the delayed promotion. After all, that guy holds grudges for a long time. He muttered to himself. When was it that I got burned by slime? Even now, it's still the same. The subordinate scratched his head awkwardly, Suddenly, Kale hugged the subordinate, pinched his cheek playfully, and said with a smile, Don't mind it. My face being ruined isn't anything new. The subordinate, flustered, replied. How can I not mind, sir? Seeing the concern, Kale smiled, Really? Well, in any case, let's just keep at it. Go check the high power generator and the motion control systems. The subordinate nodded. Yes, understood. After they left, Kale watched them go for a moment before his expression darkened. He muttered quietly. Stay strong, Woo-hena, otherwise, the rest of the team will be in danger. He then turned toward the machine, conflicted. Honestly, I'd like to return and lend everyone my strength. But, staring at the machinery a bit longer, Kale put on his headphones and shook himself out of it. Stop overthinking, time to work. Quickly, he commanded his team. All right, everyone, the first button press is critical. This showcase will let the residents of Sector A know that war gear is safe. Let's make it a success. Prioritize safety and avoid accidents. The team responded in unison, Yes, sir. Kale meticulously tightened bolts one last time. When he was confident everything was perfect, he let out a sigh of relief. Just then, someone arrived to see Kale. Min O'Keefe, upon seeing him for the first time, said. Pardon my intrusion, sir. Kale looked surprised, as he didn't know Min O'Keefe. However, his surprise turned to annoyance when Min O'Keefe addressed him. You're Woo-hena's husband, Kim Kwi Nam, right? Kale was startled and angrily retorted. It's not Kim Kwi Nam, it's Kale. He pointed a wrench toward Min O'Keefe. Clearly agitated, Min O'Keefe quickly raised his hands and said. Yes, Kale, I'm here to deliver something to you. After observing Min O'Keefe for a moment, Kale thought to himself. Wait a minute, this guy, he's one of the key figures in Sector A. Kale immediately adjusted his attitude and asked. Are you here about my wife? Min O'Keefe replied. Not exactly, but it's somewhat related. Kale was taken aback when Min O'Keefe handed him a bottle of medicine along with a note, saying, I came here today because I have something important to discuss with you. On the day of the trial showcase, Kale commanded. Commence the A-Sector Wargear Showcase. Immediately, numerous robots marched onto the stage. And the crowd erupted into cheers and applause. Seeing this, Kale sighed in relief and said, Phew, all those overtime hours preparing for this were worth it. At least it benefits me too. He touched his face, now fully restored, and smiled. His thoughts drifted back to the conversation he had with Min O'Keefe that day. Kale had asked, after assigning support staff and medics, do I really have to drink this? Will it truly heal my face? Min O'Keefe had responded confidently, yes. Besides, what do you have to lose? You've already hit rock bottom. Recalling those words, Kale thought as he looked at the bottle of medicine. He was right, there's no harm in trying. When Kale finally drank the medicine, he immediately felt a change within his body along with its peculiar taste. Grimacing, he exclaimed. What is this flavor? He muttered to himself. It's like I boiled mugwort and garlic for 100 years. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, startling everyone present. When Kale woke up, he found himself surrounded by doctors and nurses tending to him. Catching his reflection in a mirror, he was stunned. Although people used to mock him with the ridiculous nickname Exploding Fart Kim Queen Ohm, he now thought to himself, so what? My face is healed, and I can blink both eyes again. He smiled at the thought of his wife's joy, and sure enough, Woo Haina stood nearby, crying tears of happiness as she looked at him. Now, with his restored face, Kale smirked and sarcastically said, Ridiculous nicknames? Who cares? But then someone jabbed him in the side and said, Hey, Captain. Irritated, Kale replied, Huh? Captain who? All I know is Exploding Fart Kim Queen Ohm. The person awkwardly responded, Are you still mad about that nickname? All right, we were wrong. Then they asked, Captain, are you going to become a hunter now? Surprised, Kale asked, Huh? Why? The person explained, I heard your regenerative abilities are incredibly strong. Don't you feel like it's a waste to stick with maintenance? Annoyed, Kale shouted, Do you even know what people with regenerative abilities do? They're tanks, meat shields meant to take hits. I'm the only son of 3 generations of the Kim family. Why would I subject myself to that just to make money? The person persisted, but it's a lot of money. Don't you have a kid to support? Kale explained, I'm not short on money. The important thing is work-life balance. My wife and I both work, so we live quite comfortably. Hearing this, the person finally stopped questioning and said, Well, living comfortably is good then. However, Kale had already figured out their true intentions. He stepped closer and said, Don't think I don't know what you're up to. If I leave this position, you'd take over as captain, wouldn't you? Caught off guard, the person stammered, What? Of course not. But internally, they thought, he's sharper than I gave him credit for. Afterward, Kale decided not to give the person next to him a hard time and sighed. Well, anyway, what should I give my benefactor as a gift? The person suggested, how about that scroll? But Kale, visibly annoyed, snapped back, Are you planning a housewarming party or something? I made a mistake asking you. I'll just ask my wife. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed his wife. As soon as she answered, he spoke tenderly. Darling, it's me. I don't know what to give my benefactor as a gift. Oh, that's a good idea, of course. You're amazing as always. The person beside him couldn't hide their discomfort and thought to themselves. So cheesy. A few days later, at Yoo Seungwoo's restaurant, he received Kale's gift, a brand new oven. After staring at it for a moment, he cheerfully said, An oven? Good choice. He must have remembered our kitchen. Alright, I'll add bread to the menu. However, Wang Jihyun was stunned by his reaction and asked, Wait, you run a restaurant, and you're only getting an oven now? Embarrassed, Yoo Seungwoo scratched his head and replied, An oven? Well, I just thought it wasn't necessary for the restaurant. It's complicated. Jihyun looked puzzled, so he explained. Ovens heat the air to cook ingredients, which leads to severe energy inefficiency. So, electricity bills are insanely high. He froze in fear at the thought and added, "Sometimes I still remember the days I lived in a tiny rented room. Maybe it's just a habitual fear, that's why I never bought one." Wang Jihyun remained silent for a moment, then asked, "So, is it okay because it's a gift?" He replied cheerfully, "No, this one uses charcoal. As long as I can catch a coal monster, we'll have endless fuel." Right then, Nabi appeared, excitedly saying, "Cooking with charcoal makes the food taste better." Meow. Suddenly, Yoo Seungwoo remembered something and shouted, "Oh, I think he also gave gifts to Nabi and Young Shik." The gift turned out to be a self-driving grass cutter that doubled as a rideable cart. As soon as Yuna and Nabi saw it, they eagerly climbed on and drove it around. Yuna shouted joyfully, This is so much fun." The package also included an apology letter from Haina and a special suit made from impact-absorbing material for Young Shik. Young Shik exclaimed, "This is amazing, I forgive him." The children laughed and played together. And Yoo Seungwoo watched them from a corner, commenting, "The weather's nice, so the kids are having fun." Then he added, "Let's close the restaurant today." Hearing this, Wang Jihyun turned red with frustration. She gritted her teeth and thought, seriously? Are you running this place as a hobby? Open when you like, close when you like. Since she had recently received orders from her superiors, she said aloud, "Our bosses want us to encourage hunters to eat here. So I've been working day and night. I even developed a review app to promote the restaurant. And here you are, driving me crazy." But his next words shocked her even more. "Close the restaurant, let's make pizza tonight. Since we have an oven now, we can make pizza with lots of toppings." She broke into a sweat and stammered, "Pie? Pizza?" Seeing her reaction, he asked hesitantly, "If you have time, Jihyun." Suddenly, her attitude changed. With a cheerful tone, she said, "Flipping the sign is all it takes. Right?" He replied, confused. "Yes, that's it." Because Wang Jihyun's biggest weakness was her love for food. She muttered irritably to herself, "If the boss says to close, what can I even say?" At Cyberdyne headquarters, in the underground nuclear bunker. After watching footage of Kale drinking the medicine provided by Minho Keef, Joo Hyuk-jin zoomed in on Kale's face to scrutinize his expression. A moment later, Joo Hyuk-jin remarked calmly, "That guy, Kim Kwi Nam, has guts. He wasn't like this before. There was no guarantee the medicine would work. Yet he chugged it down like that. What if it had been poisoned?" COTAEG quickly reported, "But the treatment was successful, sir." Joo Hyuk-jin nodded, "Of course. It had to be successful." "Will he return?" COTAEG replied, "No, he said he'd rather die than return to war gear. He also won't become a hunter." Hearing this, Joo Hyuk-jin asked, "Because he has a family now, right? How old is his son?" 2 years old, sir." COTAEG responded immediately. Joo Hyuk-jin grunted in approval. "Good." Then, he issued an order. Lower Yoo Seungwoo's threat level from SSS to C. COTAEG was surprised and asked, "Are you serious?" "Sir. That's a bold decision." Joo Hyuk-jin explained, "Even after being humiliated by Hai Na, he didn't resort to violence. He even treated her husband as promised. Furthermore," he continued, "Baek Kong Hyuk, Min Ok Hee, Wang Ji-yun, and even you. Your average combat effectiveness has increased by 10%. That's a remarkable figure. He always complains about how burdensome it is to support an elite team. But he managed to cook such difficult dishes. If there were a golden medal of valor, I'd want to award it to him." This left COTAEG feeling awkward, and he hesitantly replied, "Well, about that." Before he could finish, Joo Hyuk-jin interrupted, "I know touching this subject could cause problems." COTAEG quickly agreed, "Then let's leave it at that." Joo Hyuk-jin nodded. "Fine." He stood and added, "I've chosen the captain of the composite armored unit and assessed the capability of the Sector A leader. We've laid the groundwork to elevate the hunters with a focus on Sector A. Let's end the discussion here for today." Although slightly surprised, COTAEG responded, "Understood." As Joo Hyuk-jin turned to leave, COTAEG hesitated and said, "Excuse me, Director. When will you return to Korea? The young lady misses you greatly. Joo Hyuk-jin fell silent for a moment before quietly replying. I'm sorry, but I can't return for the time being. It seems my workload will only increase. Please convey my apologies to her. Currently, Joo Hyuk-jin holds the positions of CEO of Cyberdyne and Director General of ISAC. As planned, Yoo Seungwoo began making pizza, currently slicing tomatoes. Wang Ji-yun, standing nearby, seemed puzzled and asked, Boss, are you making pizza the Earth way or the TERRA way? He responded, the Earth way. Unimpressed, Wang Ji-yun sighed. Seeing her reaction, Yoo Seungwoo chuckled and added, I do categorize them, you know. With a displeased look, she retorted. How can anyone trust you, boss? Just thinking about that time with Perot's favor. The dish was supposed to be amazing but turned out worse each time. This time you say it'll be great, and I'm betting it'll just get worse again. So frustrating. Embarrassed, he stammered, TT this time, it'll really be good. But deep down, he muttered to himself. Looks like I've lost her trust entirely. He focused on his cooking. Tomatoes, done. Onions, minced garlic. Mushrooms, ready. Next step, sautéing the ingredients. Yoo Seungwoo poured olive oil into the pan and began frying minced garlic. The aroma quickly filled the air. Noticing the scent, Wang Ji-yun's mood shifted. Smiling, she said. That smells good. At this rate, it might actually be edible. But Yoo Seungwoo replied, well, you could also eat it with rice or bread. Continuing his work, he added 2 drops of myobrine, a 33-year-aged special sauce. After his previous experience, he only used a small amount now. As he opened the bottle, the rich aroma wafted through the air, causing Wang Ji-yun to exclaim, what is that? It smells amazing. But he didn't tell her the truth and simply said, it's a secret family recipe made by Nabi's grandmother. It's not meant to be used often. Confused, she asked, why not? He casually replied, because it's too delicious. Bewildered, she responded, what? If it's that good, shouldn't you use it more? He sighed and explained. It's highly addictive, so only a tiny amount is allowed per batch. After adding the 2 drops of secret sauce, he announced. And there we go. Homemade tomato sauce is ready. Now it just needs stirring. Then, to her surprise, he handed her an apron. Confused, she asked. What's this for? He laughed and said. Ms. Ji-yun, could you stir the sauce for me? Just about 20 minutes will do. Annoyed, she replied. Are you seriously asking a customer to work? Resigned, he sighed. Fine, then pay for it. Still dissatisfied, she quipped. If I pay, I'll lose half my salary. Amused, he chuckled and mumbled. Where on earth does it cost just half a salary? In the end, she begrudgingly put on the apron and started stirring. When he saw her wearing the apron, he turned away suddenly, making a loud, peeved sound. Startled, she glared at him and demanded. What's so funny, are you saying it doesn't suit me? Awkwardly, he replied. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen someone who doesn't suit an apron as much as you. Ms. Ji-yun. He sighed inwardly, thinking. She's definitely more suited to an office worker or consultant look. Finally, the tomato sauce was complete. Admiring their work, Ji-yun confidently asked. So, didn't I do well? Yoo Seungwoo complimented her. Yes, you did great. However, deep down, he thought. It's just stirring. As Yoo Seungwoo continued preparing pizza, slicing and kneading, he asked Wang Ji-yun. Well then, what do you think is the soul of a pizza? Raising her hand confidently, she replied. The pizza crust. Surprised that she knew, he exclaimed. Wow, you know your stuff. With a smug smile, she responded. Even though I don't cook, I am a food expert. Hearing this, he couldn't help but think. Sounds a lot like cry. He then focused on the dough, ensuring the right proportions had been measured. A proper amount of olive oil is essential, he explained as he kneaded the dough. Too much, and the crust becomes overly greasy. Too little, and it dries out. Balance is key. Suddenly, he said. Honestly, Nabi is better at kneading dough than I am. But since she's playing outside, I don't have a choice. Shocked, she asked, Nabi? The cat? She's good with her paws? Yoo Seungwoo explained. Cooking is all about the sense of touch. And cats' tactile sense is better than humans. Studies even show that kneading dough with paw pads creates a better texture. Skeptical, she asked. Are those studies reliable? He admitted sheepishly, not at all. It's just my personal theory. Irritated, she exclaimed, I can't tell anymore which of your words are true and which are made up. Meanwhile, Nabi and the group continued playing happily outside. Inside, the dough preparation was complete. Kneading is done, he announced. Normally, the dough would need to ferment for 2 hours. Hearing this, she was surprised. 2 whole hours? Smiling, Yoo Seungwoo waved his hand and said, Too much hassle today, I'll use magic for the fermentation. With a quick spell, the dough was perfectly fermented in no time. There's nothing magic can't solve, he said proudly. Now, we just mist a little water over it and let it rise for another hour. After watching the process, Wang Ji-yun commented. Making pizza is no joke. I might have to rely on takeout for the rest of my life. He laughed and agreed, clearly. Next, he guided her through adding the toppings. Now, it's time for the toppings, he instructed. She followed his lead, adding ingredients to the pizza and said playfully. Yes, chef. The process of making pizza brought Cry to Yoo Seungwoo's mind again. And he thought to himself. She's so much like Cry, how can someone be this similar? Shortly after, he brought out a large piece of meat and said. This much meat should do, right? This seemed to please Wang Ji-yun, who exclaimed with excitement. It looks amazing. When it was time to prepare his own pizza, he wondered aloud. What should I put on mine? Suddenly, he had an idea and said, this will work. He brought out a pineapple and said. The sweet, warm flavor of pineapple will make it perfect. Hearing this, Wang Ji-yun was horrified and shouted. Why on earth would you put pineapple on pizza? Yoo Seungwoo chuckled and replied. I knew you'd say that, Cry. Realizing he had accidentally called her by the wrong name. He panicked and quickly covered his mouth, thinking. Oh no, I slipped up, they're just so similar. He awkwardly tried to recover, saying. Oh, Cry is one of my colleagues. It's just a habit, you see. Skeptical, she questioned, colleague, huh? Smiling to herself, she thought. Does that mean he feels close enough to me to compare me to a colleague? I must be trustworthy enough to surpass a simple business partnership. Feeling smug, she said. So, what kind of person is this Cry? Caught off guard, Yoo Seungwoo hesitated and stammered. Well, that person. He paused to think and recalled Cry's imposing appearance. A majestic orc with 2 tusks curving from his lower jaw up to his nose. His specialty? Chopping a stone golem clean in half with the edge of his hand. Yeah, there's no way I can say that out loud. After deliberating, he replied vaguely. Cry is a very cool person. Intrigued, she asked, cool, huh? Instead of answering, he thought to himself. Well, yeah, Cry's cool. Taking on an entire demon legion and the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King alone. Roaring like a beast. Even I get goosebumps thinking about it. Shaking off the thought, he changed the subject and instructed. Now, for the rest of the toppings, let's add some seafood and finish it up. Once the toppings were on, Yoo Seungwoo placed the pizza in the oven. Standing in front of the oven together, Wang Ji-hyun asked. Now we just wait, right? Finally? He nodded and replied, that's right. Turning to look outside, he added. In the meantime, let's set up an outdoor dining table. And with that, they got to work. Before long, the table was beautifully set and ready for their pizza feast. Finally, their pizzas were ready. 3 pizzas with different toppings were placed on the table. Wang Ji-hyun tied her hair back, preparing herself as if getting ready for battle. The fire of enthusiasm burned intensely within her as she set her sights on the food. Noticing Yoo Seungwoo staring at her, she felt uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, she turned to him and shouted, What? Why are you staring at me like that? It's been ages since my last cheat day. He sighed and asked. What's a cheat day? She explained. When you're dieting, it's torture to eat bland food every day. A cheat day is when you can eat whatever you want. It's a day of indulgence. Hearing this, Yoo Seungwoo seemed confused and mumbled to himself. The same person who ate 3 servings of tonkatsu last night is now talking about a cheat day? Catching him muttering, Wang Ji-hyun scowled and called out. Boss, feigning indifference. He asked. You're still keeping up with your exercise routine, right? She sighed, glanced at her stomach, and admitted honestly. Yes, I work out every day, but my weight hasn't budged at all. Instead of comforting her, he laughed and said bluntly, "With the way you eat, no wonder." His remark hit a nerve, and she snapped, seriously." A little while later, with everyone gathered, Yoo Seungwoo clapped his hands to get their attention and announced, "All right, everyone, dig in and enjoy. Bon appetit." Along with him, Wang Jihyun, Nabi, Youngshik, Yuna, and Seo Taiji joined in. Enthusiasm filled the air as they picked up their first slices. Yuna was the first to take a bite. Her face lit up with a big smile as she exclaimed, "It's delicious." Meow. Nabi, after tasting her slice, chimed in, "This is amazing." Youngshik rolled his slice into a neat bundle and stuffed it into his mouth, thinking to himself, "So good." Meanwhile, Seo Taiji grabbed a slice with shrimp and squid topping. As he bit into it, he reflected on the flavors, the taste of shrimp and squid. But his thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Wang Jihyun eating at a rapid pace, devouring her pizza with wild enthusiasm. Watching her, he thought in disbelief. She eats like a storm, and she's supposed to be a sports science major? A little later, Yoo Seungwoo brought out drinks and asked, "Kids get cola, but what about the adults?" Excited, Wang Jihyun exclaimed, "Beer." Seo Taiji, on the other hand, declined politely, "I don't need anything. Thank you." In the end, Yoo Seungwoo opened a can of beer for himself. Holding a slice of pizza in one hand and his beer in the other, he declared cheerfully, "Well, since the restaurant is closed, I'll sit and eat too." As he brought the pizza to his mouth, he mused, If I had more time, I could have made extra cheese. Maybe I should start raising cows on that estate I looked at before." He glanced around at everyone enjoying their meal and thought, "It's already pretty good as it is." The sky quickly darkened, and the pizzas were soon finished. Nabi leaned back, holding her full stomach, and sighed contentedly. Turning to Yuna, she asked, "Are you full yet?" Yuna, also holding her bloated belly, sighed and replied, "Yes, I'm full now." As the meal wound down, Wang Jihyun suddenly patted Young Sik's head and remarked, "This slime is both dense and fragrant. Such a special little guy, like a slime from a comic book." Seeing this, Yoo Seungwoo asked with a smile, "Adorable, isn't he?" She agreed, "Very adorable." But her expression suddenly shifted, becoming mischievous and sinister. She leaned closer and said, "I wonder what flavor this little guy would have, soda, tropical fruit, blue Hawaii." That sweet scent is just so. Before she could finish, Yoo Seungwoo snatched Young Sik out of her hands, exclaiming in panic, "Are you drunk?" She pouted and replied, Why so stingy?" Still wary, he cautioned, "Stop looking at Young Sik like he's a snack. Even if you're just smelling him, it's weird." Laughing, she protested, "I'm only sniffing. Just sniffing." Thankfully, her phone rang at that moment, diverting her attention. She cheerfully exclaimed, "Emergency call, emergency call." Despite the urgency of her words, she seemed delighted rather than concerned. At Isaac's sector a branch, Lee Jong-hun was intently reading an ISAC report on his iPad, stamped and official. After finishing, he leaned back in his chair and sipped tea to stave off drowsiness, the calming effects of lavender helping him unwind. Suddenly, he sat upright, sighed, and asked Wang Ji-yun, "So, was the pizza so good that it had to be mentioned in the report?" With conviction, she replied, "Yes, its flavor was priceless. Worthy of a 10-page review." Seeing that she didn't understand his point, he clarified, "I'm talking about you, Ms. Wang." Startled, she responded, "Yes, sir, go ahead." He continued, "Not long ago, your nickname within the organization was the Cold-Blooded Empress. Wasn't it? I thought it suited you quite well, even if it was a bit dramatic." Then, in a burst of frustration, he shouted, "But look at you now, promoting a restaurant as per the higher-ups' orders. It's work, not a social event. Yet here you are, drinking yourself silly on the job." Unfazed, Wang Ji-yun sighed and replied casually, "As you know, sir, pizza and beer are a perfect pairing. Besides, to be fair, it was after work hours, so a little drink doesn't hurt anyone." She added with a tone of mild annoyance, "Submitting reports after hours, however, is the real issue here?" Furious, Lee Jong-hun yelled, "The problem is that you're getting far too familiar with the target. There's no professional distance anymore. It's like you've had your heart broken." He pointedly added, "How are you closer to the restaurateur than to Baek Hong-hyuk? Your direct superior?" Faced with his anger, Wang Ji-yun began to panic and stammered, How could you compare the two? And why bring up that pretentious name?" But Lee Jong-hun doubled down, "Regardless, he's still your superior. If this continues, you might as well remove your badge and settle things with a match. Upon hearing Lee Jong-hun's challenge, Wang Ji-yeon assumed a fighting stance, throwing a few mock punches as she replied, "If you insist, I won't back down." She added, "By the way, isn't it harsh for a branch director to assign tasks after hours? Actually, I call it downright oppressive. Also, maybe you could think about respecting vacation schedules?" Seeing her unbothered by his threats, Lee Jong-hun felt irritated and thought to himself, at this point, scolding her is pointless. Deciding to change the subject, he sighed and said, "Anyway, the reason I called you so late is that there's something urgent to discuss." He observed her carefully, but she appeared uninterested. Finally, he got to the point. Team B is scheduled to return tomorrow. Her expression changed to one of shock, and then, suddenly furious, she yelled, "Team B, Yoo Seungwoo is coming back?" He confirmed, "Yes, sobered up now?" She sighed, bowed her head slightly, and muttered, "I'm sure director Baek Hong-hyuk will be thrilled." The mention of Baek Hong-hyuk made Lee Jong-hun visibly anxious as he remarked, "That's exactly what I'm worried about. How much chaos will those two cause this time?" I was somewhat relieved while Yoon was hospitalized, recovering from injuries, but now, he continued, since things are turning out this way, we'll need to be prepared. Make sure the staff is familiar with evacuation protocols. Even she seemed to recognize the potential danger and replied with concern, "Understood." With that, she left his office. Later that night, as she walked down the corridor, slightly hunched, she muttered in disappointment, another night of overtime." A few steps further, she thought to herself, maybe just one more drink before I get back to work. The next morning at ISAC, early in the day, someone appeared at the entrance of the ISAC building. It was none other than Yoo Seungwoo, the person they had discussed the night before. Yoo Seungwoo, ranked 65th in the First Order, and a Blackhawk, Class 11, had finally returned. Standing tall and exuding a commanding presence, his arrival marked the beginning of what promised to be an eventful day. Yoo Seungwoo strode confidently into ISAC headquarters, his sword slung over his shoulder. Walking without paying attention, he soon collided with another figure, Baek Hong-hyuk. The moment they locked eyes, Baek Hong-hyuk glared at Yoo Seungwoo with a fiery expression. Yoo Seungwoo wasted no time, shouting, "Move aside." Baek Hong-hyuk, visibly offended, snapped back, "Move aside? Is that how you speak to your elders? Such disrespect." Yoo Seungwoo sneered, "Elder, you've lost it." Baek Hong-hyuk refused to back down, retorting, "Looks like I'll have to teach you some respect today." Yoo Seungwoo smirked, "Bring it on. You wanna fight?" Baek Hong-hyuk accepted the challenge with a sarcastic, "Fine. Whatever you want, kid." Nearby, Wang Ji-yeon, who was buying a drink from a vending machine, groaned when she noticed the two bickering. Clutching her head, she muttered, I haven't even recovered from last night's drinking. And now these two idiots are at it first thing in the morning. Unbelievable." The source of the rivalry. Despite being teammates in the same branch, Yoo Seungwoo and Baek Hong-hyuk's relationship was notoriously bad. Their rivalry stemmed from the Hunter Entertainment Initiative spearheaded by the Director General. This initiative promoted hunters as celebrities, with rankings broadcasted to the public. In addition to the combat-based First Order rankings, there was also a popularity ranking. Yoo Seungwoo was ranked 10th in popularity, while Baek Hong-hyuk was 11th. The fierce competition between the two intensified as Yoo Seungwoo had recently taken a break, allowing Baek Hong-hyuk to close the gap. Back to the fight, Yoo Seungwoo drew his sword and pointed it at Baek Hong-hyuk. "Old man, it seems you've forgotten your place. Today, I'll carve a lesson into you that you won't forget." Not to be outdone, Baek Hong-hyuk unsheathed his sword and retorted, "All right, let's settle this. Who are you calling an old man?" Before they could clash, Wang Ji-yeon stepped in, exasperated, "Can you two please act your age?" But the two ignored her completely, charging at each other with battle cries, "Die!" Yoo Seungwoo shouted, "Die!" Baek Hong-hyuk yelled back, realizing she couldn't stop them. Wang Ji-yeon resigned herself and shouted to the surrounding staff, "Everyone, grab anything fragile and evacuate immediately." Moments later, a deafening explosion echoed through the ISAC headquarters. The building suffered significant damage as the fight escalated. Aftermath: once the dust settled, the fight was over, and both combatants had finally stopped. Baek Hong-hyuk, seeking validation, went to find Min Ho-keef, Boasting, he said, "I'll tell you, I saw it all." The moment he swung his sword sideways, I countered immediately with a block and threw him to the ground. You should have seen his face. It was priceless. As he spoke, he reenacted Yoon Eun-hung's supposedly flustered expression. Unimpressed, Min-ho Keef asked dryly. "And why didn't you mention the part where he flipped you over and landed 3 strikes on your face?" Caught off guard, Baek Hang-hyuk stammered. "Well, that's not important. So noisy." Sighing, Min-ho Keef scolded him. "You're supposed to be one of the strongest in the first order. And this is how you behave? What do you think you're doing?" Realizing his mistake, Baek Hang-hyuk started sniffling and stammered. "But cutting him off." Min-ho Keef snapped, "No buts. You lack the awareness of a first-order member. Act like someone worthy of wearing that cloak." Still teary-eyed, Baek Hang-hyuk whimpered. "But he was fighting too. Why am I the only one getting scolded?" Min-ho Keef was eating while explaining. He's still just a high school student. Hearing this, Baek Hang-hyuk clenched his teeth in frustration and exclaimed. "Damn juvenile protection laws, I hate those laws." In response, Min-ho Keef sighed and teased, "Honestly, considering your level of maturity, you should have been protected under those laws yourself." Baek Hang-hyuk, clearly annoyed, shouted back, "Who says I don't deserve protection too?" This only irritated Min-ho Keef further, prompting him to retort angrily, "Idiot." After their heated exchange, Min-ho Keef suddenly surveyed the chaotic scene left behind by their argument. Deep in thought, he muttered, causing such a ruckus and not getting disciplined, lucky." A moment later, something occurred to him. And he added, "No wait, thanks to the current inactivity in Area A. Due to the Mechanical Operations Squad. This might be the perfect chance to reorganize the ranks. If that's the case, even if that kid is a bit of an idiot, as a first order, he should at least be guaranteed a win in a fight." Having sorted through his thoughts, Min-ho Keef said to Baek Hang-hyuk, "Alright, let's head to a restaurant, grab a beer, and talk this out." Baek Hang-hyuk replied cheerfully, "Oh, you're treating me? Trying to cheer me up? Huh." Hearing this, Min-ho Keef drew out his dagger, licked the blade, and gave Baek Hang-hyuk a sharp glare. Realizing Min-ho Keef's displeasure, Baek quickly added, alright, we'll split the bill." Okay. That evening, the two went to Yoo Seungwoo's restaurant. They ordered 2 beers, and after a while, Baek Hang-hyuk turned to Min-ho Keef and asked, "What should I do to beat that guy?" Min-ho Keef responded, "In a one-on-one duel. You could try your original style." Baek Hang-hyuk, surprised, asked, "So, back and forth with guns?" Min-ho Keef clarified, "Not just guns. Use both guns and swords." Baek Hang-hyuk frowned, "No way. My coordination sucks. If someone could teach me, maybe." As they talked, Young-shik brought out their beers. The moment Min-ho Keef saw Young-shik, he seemed surprised. Baek Hang-hyuk, noticing his reaction, asked in confusion, "What's with you? We're talking. Suddenly, you're staring off into space." Min-ho Keef didn't reply. His gaze remained fixed on Young-shik, who was heading toward Yoo Seungwoo. When Min-ho Keef's eyes locked onto Yoo Seungwoo, he looked genuinely astonished. Baek Hang-hyuk, sensing what Min-ho Keef might be thinking, whispered, "The owner?" Min-ho Keef, though displeased, explained, "Yeah. Lucky you're good with guns. If you could learn swordsmanship from that swordmaster, it'd be worth it." Baek Hang-hyuk nodded thoughtfully. "That's true, but how do we convince the owner? Money? Fame? Or maybe, threats?" Min-ho Keef let out a frustrated sigh and replied, "Threaten to die on the spot. Might work." Hearing this, Baek Hang-hyuk lowered his head in defeat and muttered, "Maybe that's the only way." Suddenly, Baek Hang-hyuk raised his head, smiling brightly, and suggested, "Hey, how about I teach him gun techniques in exchange for learning swordsmanship?" Min-ho Keef was surprised by the idea and, with a hint of skepticism, asked, "Gun techniques?" Reverse thinking. Not a bad idea. But do you think the shop owner would even be interested in gun techniques? Baek Hang-hyuk, brimming with confidence, replied, "Oh, don't worry about that. Last time, I saw him playing around with 2 beautifully crafted guns." Min-ho Keef, still puzzled, muttered, "Oh, really?" Baek Hang-hyuk continued, "This way. It's a mutual skill exchange. Even though there's a big gap in skill levels, at least there's a possibility, right?" While the two were engrossed in their conversation, Yoo Seungwoo, the shop owner, caught their attention with a deliberate clearing of his throat while wiping his hands. He then agreed to teach Baek Hang-hyuk and said, "All right, but I'll only teach you the basics." Baek Hang-hyuk, overjoyed, exclaimed, "This is it. That annoying brat is done for." Hearing this, Yoo Seungwoo sighed and remarked, "This situation has really escalated." Even Min Ho-keef was baffled as to why Yoo Seungwoo agreed to teach so easily. Yoo Seungwoo then recounted an incident that had occurred earlier near a park. At the time, Yoon Eun-hung had been furious, venting his anger by kicking over trash cans. He had cursed under his breath, saying, "That lunatic. He's always causing trouble for me." He also recalled Baek Hang-hyuk's smug expression during their conversation, mocking, "My time has come. Huh, that damn brat, just a little kid." Frustrated by the memory, Yoon Eun-hung grabbed his head and muttered angrily, "In the end, I have far more experience than him, but damn this whole age difference thing, it's so frustrating." A moment later, however, he begrudgingly admitted to himself, "But that guy, he's grown a lot stronger. Not that I ever intended to really kill him, of course." Still, he reflected on their previous fight, noting, "That was a pretty strong attack. And yet he managed to block it. Then he lunged at me like that. Honestly, I lost that close quarters combat. If that kid improves his swordsmanship, I'm not sure I could beat him anymore, although, if I used my special ability, I could finish him off in one blow. But there's no way I'd waste it on someone like him." As Yoon Eun-hung lay on the grass deep in thought, he suddenly heard a strange noise. Surprised, he murmured, "What's that sound?" Sitting up, he said aloud, "This sound, what is it?" The source of the sound turned out to be from Yoo Seungwoo's place, where Nabi was sparring with Yoo Seungwoo, practicing martial arts. Yoon Eun-hung was staring intently into the distance. There, a man and a cat were locked in combat. Observing the scene, he wondered to himself, a showdown between a human and a cat? But above all, he was impressed. Their skills are no joke. Not only did they possess excellent physiques and weapons, but their techniques were exceptional as well. Despite wearing heavy armor, the man moved with impressive speed, while his sharp reflexes allowed him to keep up with the agile cat. This is a master of ground combat, Yoon Eun-hung thought, the kind of opponent I find the hardest to deal with. However, he noticed something surprising. Their attacks are oddly predictable. At that moment, due to a lapse in focus, Yoon Eun-hung was struck by one of Nabi's moves, catching him off guard. On top of that, Nabi landed a critical blow, making it difficult for Yoo Seungwoo to counterattack. He groaned in pain. Watching the battle unfold, Yoon Eun-hung grew excited as he began to discern key techniques during the fight. Smiling, he said, "Yes, that's it, the techniques necessary for close combat. If I learn that, I can toy with Baek Hang-hyuk with ease." He then ran over to Yoo Seungwoo and called out, "Hey, you." Startled by the voice, Yoo Seungwoo glanced in his direction. Both Yoo Seungwoo and Nabi were surprised to see him. Yoon Eun-hung looked at Nabi with hopeful eyes, but Nabi responded with a confused gaze. This was how the three of them ended up meeting at Yoo Seungwoo's restaurant. When they saw each other in the restaurant, both Yoon Eun-hung and Baek Hang-hyuk froze in shock and shouted simultaneously, "What?" At the moment, both of them were dressed in the restaurant's uniforms, working under Yoo Seungwoo. Baek Hang-hyuk was the first to speak. "What is this? Do you even know where you are?" Yoon Eun-hung retorted, "I could ask you the same thing. What is this place? Your house or something? What's it to you?" Baek Hang-hyuk turned to Yoo Seungwoo and demanded, "Boss, what's this guy doing here?" Yoo Seungwoo replied cheerfully, "I'll explain it simply. To compensate for certain losses, Baek Hang-hyuk has to work here for a week. And this guy here? The same applies." He continued, "For the time being, both of them will be helping out at the restaurant." Hearing this, Yoon Eun-hung sighed in frustration, while Baek Hang-hyuk yelled angrily, "So you're teaching swordsmanship to this guy too?" Yoo Seungwoo responded, "No, I'm not his instructor." At that moment, Nabi stepped forward and said, "That would be me." Baek Hang-hyuk looked confused, prompting Yoon Eun-hung to snap, "What are you looking at?" This sparked an argument. Baek Hang-hyuk quickly retorted, "What am I looking at? The way you talk is ridiculous." "That's what?" Yoon Eun-hung, enraged, shot back, "Oh yeah? Wanna settle this right now?" Nabi, watching them, was visibly annoyed, but neither of them seemed to care. Baek Hang-hyuk challenged, "Ha, today, I'm not holding back. Even if you're just a kid." Yoo Seungwoo replied, "That's my line. No, respect your elders' nonsense today." At this point, Yoo Seungwoo had had enough. Rolling up a newspaper, he smacked both of them on the head and calmly remarked, "Impressive for your first day, ha." Both Baek Hang-hyuk and Yoo Seungwoo winced in pain and finally fell silent. Yoo Seungwoo sternly warned, "Let me make this clear. If either of you gets into a fight during working hours again, you'll be fined. This time, I'll let it slide since it's the first offense." However, Baek Hang-hyuk protested loudly, "A fine? Says who?" Yoo Seungwoo explained, "The fine will be equivalent to 1 month's salary. So, if you don't care about losing money, feel free to brawl all you like." Despite this, Baek Hang-hyuk was still unwilling to back down and argued, "What authority do you have to fine me?" At that moment, Wang Ji-yeon appeared and informed them. The branch manager just approved this policy. Upon hearing her words, Baek Hang-hyuk's defiance crumbled into complete despair. She added, "From now on, every time the two of you argue in the restaurant, your wages will automatically be donated to charity to help those in need." This made Baek Hang-hyuk even more outraged. That bald old man has lost his mind. He's actually serious about this? Why is this the only thing that gets resolved so quickly? What he didn't expect was for her to imitate Lee Jong-hun's voice, saying, "I haven't hung up the phone yet." Panicking, Baek Hang-hyuk quickly stammered, "Branch manager. That's not what I meant." Seeing him so flustered, Wang Ji-yeon sighed and smiled. "Relax, I'm kidding, I already ended the call." Her joke left him shaking with frustration, too angry to respond. Meanwhile, Yoo Seungwoo turned to Nabi and asked, "Helping out here? That's different from working with that idiot, right?" Nabi smiled and asked back, "So, are you going to quit then?" Feeling irritated, Yoo Seungwoo clenched his teeth and thought to himself, if Baek Hang-hyuk learns swordsmanship from that swordsman, he's going to get even stronger. If I give up and lose to him, even once, I'd hate myself. Resolving to stay, he told Nabi, "No, I'll do it." He then flashed a sly smile and schemed, "Fine. Since it's come to this, I'll learn martial arts from this cat and mess with him enough to drive him crazy." Meanwhile, Baek Hang-hyuk was plotting his own strategy. "I'll push that brat to lose control and force him to strike first. Forget just his wages. I'll make him cough up cash." At the same time, Yoo Seungwoo thought, "I'll make sure he ends up penniless." On the other hand, Baek Hang-hyuk was thinking, "I'll turn him into a beggar." Yoo Seungwoo, sensing the brewing tension between the two, silently mused, "Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?" Word spread quickly that a first order was working at Yoo Seungwoo's restaurant. And soon a group of female students showed up outside the door. The girls stood outside, excitedly shouting, "It's first order, Appa." Some even held up their phones, taking pictures while calling out, "Look this way, Appa." Seeing the commotion, Baek Hang-hyuk turned to Yoo Seungwoo and asked, "If they're calling Appa, they must mean me, right? How did they even find out about this place?" Yoo Seungwoo, flustered, stammered, "No, this can't be happening." Baek sighed, smiling as he teased, "Well, photos are a bit of a hassle. But since you're just a civilian, it's probably not a big deal, right?" Yoo Seungwoo glared at him and growled, "What did you just say?" His thoughts seethed. This jerk is provoking me on purpose. Deciding to confront the situation, Yoo Seungwoo walked to the door. When the girls saw him, they gasped in surprise. As he reached the entrance, he asked politely, "Is there something you need?" One of the students answered, "No, we just came to see Appa the superstar." Hearing this, Yoo Seungwoo felt annoyed and muttered to himself, "Superstar? What kind of stupid abbreviation is this? Look at me, not that old man." Determined to capture their attention, he unbuttoned a few buttons on his shirt and casually remarked, "Oh, it's a bit warm today, isn't it?" Then, turning on his charm, he asked, "Would you like to place an order?" The girls, now blushing furiously, enthusiastically replied in unison, "5 of today's special menu, please." Watching the girls focus entirely on Yoo Seungwoo, Baek Hang-hyuk fumed and yelled, "My fans, my teenage girl fans." He bit down on his apron in frustration and muttered angrily, "Let's see who's better." Seeing Baek's reaction, Yoo Seungwoo smirked, clearly enjoying the situation. Meanwhile, Yoo Seungwoo, observing from the kitchen, was puzzled by Baek unbuttoning his shirt. Soon, Baek Hang-hyuk unbuttoned his shirt completely. revealing his toned six-pack abs and muscular chest. He deliberately struck a pose to highlight his perfectly sculpted physique. Not one to be outdone, Yoon Eun-hung began showing off as well. This quickly escalated into a full-on contest of physiques. Moments later, even more female students arrived. Cheering wildly for both of them. They chanted, "Black Hawk Appa, Superstar Appa." Some began making calls and recording videos to invite others. Over the phone, they exclaimed, "It's true. Black Hawk Appa and Superstar Appa are here. Having a competition to see who's more attractive." Right in front of the restaurant. Inside the kitchen, Yoo Seungwoo continued cooking and sighed deeply. Muttering to himself, he said, "Well, as long as the customers are happy, I suppose it's fine." Early in the morning, Yoo Seungwoo was practicing swordsmanship with Baek Hang-hyuk. As Baek held the wooden sword in his hand, he fell into silent contemplation. Finally, he decided to channel all his strength into the tip of the sword. Slashing forward in one swift motion, the leaves on a nearby branch trembled and began to fall. One after another. Seeing this, Baek was stunned and thought to himself, "He's just holding a sword. Yet his presence is overwhelming." Yoo Seungwoo rested the sword on his shoulder, smiled, and explained, "In swordsmanship, there are many methods. Each family has its own secrets or unique techniques. Do you know why it's so complex?" Baek honestly admitted, "I have no idea." Yoo began to elaborate. Every swordsmanship style is created with a specific purpose. When a practitioner thinks about achieving their particular goal, the swordsmanship naturally evolves to suit that purpose. Even after the explanation, Baek scratched his head and replied, "I still don't quite get it." You didn't lose his patience and continued, "Let me show you. It'll be easier to understand that way. For example, this is the sword of a knight." He stood in a sturdy stance and demonstrated a powerful slash forward. Turning back to Baek, he explained, "You see, this is designed to protect others. Like when comrades fight together. That's why the movements are tight and stable." However, Baek still seemed confused and let out a non-committal grunt. Seeing his reaction, Yoo sighed and explained further, "That's all there is to it. But knights also infuse their intentions into the technique." As he spoke, he gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and performed a series of intricate moves. Each strike was precise yet swift, and his determined gaze reflected his mastery. Every move carried immense power and control, demonstrating the potential lethality of the technique. After watching the display, Baek was so amazed that his jaw dropped. He clapped enthusiastically and exclaimed, "I don't know what that was, but it looked incredible. That's amazing." Yoo chuckled and asked, "Do you see it now?" Baek replied honestly, "I don't know what it's called, but it's awesome. Absolutely incredible." Yoo smiled and continued, "Exactly. That's the strength and weakness of a knight's swordsmanship. Although it's a weapon meant to protect, it also reflects their honor and desire to fight. Every intention to excel as an individual is reflected in their swordsmanship. Thus, the personality and circumstances of the wielder form the foundation of their technique." "So, what kind of swordsmanship do you want to pursue?" Baek replied without hesitation, "I'm not a philosopher or anything. I don't have some grand purpose. I just want to beat Yoon Eun-hung." Yoo was taken aback by this and asked, "A sword meant for victory? One designed to overcome others?" Embarrassed by the reaction, Baek asked, "Is that too shallow?" But Yoo shook his head and said, "Why would that be shallow? I specialize in a sword designed to defeat others too." Baek Hang-hyuk seemed doubtful about what Yoo Seungwoo said and asked, "You? Really?" Yoo began to explain, "Before I became a hero, I was a gladiator's slave. Gladiators are true masters of the sword, and their techniques are created solely to secure victory." Then, he added, "All right. I'll show you the brilliance of a gladiator's swordsmanship. Try your best to dodge the next attack. You can even come at me if you want." Hearing this, Baek Hang-hyuk was startled and stammered, "What?" But Yoo was already preparing to fight. Assuming a battle-ready stance, Baek Hang-hyuk's gaze locked onto him, and he began to think, "Ado, the attack will definitely come from the middle." Ado refers to a collection of techniques for wielding the Japanese katana, focusing on drawing the sword and striking in a single, fluid motion, just as Baek anticipated. Yoo's attack came fast and precise, striking directly at the center. His sword landed a solid hit on Baek Hang-hyuk's throat, sending him flying and crying out in pain, "Ugh!" Baek was thrown back and lay motionless on the ground. Yoo sheathed his sword and cheerfully remarked. This is the sword of victory. It lacks grandeur. But a gladiator's swordsmanship is all about sheer force. Still lying on the ground, Baek groaned, I get what you mean now. Yoo continued, it's efficient and unpredictable. A technique designed to defeat the opponent in front of you. Even when you're at a disadvantage. As long as the skill gap isn't too wide. I can guarantee a 100% victory with this style. Baek finally sat up, though his body was still trembling. He remained silent. Too embarrassed to respond. He lowered his head, clenching his teeth as he thought. This is humiliating. What was that? I know nothing about swordsmanship. Maybe I should ditch the sword and use an axe instead. At least I'd have some brute strength. Then he shook his head, thinking, no, I have to beat Yoo Seungwoo. No matter what. Maybe I should just learn it. Yes, that's it. Baek looked up at Yoo. His expression now filled with trust. Yoo, noticing the intense stare, found it strange and asked, all right. It's time to choose your swordsmanship style. What do you want to learn? Instead of giving an answer, Baek bowed deeply and pleaded. Please teach me the swordsmanship of knights. Yoo sighed and replied, I knew it. Meanwhile, at Yoo Seungwoo's restaurant, Yoo Seungwoo was training enthusiastically under Nabi's guidance. But after a while, he turned to Nabi and Cotaeg, shouting angrily. This isn't swordsmanship. This is obviously yoga. Nabi, unbothered, replied, don't you know? For someone as small as you, flexibility is your weapon, Naya. She added, if you don't have natural strength, you need to at least be agile. Frustrated and on the verge of tears, Yoo Seungwoo yelled, no matter how much I eat, I can't gain any weight. What am I supposed to do, huh? But Nabi simply replied indifferently. You shouldn't say that in front of others. Naya, this only made Yoo Seungwoo angrier. Seeing him upset, Cotaeg turned to Nabi and said, even if he becomes as flexible as you say, can a human truly master the martial arts of a cat? Nabi responded to Yoo Seungwoo, don't worry. Naya, that was just the warm-up, Naya. Now we're moving on to the secret technique of Aluros, Naya. She continued, have you ever heard this saying, Naya? To become more flexible, you have to drink vinegar, Naya. Yoo Seungwoo, startled, stammered, huh? I've heard that before. But Nabi explained further. According to legend, acrobats in the circus always had vinegar on hand and drank it to improve their flexibility. Vinegar supposedly enhances the body's flexibility by breaking down lactic acid in the muscles, improving blood circulation, and stimulating the citric acid cycle in the body to make you more agile. But Yoo Seungwoo remained skeptical and retorted. There's no way that nonsense is true. Nabi, unfazed, confirmed, you're right, Naya, vinegar doesn't make you more flexible, Naya. Confused, Yoo Seungwoo hesitated before asking. Then what's the point? Before he could finish, Nabi interrupted, but on TERRA, there is a type of food that can make you more flexible, Naya. She pulled out a skewer of grilled eel and said, here it is, Naya. Yoo Seungwoo took the skewer, inspecting it curiously. What's this? Grilled eel? He glanced at Nabi, perplexed. Seeing his confusion, Nabi began explaining with a bright smile. Let me explain, Naya, this dish. While Nabi was talking, Yoo Seungwoo stared at the skewer in his hand, thinking. Whom could this be one of those strange, legendary dishes I've heard about? It doesn't look inedible. He recalled how Guan Nu Ha used to make a fuss about peculiar foods. But this didn't seem like such a big deal. With a sigh, he took a bite and muttered, might as well. He's going to nag anyway. The moment Yoo Seungwoo started eating, Cotaeg looked alarmed, while Nabi smiled with satisfaction. However, as soon as Yoo Seungwoo swallowed the grilled eel, Nabi began guiding him through yoga poses that focused on his arms, back, and hips. The movements were so intense that Yoo Seungwoo cried out in pain. Ew! Yoo Seungwoo's screams of ew echoed loudly across the area. Nabi continued putting him through difficult yoga poses, forcing his left leg over his shoulder while twisting his right leg inward. Yoon cried in pain, tears streaming down his face as he yelled. It hurts so much. What the hell is this? Even Cotaeg, watching from the side, was horrified, gritting his teeth as he looked on. Nabi, however, nonchalantly remarked, sigh. See, this is what happens when you eat recklessly. Naya, you're so impatient. Naya. Yoon Hung ignored Nabi's words, his frustration boiling over as he screamed. What kind of nonsense is this? How could it turn me into this? Nabi casually replied, oh dear, humans call this the earthworm phenomenon. Naya, misunderstanding her. Yoon Hung's eyes widened in shock. Earthworms? Are you saying you made me eat earthworms? With a smirk, Nabi corrected him. Tisk, don't you know that earthworms are edible? They're popular in Australia, New Zealand, Africa, and China. In ancient times, they were used as medicine to treat blood stagnation. Naya, you really need to learn more. Naya. Hearing this, Yoon Hung's anger only grew, and he thought bitterly. This is insane. I'm being taught Earth-related trivia by a talking cat from another world. Nabi then added, even in the desert, there are monsters similar to earthworms. Naya, they're called EOSU worms. Naya, their meat is famous for its health benefits, with effects based on the color of the meat. Naya. She continued, red EOSU worms enhance blood circulation and prevent clotting, while yellow EOSU worms relieve fatigue and relax joints, making you more flexible. Naya. Before Nabi could elaborate further, Yoon Hung passed out from the pain. Seeing this, Cotaeg looked worried and said to Nabi. It seems like instead of relieving his fatigue, you turned him into a donut. Nabi sighed and replied, I think it's because he didn't warm up enough. Naya, when he wakes up, we'll stretch his muscles before giving him more to eat. Naya, then we'll begin the real training. Naya. A week later at Yoo Seungwoo's restaurant, the staff was busy cleaning the restaurant. While taking a break and sipping water in the corner, Yoo Seungwoo sighed and remarked, honestly, it takes at least months to learn anything properly. Do you two really think you can challenge me after just 1 week? Nabi smiled and agreed, ridiculous. Naya, though annoyed, both Yoon Hung and Baek Hyuk had no choice but to follow orders, suppressing their irritation, but as they continued working, they glared angrily at Yoo Seungwoo, who calmly sipped his water, completely unbothered. Baek Hyuk thought to himself, he's not wrong, but I feel like I've improved a lot in just a week. Glancing at Yoon Hung, Baek confidently mused, if I train properly for a year, I'll reach an entirely different level, but his thoughts shifted as he fumed. If it weren't for that idiot, I wouldn't have been caught fighting 8 times in a single week and lost 8 months worth of salary. At this rate, if I keep working with him, I'll end up doing this for free, after the day's work. Out in the yard, Baek and Yoon's eyes met, and as always, the tension was palpable. Silently challenging each other, they made an unspoken agreement. This fight ends everything, true to their word. After finishing their cleaning duties, they both stepped into the yard. The news of their impending duel had drawn a large crowd, eager to witness the battle between the two. Baek Hyuk began taunting Yoon Hung, smirking as he said, hey, fighting in front of an audience like this isn't too bad. Get ready, everyone's about to witness. Before he could finish, Yoon Hung drew his sword and threw the sheath straight at Baek's face, cutting him off with, shut up and draw your sword already. Min Ok Heef, watching from the sidelines, seemed thrilled. While Yoo Seungwoo commented calmly, he still hasn't given up his habit of provoking people. Baek, fuming, threw the sheath back at Yoon and unsheathed his sword. You cheat, now I'm pissed, Yoon Hung, R. As Baek shouted, his starburst power activated, seeing Baek's energy rise. Yoo Seungwoo looked surprised and remarked, in this situation, could he actually have a chance? Before the words left his mouth, Baek charged at Yoon with determination. His grip steady and his strikes precise, just as he had been taught. Yoon, caught off guard by Baek's form, was visibly stunned. As Baek's blade grazed Yoon's face, Yoon clenched his teeth in frustration and let out a strained, huh. Baek launched one strike after another relentlessly, while Yoon focused on dodging each blow. Amidst the flurry of attacks, Baek yelled furiously, EYA. Aya, now holding the upper hand, Baek grinned and boasted, how's that? This is knightly swordsmanship, perfected through my sweat and blood. Hearing this, Yoon lowered his head and muttered, boasting already after just 1 week? Meanwhile, Min Ok Keef gritted his teeth in frustration and muttered. What are you doing, Yoon Hyung? Min Ok Keef thought to himself. At least his stance is proper now. That's an impressive improvement compared to a week ago. But I'm pretty sure his teacher must have rushed through the training. As Yoon continued dodging Baek's attacks, he thought. He's not even moving his feet much. Does this kid actually have talent for swordsmanship? Or maybe it's because he had a good teacher. Finally, Baek's relentless strikes knocked Yoon's sword out of his hand. For a moment, Baek seemed surprised and exclaimed. Huh? He hadn't expected to defeat Yoon Eun-hyung so easily. However, Yoon took advantage of Baek's momentary distraction. He rushed toward Baek, swiftly closing the distance, and locked Baek in a close combat grapple. Yoon's arm wrapped tightly around Baek's neck, making him choke and gasp. In one fluid motion, Yoon used his legs to trap Baek's body, further restricting his movements. Baek cried out in pain, Kyuk. Kyuk. Yoon's mind raced back to Nabi's lessons. He recalled the move. Nyanlingen's joint lock technique number 18, sleep well. Brave warrior, a secret technique of the Aileries clan designed to put restless warriors into a deep sleep through force. As Yoon applied the technique, he smirked and said calmly. Sleep well. Baek panicked, thinking. If this keeps up, I'm going to lose. No, I'm going to die. There's only one way left. Acting on instinct, Baek Hyuk quickly made his move. He deliberately fell backward. An action that left Yoon Eun-hyung confused and caught off guard. As they hit the ground, Yoon Eun-hyung cried out in pain, Ga. Seizing the opportunity, Baek grabbed Yoon Eun-hyung's hair, causing him to scream, EYA. Hey, let go of me, are you not going to let go? Baek shouted back, you let go first, you dirty cheat. Were you trying to kill me with that chokehold? Yoon Eun-hyung defended himself, retorting. This is a legitimate technique. Meanwhile, the crowd watching the spectacle grew increasingly irritated. Some began voicing their frustrations. Wow. Is this supposed to be a real fight? I can't believe this. Is this what the front line looks like? The future of Korea looks so bleak. Neither Baek nor Yoon paid any attention to the commentary, instead continuing their heated exchange. Die already, you first. Seeing the two bickering like children, Min Ok-hee held his head in his hands and groaned. The reputation of the front line is being ruined. Yoo Seungwoo sighed deeply and muttered, ahem. The pointless battle dragged on for another 30 minutes. By then, the crowd had completely lost interest and dispersed. However, a video of the fight was uploaded to social media, where it quickly gained traction. Unsurprisingly, Lee Jong-hun saw the video. As a result, despite being battered and bruised, both Baek Hyuk and Yoon Eun-hyung were summoned to face him. The video also sparked curiosity about a mysterious individual, adding another layer of intrigue. When the two arrived in Lee Jong-hun's presence, he stood silently, head bowed, exuding an ominous aura. Beside him, Wang Ji-yun stood motionless, not daring to make a sound, fearful of incurring his wrath. At the Isaac Military District branch headquarters, the branch manager sat at his desk, visibly distressed, while Baek Hyuk and Yoon Eun-hyung stood before him, battered and bruised. The scene of the two fighting was being replayed on a screen, leaving the branch manager helpless. He stared at the two of them and sarcastically remarked, well done. The two could only awkwardly look away in response. The branch manager, clenching his fists in frustration, added. The doctor says stress causes hair loss. Hang Hyuk, forcing an awkward smile, responded, branch manager, you're already bald anyway, so why are you so surprised? Yoon-hyung chimed in, yeah, why blame us for that out of nowhere? Triggered by their words, the branch manager shouted angrily. It's definitely because of you two. You idiots, he continued to rant. What a smashing success, have you seen today's newspaper? The two shook their heads nervously. Newspaper? No, sir, Yoon-hyung replied, adding. Who even reads newspapers these days? We're not old geezers. Ironically, Gang Hyuk thought to himself about Yoon-hyung. Isn't this guy obsessed with reading newspapers? At that moment, a woman approached, handing them a prepared newspaper and said, well, I anticipated this. So I brought a copy for you. Behind her, the branch manager clutched his head in despair. She calmly explained. This report questions the credibility of all frontline operations in Isaac. And of course, you two are included. After pausing briefly, she continued. Here are the latest rankings. Your popularity has plummeted dramatically. She pointed to a chart where their names were dropping rapidly. Stunned, the two stared at the chart in silence. Meanwhile, Wang Ji-yun pressed on. Due to the impact on Isaac's image, the unauthorized use of force, wasted resources, and potential economic losses from your declining fame. Adjusting her glasses with a dangerous tone, she declared. We've decided to deduct 10 months' worth of your salaries. Congratulations, you'll be on a diet for the next 10 months. The two froze, trembling, and stammered. You mean we have to rely on part-time jobs at the cafe to survive? Before they could finish, the branch manager cut in coldly. No, you're banned from working at the cafe too. As he spoke, he tossed a handful of pills into his mouth, leaving the two stunned. What? They shouted in disbelief. The branch manager didn't stop there. You've already lost 8 months' salary. Do you think this mess is only worth a 2-month deduction? Hearing this, the two became even more dejected, although furious. The branch manager explained, truthfully. This light punishment is because the higher-ups decided to show leniency. He then asked them, do you know why? Ganghyuk pointed to himself and gasped. Because we're cute? Yoon Young, hearing that, was left speechless. Unexpectedly, the branch manager replied. You're not entirely wrong, it's because of you. Baek Ganghyuk. Ganghyuk's eyes widened in surprise, and Yoon Young exclaimed, what? The branch manager elaborated. To the public, you're like a comedic clown. In today's incident, you were seen as the fool. So the public was somewhat forgiving of you. Images of Ganghyuk dressed as a clown, riding a unicycle while juggling, flashed through their minds as if to confirm his words. Still in disbelief, Ganghyuk asked. Me, a clown? Yoon Young, smirking, looked at him mockingly. Seeing this, the branch manager turned to Yoon Young. Go ahead and laugh. Yoon Young, you're also part of Baek Ganghyuk's troupe. He continued mercilessly. The image of the genius swordsman or the cold, handsome guy? Gone. From now on, you're the second clown. Another mental image appeared of the two dressed in clown costumes, performing together, cementing the branch manager's words. Ganghyuk stood there in shock, while Yoon Young, unable to believe it, pointed at himself and asked, me too? The branch manager angrily pointed at them and shouted. Feeding you two is such a waste. He then announced. According to branch policy, you'll be responsible for your meals for the next 10 months. With that, the two clowns were thrown out of the office. Baek Ganghyuk and Yoon Young found themselves signing a 10-month contract at a Warriors restaurant. Elsewhere, Yoo Seungwoo yawned and remarked. At least without those two around, the number of customers hasn't decreased anymore. Baek Ganghyuk versus Yoon Young. Final winner, Yoo Seungwoo, who now has 2 free slaves. At the Isaac Military District, a branch specializing in underground combat equipment maintenance, machinery hummed as it worked tirelessly. Outside, Captain Woo Hae-na walked alongside equipment maintenance heads Kale and Kim Gwae-nam. As they walked, Woo Hae-na lamented. I'm going to die. Now I understand why Seoul created a self-recovery disaster zone here. Wiping sweat from her neck with a towel, she continued. The frequent formation of cracks here is truly abnormal. Kim Gwae-nam responded softly, you're right. It happens far too often. Looking toward the combat suits being repaired, he added. We've run out of ammunition. Overloading the engines isn't a joke. Hae-na chimed in. Compared to Switzerland, calling this place hell wouldn't be an exaggeration. Kim Gwae-nam glanced at Hae-na with a gentle expression. Handing her the water bottle he was holding, he suggested. Shouldn't you let your eyes rest? Surprised, Hae-na looked at him. He elaborated. Otherwise, why not replace them with artificial eyes? Fighting like this must be inconvenient. Accepting the water bottle, she replied. Thanks for the suggestion, but it doesn't bother me. You don't need to worry. Lowering her gaze sadly, she added. Besides, if the captain were completely unscathed while others have already fallen, it'd be laughable. Think of this as a form of remembrance. Watching her drink, Kim Gwae-nam remarked. As your husband, I feel sorry for you. But, well, this is you were talking about. Turning to her, he asked. Speaking of which, the frontline members here must be really strong, right? They're holding this place with just 3 teams? The sound of machinery echoed constantly in the background. As they continued walking, Hae-na responded. Actually, it's just 1 team. Surprised, he asked, really? Not 3? She explained, rank 10 and rank 65 are resting due to injuries. So, only rank 92 is holding the fort. Stunned, he asked, rank 92? Isn't that Baek Ganghyuk, that playful guy? He thought to himself, is he really that strong? She calmly replied, that team is well structured and highly efficient. Their strategy revolves around the captain, who specializes in reconnaissance, while the other members focus on long-range attacks. Curious, he inquired further. The captain is the key? What about the front line? She explained, the captain uses his ability to become stronger and attract attention, essentially acting as a tank. Understanding dawned on him. And he remarked, that's a brilliant strategy. After a moment of contemplation, he added. It's an effective tactic. Ours, on the other hand, is more like a basic strategy. But Hain aside, our lack of mobility and concentrated firepower is a drawback. Our attack range is too broad. Kim Gwayanam, rubbing his chin in thought, suggested. To minimize damage, we need more agile battlesuits. Should we reduce the weight? No, that would make the operators vulnerable to attacks. Maybe we should enhance firepower instead? Lost in his thoughts, he muttered. How do we solve this? Ruffling his hair in frustration. He admitted, I don't think this is a problem we can solve alone. That's why we need scientists. Maybe some new materials will emerge. Haina chuckled and replied, then we'd better start praying. Embarrassed, he responded, what choice do we have? At this rate, we won't last much longer. All we can do is pray. Haina looked ahead, deep in thought, and said. It seems the branch manager already has some plans. At the same time, inside the Isaac headquarters, a voice echoed. Economic market recovery? Wang Ji-yun was reporting her tasks to the branch manager. Branch manager, do you realize this is the 5th time you've mentioned this today? The branch manager replied firmly, this isn't something I brought up on a whim. Slamming his hand on a stack of documents, he added sternly, can't you see? Look at the absurd proposals we're receiving from guilds every single day. The secretary hesitantly asked, since when did Isaac start paying attention to the guilds? She burst out angrily. I hate those guilds. Guilds were organizations formed by ability users who rejected Isaac's control, in a world plagued by endless gates, spawning monsters, and potential threats. Isaac, under the guise of protecting humanity, garnered public support and resources. This allowed them to not only manage the gates and monsters, but also recruit powerful ability users under their authority. The guilds opposed this, advocating autonomy and organizing global activities under that banner. Wang Ji-yun shouted in frustration, autonomy? What nonsense, they're nothing but greedy fools who refuse to understand how hunters protect the world. All they care about is the loot from the gates. The branch manager sighed, responding calmly, do you think I don't know that? I know it as well as you do. Still angry, Wang Ji-yun retorted, then why talk about economic recovery? Are you suggesting we let those bastards treat the gates as a business venture? He explained patiently, think about the depletion of resources we're facing. It's not a bad idea. We could ensure anonymity and confidentiality for unregistered hunters associated with the guilds while reducing the burden on the association's combat units. The branch manager glanced at an image of Yoon Hung and a draft of proposed regulations. Then continued, by implementing strict laws and regulating gate access. We can effectively manage risks. The frontline teams can deploy immediately if a gate opens. Wang Ji-yun, now calmer, warned, branch manager, if this doesn't go well. Lee Jong-hun sighed and interrupted, I know. With a heavy tone, he added. I'll not only lose my position but possibly my life as well. In the outskirts of Seoul, inside an orang gate, the Red Horse Guild, led by Captain Jang Yoon, clad in leopard-trimmed attire and armed, was navigating through a dense forest. The person at the front suddenly turned around and called out. Excuse me, Guildmaster. Startled, Jang Yoon jumped. The man sighed and said. The boss monster is about to appear. If you're this scared, he left his thought unfinished. Why don't you just go back? The others around her burst out laughing, while she snapped nervously, shut up. Oh, for heaven's sake. With determination, Jang Yoon declared. Do you have any idea how much money I spent for the rights to clear this gate? I need to personally check if there's anything valuable here. Especially the boss monster. That's where the best rewards are. Do you think I'll turn back now? Her team members sighed and replied, Guildmaster, you sound like a greedy villain. Another teammate remarked, well, I won't stop you. But make sure you can protect yourself. Even we'll struggle against the boss. Feigning confidence, she replied with a nervous smile, don't worry. I've got plenty of experience. I'm not a rookie. The forest around them was pitch dark, with only the flapping wings of birds and their calls piercing the silence. The team's voices carried clearly in the night. Besides, the monsters we've encountered so far weren't anything special, right? So, what's the boss going to be like? Something unique? She speculated. Her team groaned. That attitude always gets us into trouble. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed as a massive figure appeared. The team froze, their eyes darting toward the source of the sound. The ground trembled as enormous feet stomped, producing deafening crashes. The towering shadow of the giant monster loomed over the team, casting them into fear-stricken silence. Zhang Yian clutched her shield tightly, her voice trembling. What is that? Staring at the monstrous figure before her, she stammered, why is this thing here? At the headquarters of the Red Tiger Multi-Hunter Guild, inside the office, Zhang Yian sat slumped in despair. while Administrative Secretary Park Se-ho typed away on his computer. She spoke like someone who had lost all hope. We're doomed. Tears welled up in her eyes as she continued. This is so unfair. Her mind flashed back to the sight of the giant standing before her. Why on earth did that thing suddenly show up, she muttered. Frustrated, she screamed, we've worked so hard to build this guild up until today. And now the heavens decide to mess with me? Park Se-ho, still typing, finally spoke. According to the reports, the entire elite team sustained severe injuries. And will need at least 10 weeks to recover. We're looking at a significant bill for medical expenses. He kept going. On top of that, we'll have to pay the insurance company for hiring their rescue team. His words stabbed into her like daggers. She snapped, we should have just let them all die. At least then we could have used the insurance money to mobilize another attack team. She cursed under her breath. Those stubborn fools. Park Se-ho, unfazed, reminded her. Stop saying nonsense, or someone might hear you and file a lawsuit. Besides, you're the one who cried and begged, saying, my people are all going to die. And demanded a rescue team, pulling her hat down to cover her tear-streaked face. Jang Yoon asked, fine, then what do we do now? Are we completely done for? Bankrupt? Park Se-ho replied calmly, no, even if the sky falls, there's always a way. She looked at him skeptically. A way? What way? Do you know another hunter? Turning his computer screen to her, he said, I don't know any hunters, but I know someone who might solve our problem. On the screen was a review page for a restaurant called Hero's Diner. He continued, there's a restaurant in area called Hero's Diner. According to reliable sources, the owner is a returner. Let's ask them for help. Hearing this, her face went blank with disbelief. She suddenly slammed the table, yelling, so after everything, this is your solution? You think a returner would help us just because we ask? Her outburst caused a crack to appear in the ebony desk, the most expensive piece of furniture in the office. Defeated, she sat back down, taped over the crack with a piece of tape, and muttered, it's no use. Returners are expensive, aren't they? Park Se-ho pondered for a moment before answering, yeah, they are, but that's because they're incredibly strong. Still doubtful, she countered, even if by some miracle we manage to hire a returner, do you think Isaac will just sit by and let that happen? They won't leave those people alone. Park Se-ho rested his chin on his hand, thinking aloud, you have a point. But how does someone as intelligent as you mess things up this badly? Enraged, she grabbed him by the collar and shouted, shut up, are you trying to make things worse? Nobody can predict everything. What followed was a one-sided scuffle between the rank 6 hunter Jang Yi-eun and the non-awakened Park Se-ho. Trying to calm herself, she recalled, that day, out of nowhere, a rank C ogre showed up as the boss monster in an E-rank dungeon. The image of the monster reappeared in her mind, who could have predicted that? Seeing her anger flare up again, Park Se-ho raised his hands in surrender and said, all right, calm down for a moment and listen to me. Here's the plan, we don't need to recruit the returner into our guild, thinking to himself, not like we'd have the money to do that anyway, crossing her arms. She asked, then what? He replied, instead, we just need to hire them to take care of that one specific monster. Jang Yi-eun seemed to catch on and said, you mean we're going to let them be the cleanup crew? Still anxious, she added, sure, as long as they take care of the ogre, that should settle everything. For a returner, that shouldn't be much of a problem. But before she could finish, Park Se-ho interjected, you're wondering how we're going to get him to agree to do such a trivial task, right? With a proud grin, he said, don't worry. I've already researched the best way to approach him. Jang Yi-eun, her spirits lifted, exclaimed. Wow, Park Se-ho, you're incredible. So, what's the plan? He smirked and replied. Simple as pie, we just go there and eat, at a restaurant early the next morning. In a brightly lit room, Baek Gang-hyuk and Yoon Yoon-hung stood in waiter uniforms. Their expressions less than thrilled as they gazed in one direction. Suddenly, there was a loud slam as someone slammed their hand on a table and shouted, are you serious? Did I mishear that? It was none other than Jang Yi-eun, furious and pounding on the table. Yoo Seungwoo stood across from her, smiling politely, and replied, not at all, sounds fun. Actually, I've always wanted to try clearing that gate at least once. Don't worry, I'll help. Hearing his easy agreement, Jang Yi-eun was bewildered, no way, is he really agreeing? In her mind, she imagined herself shaking him and screaming, are you even thinking this through, you idiot? Then she thought, it sounded ridiculous at first, but maybe I should apologize to him when we get back. Yoo Seungwoo interrupted her internal monologue, saying, but there's one thing you should know first. Startled, she looked at him, yes, what is it? Pointing in a direction, he said, the food we serve here is a bit unique. Curious, she followed his gaze and saw a customer nervously picking up a piece of food from their plate. The customer hesitantly put it in their mouth, only to suddenly scream, startling her. She then noticed a line of people clutching their stomachs, banging on the restroom door, shouting, "Open up." Frightened, she asked, "This is my first time in Area A, so, what exactly is everyone eating here?" Smiling, Yoo Seungwoo handed her a menu and replied, "I guess you're not from this town, here, just read this." Taking the menu, she read aloud, "Challenge, eat the strange dish." With a salesman's enthusiasm, he explained, "Today, only, even the 1,000 million entrance fee is waived, since you're an outsider. We'll give you this chance for free." Seeing the offer, she thought, "Free? If I finish this, I'll get that artifact." Filled with determination, she exclaimed, "I'm in." However, when the dish was placed before her, she hesitated, picking up her chopsticks. She stared at the plate, unable to take the first bite. Why did I jump into this without thinking just because it was free? She thought. The golden dish before her seemed to radiate an ominous aura. Is this really okay? This feels like a huge mistake, she mused, rubbing her face anxiously, trying to steel herself. She muttered, "No time to second guess now. If I fail here, I'll definitely go bankrupt. Focus." Zhang Yian. She gripped her chopsticks tightly and convinced herself, just eat. Eat first, think later. Picking up the first piece, she thought, whatever. Worst case scenario, I die. The next thing anyone knew, she was being kicked out of the restaurant by Yen Yunyoung. Collapsed on the ground outside, she lay there like a broken shell of a person. First attempt, failed. She muttered in defeat. Baek Ganghyuk and Yen Yunyoung watched as Zhang Yian was kicked out of the restaurant. Their faces unmistakably showed disdain. Yunyoung dusted off her hands and remarked, "A filthy hyena. Should we sprinkle some salt on her?" Ganghyuk nodded in rare agreement. "For once, I agree with you. Besides, it's not like many members of Isaac actually like hunters from the guilds anyway." Meanwhile, Yoo Seungwoo was leisurely brushing Nabi's fur, with young Shik sleeping on his head. Without looking up, he calmly replied, "I don't dislike them." The two turned to him in shock. "Why not?" they asked. Seungwoo replied casually, "Why? I'm the owner of a business I founded myself. Why would I hate a guild that someone else built from scratch?" He paused, then explained further. "Look, I know what you're doing is good. But you can't force everyone to do things your way. What's wrong with someone managing their own business and pursuing profits? That's what a market economy is all about." Still unconvinced, the two grumbled, but Seungwoo lowered his gaze thoughtfully. "Regardless, that person left a strong impression on me." He glanced at the half-finished plate of food and remarked with admiration. Eating half of that plate was probably the best she could manage. Her determination is really something. As Ganghyuk cleared the table, he muttered, "If eating one plate could make the boss actually work, I'd eat 10 plates. Seungwoo looked at him with a hint of exasperation. The difficulty of a task depends on the person. The gap between your level and hers is enormous. Ganghyuk pouted, clearly unimpressed, and replied with mock disdain, "You're such a task manager." Seungwoo scratched his head awkwardly, thinking, well, yeah, I am the one assigning tasks to you. So you're not wrong. Turning his attention back to Nabi, Seungwoo asked, "Shall I keep brushing your fur?" Nabi happily rolled over and meowed, "Meow, please do." Looking up at young Shik, still lounging on his head, Seungwoo added, "Speaking of which, I haven't seen Eunha around lately. She usually brushes you." Before he could finish his sentence, the door burst open with a loud bang. Everyone turned in confusion as a voice shouted, "Wait." Standing in the doorway, panting heavily and wiping sweat from her brow, was Zhang Yian. "The challenge, the strange dish," she declared, looking at them with unwavering determination. She said firmly, "I'm going to try again." At the restaurant's doorway, Zhang Yian, panting heavily and wiping away sweat, declared with determination, "The strange food challenge." Looking at the others in the room, she said firmly, "I'm going to try again." The three inside exchanged wary glances. Yoo Seungwoo, concerned, reminded her, "It might take a toll on your body. You should rest and come back tomorrow." She shook her head resolutely. "Tomorrow doesn't exist for me," she replied, slumping into a chair. She continued, "The owner said earlier that it's free today. That means the opportunity only exists now, right?" She avoided looking directly at him as she added, "For a hunter, even when we know we're going to lose, there are times when we must fight." The three in the room stared at her in surprise. Baek Ganghyuk, suddenly excited, clapped his hands. "Crazy, but that's my type of crazy." Evening set in, on the table lay an empty plate. Meanwhile, Zhang Yian had disappeared, slumped unconscious in her seat. Baek Ganghyuk stared at her, disbelief written all over his face, unconscious, while sitting, looking at her. He said aloud, she actually ate all of it. Is this the legendary hunger spirit? As someone from Isaac, I'd completely forgotten about it. Yoo Seungwoo, watching her closely, nodded in agreement. Indeed, her resolve is impressive. Seeing her collapsed in her chair, he mused, even if it's for money, to go this far, she must be truly desperate. Nobody wants to fail this badly. Suddenly, her phone buzzed loudly in her pocket. Interrupting the moment, Baek Ganghyuk winced. What kind of obnoxious notification is that? Curious, he picked up her phone to check it. As he read the notification, his eyes widened, and he yelled, what? Level up? She leveled up by 6 levels at once? When she wakes up, she's going to freak out. Yoo Seungwoo turned to Nabi and asked, Nabi, could you carry our guest to her room? Nabi, raising its paw as if accepting a noble quest, meowed, meow, I understand. Young Shik, perched on Seungwoo's head, waved its tiny paw in solidarity. As they watched the two carry Jang Yi-yoon out, Yoo Seungwoo suddenly remembered and asked, speaking of which, where's Yoon Hung? Baek Ganghyuk answered, he left for a meeting, it seems to involve her. He gestured toward the unconscious Jang Yi-yoon, looks like the guild assigned her to manage a gate, and they're planning to send Yoon Hung to handle it before things escalate. Baek Ganghyuk sighed and turned to Seungwoo, well, with you here, that's not happening anytime soon. Still, if she succeeds in making a connection with a returner, that'll shut up all those loudmouths for sure. Yoo Seungwoo replied calmly, it's fine, after all, these things vary from person to person. Ganghyuk grumbled, even so, you can never predict what's going on in someone else's mind. Seungwoo smiled faintly, perhaps not, but I see it clearly now. His eyes glowed blue as he muttered, observation note, human. In a private room, Jang Yi-yoon lay unconscious on a bed. Yoo Seungwoo spoke to himself as he continued his evaluation, I have a sharp eye for people. Jang Yi-yoon, origin kind, personality, free-spirited, deeply emotional, frugal, highly focused. At the Red Tiger Guild headquarters, Park Se-ho adjusted his glasses and exclaimed, unbelievable. Staring at her in shock, he asked, are you seriously telling me a returner agreed to defeat the boss monster? Jang Yi-yoon, brimming with confidence, held up a business card she had received from Yoo Seungwoo, that's exactly what I'm saying, I'll use this when the time comes. Park Se-ho, still skeptical, muttered, wow, I never thought our guild leader could charm a man like that. Her expression darkened as she snapped back, what did you just say? Smirking arrogantly, she declared, what would a kid like you know about my true value? Anyway, cancel the recruitment for hunters. Park Se-ho quickly picked up his phone and said, hello, Hunter Heaven, would you like to cancel the hunter profile of Park Se-ho? Jang Yi-yoon, startled, shouted, not that hunter profile, oh, well, I guess that one should be cancelled too. She thought to herself, how is he already looking for a new job? Confused, Se-ho asked, then what should I cancel? Aren't hunters supposed to handle the monsters? She replied firmly, yes, but there's no need to look for those people anymore. Realizing something, he said, ah, so the returner has promised to handle all the gates? Excited, she exclaimed, no, it's just me now, I've leveled up. Se-ho stared at her in disbelief, huh? What are you talking about? The whole world knows the guild leader's level is low. She paused and asked, is that really the case? Then she thought to herself, you should wipe that smug look off your face. Jang Yi-yoon, who had always been perceived as a timid and weak girl, was once a low-level hunter stuck at level 6. But after completing the strange food challenge at Seungwoo's restaurant, her level had skyrocketed to 12, transforming her completely. The frail image everyone had of her was replaced by one of a strong, reliable woman. Se-ho, shocked, muttered, there's a food that can raise levels just by eating it? Truly the work of a returner. Yi-yoon, brimming with confidence, said, that's why only Seungwoo can handle the boss monster. With newfound determination, she declared, on the way, I'll take down a few respawn monsters. What do you think? Worth a shot, right? Se-ho, trying to keep up, said. There are plenty of respectful titles for that. Yi-yoon pointed at him sternly, from now on. Don't call him returner, call him Lord Seungwoo and pray at his restaurant every morning. She thought for a moment and added, and in the evening too. Se-ho sighed, thinking, she's definitely eaten something strange. She's completely changed. She tossed her wooden shield into a cabinet and instructed, we'll finalize the plan tomorrow morning. Go inside, clean up quickly, and get out. Oh, and start sourcing magic stones or accessories at good prices. Watching her energetic demeanor, Se-ho said, you're so excited it's making me nervous. Unfazed, Yi-yoon continued, you wouldn't understand unless you'd been to that restaurant. Blackhawk Yoon Hung and superstar Baek Ganghyuk are working as waiters there. Se-ho, stunned, asked, wait, First order is using them as waitstaff? She thought of the scene of Yoon Hung and Gang Hyuk bowing as customers entered and replied, exactly, when Lord Seungwoo speaks. They bow immediately. Seho observed her fiery enthusiasm and thought. She keeps calling him Lord. Who is this person really? Reflecting, he considered. With someone like that, how could they not handle a gate completely? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Pointing excitedly, he said, then since we're using a returner for free, let's make it count. Yiyun, confused, asked, what do you mean? With a dangerous glint in his eye, Seho replied. Let's borrow money to buy access rights to a higher rank gate. We can pretend the mission is there and send the returner in. Jang Yiyun's jaw dropped in shock at his suggestion. Furious, she lunged at Seho, grabbing him by the collar. How dare you come up with something so ridiculous? Repaying kindness with exploitation? You really need to be taught a lesson. Still insistent, he countered, but the rewards would be 5 times greater. The sound of Seo's shrill scream echoed through the guild's headquarters. The next morning, at an E-rank gate on the outskirts of Area A, the truth was, running a guild didn't bring in as much money as people assumed. Jang Yiyun and Yoo Seungwoo walked side by side. Seungwoo casually remarked, it's surprising, really, maybe because everyone around me is from Isaac, but all I ever hear is, before he could finish, Yiyun cut him off. That they're just hyenas chasing money, right? I get it, sure, magic stones and artifacts that sometimes drop sell for high prices. Curious, he asked, then why don't you make much money? Jang Yiyun sighed and answered him, there's a problem, it's the laws, those laws. Her voice rose in frustration as she continued. Isaac has implemented strict regulations, everything from hunting market taxes to safety laws. It makes my head feel like it's going to explode, and even for low-level hunters, job insurance is mandatory. After deducting costs for equipment and supplies, 50% of our profits are gone just like that. Hearing her explanation, Seungwoo couldn't help but feel a sense of futility. Sounds a lot like running a freelance business, he thought. As they walked and chatted, Yiyun naturally shared more with him. Expenses just keep piling up. If you fail, you're in the red, and the guild could be shut down immediately. There are laws for hunters, but none to protect guilds, he replied. Sounds like a casino, doesn't it? Yet there are still many guilds around, she responded with a bitter tone. If you don't follow the rules, the only way to survive is to avoid playing those gambling games altogether. Thinking of rogue gamblers fleeing with money, she added, if someone dies or there's an issue, the guild closes up shop and runs. They also evade taxes in legal ways. That's how they can keep the money. Seungwoo looked at her thoughtfully. You seem to know a lot about this. She admitted, sometimes I've had to do that, just sometimes, you've got to survive somehow. But I've never gambled with someone else's life. Clearing his throat, he replied, indeed. There's a certain flexibility between legal and illegal, but it sounds like things have escalated this time. Reflecting, he added, guilds in the other world I was in were the same. Dirty dealings and not always doing the right thing. It seems some things are universal. Suddenly, an axe came crashing down on Jang Yiyun's shield. Using all her strength to block the attack, she gritted her teeth and said, reminiscing is nice and all, but... Fending off the blows from a group of standard errant kobolds, she cried out to him, can you help me out now? Are you really just going to stand there and watch? Seungwoo, grinning, pulled out a folding chair he had prepared in advance and replied nonchalantly, the terms of the contract were clear, I only deal with the boss, remember? He calmly sat down, crossed his legs and watched her struggle. Come on now, give it your best shot, those enemies aren't unbeatable, Yiyun. Sweating and on the verge of tears as she struggled to block the kobold's relentless attacks. Thought miserably, help, what help, I should have just listened to Seho's plan. I'm sorry for hitting you, Seho.